Okay, so we're live, and this is episode 3. It would be awkward if I got that number wrong, if I said like 5 or something and it was 3. But episode 3 of Bad Apologetics, a series where me and James Fodor take a look at some of the claims of apologists. And we're going to be looking at the moral argument of William Lane Craig today. So basically, we're going to look at a brief overview of the argument right at the start. And then we're going to go in depth on some of his claims from, I think it's his defenders classes that William Lane Craig gives online, where he talks about some of the apologetic arguments he gives. Have you got any comments or anything before we start and just look at the...
Yeah, I'd like to set the scene for this argument. So we're talking about the moral argument, or specifically William Lane Craig's moral argument. And there will be... So my prime interest is in responding to and basically critiquing Craig's argument. And therefore, the main purpose that I'm going to bring to the table, and I presume Nathan as well, is not necessarily to prognosticate about what our own preferred meta-ethics is. Obviously, I will mention that, and I'll discuss different views, and I'll focus more on the things that I find persuasive, obviously. But I just want to emphasize that, because I think this is one of the reasons arguments like this can be effective, is because someone who's responding to them often feels like they're in a position of having to offer a specific alternative view. And if that view is refuted or is seen to be lacking or unjustified, then it's the apologist, and Craig's done this before, sort of claims victory. When in fact, Craig's arguing something like that his is the only plausible moral, his theory is the only plausible sort of foundation of morality, which is implying that no other theory works. And I'm sure, listeners some will agree with my preferred theory, or some will disagree, but I want to encourage people to focus on what is Craig arguing and how does he justify his positions. Because I mean, that's the whole point where we're responding to his apologetics. And I think that his iteration of the argument is absolutely awful. It's just not even a substantive argument. I think you can make decent substantive arguments about morality that point to God, and maybe we can mention some of those directions at the end. But Craig, I don't think, does that. His arguments are, I think, entirely question-begging, and so we'll get into that. But yeah, so hopefully that just kind of sets the stage as to how I'm approaching this.
And for me personally, when I was a Christian, Craig's moral argument was definitely one of the ones that I sort of found the most compelling for some reason, and I guess that was just for lack of being aware of most of ethics and philosophy, right? So if you're coming in with no sort of understanding, it's quite, like the logic involved is very simple, and it's very easy, I think, to sort of smooth over any kind of difficulties that there might be if someone was aware of meta-ethics and stuff, by just talking about how sort of broadly encompassing those premises are. If God doesn't exist, then there are no objective moral values, but there are objective moral values, and it seems so easy to argue those points without talking about any of the specifics and claim, deductive argument, it guarantees that the conclusion is true. And yeah, so shall I don't know if you want to go all the way through the small the little video just at the start, or
yeah, let's just let it play. Maybe put it on 125 or something. Let him have his say. And then there's a few points that I'd like to pick up on, and we'll go through.
Cool.
Don't let it be said that we straw man. We let them have their say.
Can you be good without God? Let's find out. Absolutely astounding. There you have it. Undeniable proof that you can be good without believing in God. But wait, the question isn't, can you be good without believing in God? The question is, can you be good without God? See, here's the problem. If there is no God, what basis remains for objective good or bad, right or wrong? If God does not exist, objective moral values do not exist. And here's why. Without some objective reference point, we have no way of saying that something is really up or down. God's nature provides an objective reference point for moral values. It's the standard against which all actions and decisions are measured. But if there's no God, there's no objective reference point. All we're left with is one person's viewpoint, which is no more valid than anyone else's viewpoint. This kind of morality is subjective, not objective. It's like a preference for strawberry ice cream. The preference is in the subject, not the object. So it doesn't apply to other people. In the same way, subjective morality applies only to the subject. It's not valid or binding for anyone else. So, in a world without God, there can be no evil and no good, nothing but blind, pitiless indifference. God has expressed his moral nature to us as commands. These provide the basis for moral duties. For example, God's essential attribute of love is expressed in his command to love your neighbor as yourself. This command provides a foundation upon which we can affirm the objective goodness, generosity, self-sacrifice, and equality. And we can condemn as objectively evil greed, abuse, and discrimination. This raises a problem. Is something good just because God wills it, or does God will something because it is good? The answer is neither one. Rather, God wills something because he is good. God is the standard of moral values, just as a live musical performance is the standard for a high-fidelity recording.
Without your love.
The more a recording sounds like the original, the better it is. Likewise, the more closely a moral action conforms to God's nature, the better it is. But if atheism is true, there is no ultimate standard. So there can be no moral obligations or duties. Who or what lays such duties upon us? No one. Remember, for the atheist, humans are just accidents of nature, highly evolved animals. But animals have no moral obligations to one another. When a cat kills a mouse, it hasn't done anything morally wrong. The cat's just being a cat. If God doesn't exist, we should view human behavior in the same way. No action should be considered morally right or wrong. But the problem is, good and bad, right and wrong, do exist. Just as our sense experience convinces us that the physical world is objectively real, our moral experience convinces us that moral values are objectively real. Every time you say, "Hey, that's not fair, that's wrong, that's an injustice," you affirm your belief in the existence of objective morals. We're well aware that child abuse, racial discrimination, and terrorism are wrong for everybody, always. Is this just a personal preference or opinion? No. The man who says that it is morally acceptable to rape little children is just as mistaken as the man who says 2 + 2 = 5. What all this amounts to, then, is a moral argument for the existence of God. If God does not exist, objective moral values and duties do not exist. But objective moral values and duties do exist. Therefore, God exists. Atheism fails to provide a foundation for the moral reality every one of us experiences every day. In fact, the existence of objective morality points us directly to the existence of God.
Well, there it is. That's his moral argument. What do you think, Nathan? Initial thoughts? You're muted.
One of the first things I do think it's worth mentioning is, like, I've seen some atheists engage with this kind of philosophy, and I think the wrong approach to this type of apologetics would be kind of, and I know I could be accused of being guilty of this sometimes, but sort of like ridicule in a way, or something like that. And the problem with that is, I see some atheist groups saying, like, well, the argument isn't even valid or whatever when it is. And I think that what that does then is it means that they can, the person who's kind of using this type of argument can go, well, it is, and you obviously don't know anything about logic, you're not reasonable, you're not, and it is a valid argument, you know, like it works in it.
Yeah.
The conclusion can't be how's it phrased? The conclusion can't be false, can't be true while the premises are false. It guarantees its truth in that way. But so I think the important thing to go over in this is going to be like those premises and just how they sort of don't work, or how they're kind of almost too broad to mean anything specific at all. So I took a few notes down throughout that. So the first thing was talking about an objective reference point, right? So that there must be an objective reference point for morality, and that's fine, but that could be anything almost, you know, like that doesn't get you to God in the first place. The second thing, a second point that I noted was when it was saying, well, it'd be in the subject, not the object, which I found kind of weird because God would be a subject as well. God would be another being, and that became a kind of weird, you know, like if I made a statement like it is wrong to have a yellow highlighter or something like that, right? And then could you just say, well, objectively, that proposition was uttered by Nathan in the universe at time 0, and so objectively we can use that as a standard. And it kind of almost seems like the term objective and subjective is kind of getting equivocated on in some sense. The way out of the Euthyphro dilemma, which I disagree with. If atheism
we'll get to that.
So do you want to come in, because I've sort of rambled on a few points, but that's my initial impression.
Maybe let's start by talking about objective and subjective. Craig talks about this a bit more in the Defenders video that we'll get to, but I think it's so important that we should talk about this now. So the definition that Craig gives later on, I can't remember if it was in this video, I think it was, is that a proposition, that the truth of a proposition is subjective if the truth of that proposition depends on, or necessarily depends on, the personal opinion or perspective of the person asserting the proposition, or at least someone's perspective. So this is often confused with objective truths about subjective matters. So if I say, for example, Nathan is sad, in a sense that's subjective, because the fact of the matter concerns a subject. It concerns Nathan and his psychological state. But the truth of that proposition is not subjective in the ordinary sense. And that is because whether it's true or false doesn't depend on who asserts it. It doesn't depend on the opinion of the person asserting or stating the proposition. And that's the sense in which we're talking about objectivity and subjectivity. It's not whether the truth depends on a subject in some way, because then you say any psychological truth, or indeed anything that supervenes on a psychological truth, like any truth about language or politics, or like literally anything, is subjective. But that's not a standard use of the word subjective. The standard use is, does the truth value of the proposition depend on who is uttering that statement? Not whether you think it's true, but whether it actually is true. So the classic example I think they give in the video is ice cream. So if someone says, if someone says, I like chocolate ice cream, that is not a subjective claim in this understanding, because I is an indexical statement. So someone else could say, Jane likes chocolate ice cream, and that would be objective. But if they say chocolate ice cream is delicious, that would be a subjective claim, because whether that is true or false depends on who's asserting it. It depends on their opinion about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so we're talking about the state of affairs that obtain in the world,
Yes.
and the world is everything that is the case, right? And we're not talking about my capacity, my opinion about them, my perception of them, which we're talking about the actual ontology, as it were.
Yes, exactly. So that is what I understand Craig to be saying, and that's the standard perception. Some philosophers do use the word subjective and objective a little different, but that's the way I understand it. And then if you actually, can you go to that, I think it's about a minute in, where he has the astronauts all pointing in different directions. So this is the illustration that he uses to show, I guess, subjectivity is the point here. I want to show it because I think it's
without God.
I mean,
Let's find
this is the argument that is made in this video. How many views does this have? Nearly 1 million views. So like there are people who take this seriously, and the extent of this argument is I think it's just a little after this. Yeah, so then they show people pointing in different directions, and the idea here is this is an analogy of which way is up, and they would say, well, up is relative to your perspective, right? Because everyone can point to the direction their head is facing and say that's up, but the truth of that depends on their perspective, and there's no universal reference point, which seems ironic because they've got a planet in the background that could be used as an objective reference point, but you could, I guess, debate about that. But anyway, the point here is that they're saying that there just isn't an objective reference point for moral value absent God, but that's a mere assertion. They haven't shown that that's true. Craig,
yes,
I'm going to say Craig, although he's not speaking. This is his argument. Craig hasn't shown that that's true. He's just asserted that it's true. What reason do we have for thinking that moral values are like ice cream preference or up, in that they don't have an objective referent?
Mm-hmm.
There are many things that people have postulated as an objective referent. Human well-being is a sort of a classic example. We'll talk more about that later because Craig goes through it a bit in the Defenders class. But in this video, I don't really think it's mentioned. And so I just, off the bat, I see this and ask, why should we think that there's no referent for moral values? The only way you can really say that this has been argued for is to say that Craig says that God's nature is that referent, if God doesn't exist, then he can't be that referent, obviously. Therefore, and there's no other referent, therefore in atheism there isn't one. But that requires the premise that there's no other possible referent for moral values apart from God's nature, which isn't defended. It's just asserted that there aren't any, that there isn't any. So I mean, Craig does have a little more to say on this, but fundamentally, I don't actually think he argues for this. He just asserts it repeatedly in different ways.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that I just remembered as well was this point where it says, like, if atheism is true, humans are accidents of nature, just another animal, etc.
Yeah.
And again, none of that really sort of guarantees the like the truth of any of the claims Craig's making about morality, and it's not even clear that that's exactly what all atheists believe. Like, just yesterday, I was listening to someone who I think would be considered an atheist, Stephen Wolfram, talk about his conceptions of talk about a fundamental theory of physics and the idea of the universe as like as a computation and everything basically happening necessarily. Or so, like think about someone like Spinoza, and that there's all sorts of kind of conceptions that would come under atheism that have humanity as a particular place in the kind of metaphysics or whatever, that is very different from just kind of, oh, you're just an accident of nature or an animal. I mean, we're not special necessarily in the sense of like there's a God who created the universe for man or something like that. Like, it's not special in that sense, but still, I mean, special in the sense of there's some part of the computation that's trying to understand itself or something like that, which is pretty special, right?
Yeah, so Craig talks a lot about this, but he doesn't define his terms. Like, what does it mean for humans to be special, for example? I mean, that's a very unclear phrase, right? So to say that under atheism, humans are just animals, well, I mean, I think humans are animals under any worldview. That's just a biological fact. But I think his point there is weighing on the just. And you mentioned this in the first video we did about the dualism and so on, that this just keeps coming up, as if it seems to be doing a lot of argumentative work by saying that it should be or needs to be the case that it's more than this, but it's not more than this, therefore it's like some problem. But that's not really shown what the problem is supposed to be. So as long as you can find properties of humans that make them distinctive from other animals, then plausibly you can make an argument as to why they are special. And I mean, Craig himself does this, not in the video, but elsewhere. He talks about how humans reason and they imagine and they have language and they, build and create very complicated things and they produce artworks. You can go down the list.
All observations available to the atheist as well. That's
the exact point. None of these things are dependent on God. Well, they have religion, whether or not religion is true. They have it, and other animals don't. So there's plenty of things one can appeal to. Now you can ask, well, do those things give rise to moral value? That's a legitimate question. But I think that's a clear, like it's clear that you could appeal to those things, and then that you'd have to have a discussion, make an argument about that. But Craig speaks as if there's just no things to appeal to, which seems on the bat obviously ridiculous. That there's plenty of things to appeal to. We just listed a whole bunch of them. You can appeal to pain and pleasure directly as being intrinsically good and bad. Craig doesn't even talk about that idea. Interesting that you can appeal to completely non-natural things as well. You can appeal to karma as this metaphysical force that kind of some things lead to attachment, which embeds us more in the cycle of rebirth, and other things lead to sort of a lack of attachment, which helps us to move towards eventually attaining enlightenment and exiting that. Now, as a naturalist, I don't believe in any of that, but that's not precluded to me as an atheist, because that is perfectly, that, Buddhism is essentially an atheistic religion, at least, in the traditional theistic concerns. Like there are like powerful beings, but they're not gods in the same way. So that, again, Craig is saying that no ethical theory like that doesn't have God in it can account for objective moral values, but he just doesn't even and specifically he's arguing there's no objective referent, but then he doesn't consider any possible objective referent that people actually appeal to. So then how can he defend that claim? What's the actual argument for it other than mere assertion that it doesn't exist? And again, I know some fair audience here will agree with him that there are no objective moral values, but that's not even the point. The point is, has he substantiated that? Maybe it is true that there are no objective moral values, but I think Craig's not offered any argument here. He's just asserted that the only thing that can do it is God, and has not even addressed other possibilities.
Yeah, and I suppose another thing to note as well is that the sort of if you're going to conclude that there are no real kind of objective moral values in the sense that Craig means it, well then you're morally wrong or something is sort of like, so you shouldn't adopt that position, but if that position is true, if there are, then you're not kind of morally wrong. It's just, which is, but yeah, like it seems kind of weird, this whole thing of like, well, if you're not going to accept that there's objective morality, then you're sort of a bad person or something. So you should really, like not giving it, then not having to deal with give any consideration to any kind of like non-cognitivist or emotivist.
Actually, I wanted to talk about that. Can I share my screen? I want to show a diagram to help.
Yeah, I think so. If you click share or whatever, and then I should be able to
see if that works. I don't need that tip, thank you. I would like to share. This is fine.
There we go.
I'm assuming you can see this diagram?
Yes.
I can't actually. Okay.
Yeah.
This is a diagram of meta-ethics. People will construct different ones, so I'm not saying it's the diagram, but this is fairly standard stuff. So Nathan just mentioned cognitivism, and that contrasts with non-cognitivism. Do you want to explain the difference there?
Yeah, so cognitivism is basically saying that propositions are truth apt. So there's some kind of content,
moral statements.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Well, I think it's kind of used in other.
It can, yeah, you're right. It can apply in other domains as well, but this is specifically in the moral domain.
Right. So yeah, if I were to say like it is wrong to kill the Canaanites or something like that, then that proposition is either true or false. It has truth aptness to it. Whereas if I were a non-cognitivist, it's more of like perhaps it might be a prescriptivism where I'm saying, rather than it being true or false, I'm kind of recommending to you that you shouldn't go and do that, and you should act in this way that I want to. Or emotivism might be saying, it's more like saying boo or hurrah, kind of. I might be going, oh, boo, killing Canaanites, but it's got the same truth value as me kind of stubbing my toe and going, ow. It's not really true or false. In that sense.
So only some uses of language are propositional in that there's a truth value to them. There are many uses of language that don't have truth value. So questions, for example, you can't ask if a question is true or false. Well, right. I mean, you can ask, but it doesn't have a sensible answer. It's not a proposition. Likewise, and so non-cognitivists say that moral discourse is like that. It's not truth apt. There's no facts of the matter about it. We're not even asserting that there are facts of the matter about it. And so different non-cognitivist theories say different things about exactly what moral discourse is. Emotivists say that it's like expressing an emotion. So it's like cheering for your team or booing for the enemy team or politician or whatever it is, that, it's just expressing your emotive reaction to something and not asserting anything about it. And this is what I think is, I'll just mention prescriptivism. Prescriptivism is stating that you're making injunctions about, so when making moral statements, you're making injunction. So you're saying, don't do this or do this. That's not the same as asserting it is objectively morally good to do this. It's just telling you to do or not do something. So again, if I just give you an injunction, that's not truth apt. That's just me telling you to do something. So I thought it was interesting that in the video they have this guy, he gets robbed or something, and then he's cursing that this was wrong and things like that. And then the narrator says, when we talk about this, we that reflects our belief in objective moral values or something like that. But this is entirely question begging whether that's the case, because non-cognitivists deny that we're asserting anything. They might say that we're just expressing our emotional. You can see in the video the guy's upset and he's like stomping on the ground, and you can see exactly how an emotivist would describe this. He's just expressing his outrage. He's not actually asserting anything. You could liken it to if you're at a match, a football match of some sort, and you just yell out, support for your team, your team's the greatest, whatever. You could argue that you're not really asserting those as propositions. You're just in the moment, caught up with it and expressing your excitement and support, right? And so you don't have to interpret that as an actual propositional statement. Yeah. Or you might just be, in the case of the guy who was robbed, he just might be telling people not to rob, or that guy in particular. That would be the prescriptivism response. So the point is that when you take an everyday example like this and then assert that this is what's happening here in a philosophical context, you're reading your preferred philosophical theory off the everyday situation. Mm-hmm. And I think that that's really problematic to do, because all of the other philosophical theories will have an account as to what's happening there. And you have to engage with that and say why your theory is better, and not just assert that this is what is happening.
Yeah. One of the reasons I wanted to maintain the position of like cognitivism versus non-cognitivism outside of ethics as well would be, because I think it's really important when it comes to the discussion of religion as well, in philosophy of religion, because I think I'm perhaps a non-cognitivist about like religious language. So if someone's going to say,
right,
like God loves all men or something, I'm not necessarily convinced that that sort of language is like like a truth apt thing. I think it's more like kind of poetry or something. And I think when humans engage in religion,
like that as well.
Yeah.
Can we go back to my diagram? I think I switched over to infinite view because I wanted to show the other side of it as well.
Yeah.
It's easy to forget you're sharing your screen.
It's up. It's up now.
Yeah, cool. So on the left, we see cognitivism. Now, this is the position that moral statements are truth apt. So they're like making assertions about things that can be true or false. And so moral realism, which is the position that Craig takes, falls under this. That's what he means essentially when he's saying objective moral values. That comes under moral realism. And I'm a moral realist as well. But there are some people who think that moral statement, so morality is about making assertions, but they're just all false. And that's called error theory. And there are some famous atheists, including Mackey, who argued for this. And so basically what Craig is arguing in his moral argument is that if you're actually, we'll come back to this because I think it's hardly confused, but he's saying that error theory follows from atheism, I think would be correct, according to his view. So the only reason error theory is not true is because God exists and provides moral values. So that's one way of interpreting his argument. Now, there's another brand of cognitivist views which are called subjectivist. And this is the source of a lot of confusion because a lot of people conflate error theory with subjectivist ethics, but they're actually very different. Subjectivist claims assert that moral statements can be true or false. They're not all just false or confused, which is what error theory says, but their truth value depends on your perspective in some way. Individual subjectivists say that it depends on each person's perspective, whereas cultural relativists say it depends on the culture you're in. So you can be wrong about what's right or wrong in your culture, but different cultures have different moralities, essentially, which are each correct within their own frame of reference. There's also something called ideal observer theory, which says that what is right or wrong is determined by what some ideal observer, some observer who knew everything, would recommend that we do or would say that we do. And divine command theory is what Craig's arguing for. And Nathan, you mentioned this before. Technically, at least under some classifications, divine command theory is actually a subjectivist because the truth of moral claims depends on someone's perspective, namely God's perspective. So usually advocates of divine command theory will regard that as an objective theory because it doesn't depend on what any human thinks. But there is a sense towards to classifying it under subjective. But under moral realism, then there's two subcategories, as you can see here, naturalism and non-naturalism. I think we'll talk more about that later because Craig mentions kind of both of these perspectives. But personally, I'm inclined towards naturalism because basically I'm a naturalist. But for Craig's argument to work, he has to argue that no version of moral realism works apart from divine command theory, if you put that under that category. So that's the structure of sort of the different possible positions. So Craig doesn't even consider non-cognitivism in these discussions. He has elsewhere in his writings, and I talk about this a bit in my book. He just sort of rejects them. So he's basically kind of assuming that the two options are divine command theory or error theory. And it just depends on whether you believe in God as to which is correct.
And then to sort of try and steelman divine command theory as well, because I think this is something where like with atheists can often kind of try and tell theists the type of divine command theory they believe in, and I think that could, for some perhaps like less sophisticated theists, that it might be the case that they have this like really subjective form, but I think then it perhaps doesn't do justice to what some theists want to say, and so like Craig, for example, in his kind of get out of the Euthyphro dilemma, saying that it's kind of grounded in God's nature, and a lot of theists will actually draw on these other ethical theories, so perhaps like a natural law theory, perhaps some kind of Platonism or something, to kind of ground the good and our kind of epistemic access to it by combining these theories together. So it's not like God's commands might give us like what's called like normative like ought sort of thing. So reasons why we ought to follow moral commandments, but the actual good itself might be some, like God's nature or however, whatever kind of theistic metaphysics you're kind of constructing, or we might come to know about morality through just the way that it's been made, which is kind of moral in a certain way. And the natural law thing then might try and draw on things like evolution, and we see like the classic kind of atheist objection, which might be these chimpanzee studies where you see kind of you see like altruism in economics and stuff like that as being advantageous. And the theist who's a natural law ethicist will say, well, that's no problem for me because that's just how God's kind of created the world and imbued it with morality that flows out. So, but I think we'll be dealing with all of these various points of view.
We'll come back to those. Before we do, there's one more aspect of the video I wanted to mention, which is if we go to 53 seconds, it's a little brief, but there's a little illustration there that I wanted to discuss because I think it's critical in...
sorry, James, 53 in the video we just watched?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, sorry.
I
just closed it, so I'll open it up again.
That's all good. Just because there's a good diagram, well, there is a diagram there that I would like to discuss, which I think is actually serves as a rebuttal to Craig's version of divine command theory. So just linking to what you were just saying, Nathan, it's absolutely true. There are many different ideas about how God relates to morality, and theists have argued for all sorts of different things. I think one of the issues with Craig's argument, and why I have so little respect for it, is that he doesn't really engage with that, and he makes the most simplistic imaginable argument, which is that everything about morality is dependent on God, sort of directly. And if that fails, or like if God doesn't exist, then they're just error theory is true, like all moral statements are false or confused. And I think that's extremely simplistic and is susceptible to some very significant objections. So this diagram here is supposed to be an aspect of, although he mentions the Euthyphro dilemma later, this diagram is relevant to that because what he says, what Craig believes, is that God's nature determines the commands that God gives us, which in turn give rise to our moral obligations. And it's God's nature that gives rise to the sort of standard for morality. So this is the objective standard for morality. But I mean, Nathan, I'm curious, do you notice a problem with this as a representation of God's nature as a foundation for morality?
Yeah, but well, I don't know if this is the route you're going down. It might not be, but I'm guessing you're going to say what the types of commands we have in the Old Testament, or even Julian.
I'm not even going to go down there.
Okay,
but we will have that discussion later because he mentions it in the videos. But if you just look at all the words that are surrounding this, these are supposed to be properties of God, right, or attributes of God.
Well, Craig's also a deflationist about truth, so having truth there is kind of bizarre.
I did not know that.
Yeah,
but I mean, you could take that away and look at any of the others. So like mercy, patience, peace, justice, and love, for example. So I think that you can just apply the same kind of argument to these. So can we say that God's nature is good because he has these attributes? Or are these attributes good because they're part of God's nature? Neither of those works very well for Craig, because if we say that God's nature is good because he has these attributes, then we can just say, well, but these attributes are what gives, that's the objective standard for morality. Why do we need to go via God? On the other hand, if these attributes are good because they're part of God's nature, then there's a couple of things you could ask. Suppose God had a different nature. Would that mean that it was good, that the opposite of these would be true?
The arbitrariness objection. Yeah,
that's the arbitrariness objection. And Craig says, well, but God's nature is necessary, and so therefore that's not relevant. But I don't think that's a very good objection, because his first premise is if God does not exist, then objective morality does not exist. But apparently that premise postulates a metaphysically impossible thing, that God does not exist. So if he's allowed to do that in his argument, then why can't I do that in my argument and say that if God's nature were different, then it would be good to, then the opposite of these things, and injustice and war and impatience and so on would be good. But these things could never be good, regardless of God's nature. Therefore, I'd probably have to, it depends on exactly how you want to run that argument. But you could use that as an argument against the fact that these things are good because they're part of God's nature. And so I don't think that Craig has a principled objection to this, unless he wants to change the form of his argument, because he can't just say, oh, it's impossible. Well, but so is your first premise, according to you. And this comes up again in the later videos, but I wanted to mention it at the moment, because at the outset, rather, because I think that it's off the bat, his attempt to ground moral value in God's nature just doesn't work at all for this exact reason. You just get the arbitrariness objection right back again. Another problem with this, by the way, which I haven't seen discussed a lot, but I call it the underdetermination problem. If you say that God's nature determines moral values, then what about God's nature determines moral values? Is it just God's nature simpliciter, like just God's nature? But then that would mean that all of his aspects contributed to moral value, including the fact that he's omniscient and that he's outside of time and space and that he is, non-physical and all of these other things. But those don't seem to have anything to do with morality. So it seems very implausible to say that those like add to the moral or like help to determine what's good or bad. The only way that I can think of around this is to argue for divine simplicity, which is the view that God is identical to all of his attributes, which would be to say that justice is the same as peace, which is the same as holiness, which is the same as patience, which is the same as to be non-spatial, which is the same as omniscience. That doesn't make any sense to me. And Craig, I know, doesn't affirm that doctrine. So I don't think that's going to help him here. So what I mean by underdetermination is that if you say God's nature gives rise or provides the grounding, that what about God's nature? I don't think it can be all of it, because then you get these irrelevant things. But if it's not all of it, if it's only parts of God's nature, then you have to say, well, it's the bits, it's the goodness determining parts. But then how do you decide which is the part that determines goodness and which you need a standard outside of God's nature? And so the whole thing falls apart.
And then it becomes quite a complex metaphysical view as opposed to the kind of more simple and elegant.
It sounds simple because it just seems obvious to, I think, Christians. We've talked about this in the last two as well. He can get away with saying these things because it sounds so commonsensical, and he puts these things up. But he could put any attribute of God up here, and it would seem to be as equally consistent with what he's just said. Also, if God happened to have different properties, he could also put those up here, and it would be just as consistent with what he said. So I think his argument doesn't. It's still subject to an arbitrariness objection, and it's subject to an underdetermination objection, because you can ask, well, why these ones specifically? Why did you put these up? Yeah. So off the bat, I think his argument, his version of divine command theory doesn't work at all. I've got more to say about that, but maybe that would be better in the context of the later videos. But I thought that this was particularly telling, because I think you can easily use this as an argument against the coherence of his position.
I've found with some theists that I've talked to about this that the sort of tautology objection along that, like when because Craig says, it's God's nature, so that defeats the Euthyphro dilemma. And then if you sort of ask, well, if you're making that claim of kind of identity between justice and God's nature, and then if you were to say like God is just or God is good, like, does this tell me anything new about God? Yeah,
that becomes an empty tautology under that view. That's another problem. Yeah, that it becomes meaningless to say that God is good, because you're just saying God is the way that God is. I think that's another big problem, because Christians want to say that that's a very substantive and important claim about God, not a meaningless tautology.
Exactly, and I've just found at almost the common sense level for the theist who's saying this, that it's like, no, when I say God is good, I'm telling you some new information about God. Like, it's not like, well, just by definition of what the word means, obviously. Like, it's anyway, shall we move on to the second video?
Let's start it's the first in the series of 4 from Craig's Defender course from a few years ago. I want to say we're going to focus on what he says just in these series of lectures, but I discuss his moral argument in my book, and he does go into a little bit more detail in some points, but it's pretty much the same thing.
Message on the side, no God, no problem. And then the subcaption says, be good for goodness sake. And I thought that was a very, very clever ad, especially that slogan, be good for goodness sake. That should be familiar to you, right? That comes from the children's popular Christmas song about Santa Claus is coming to town. But as the humanists use it, it involves a very clever pun. It's a double entendre. It's different from the way it is in the children's song. Remember, in the children's song, Santa Claus is portrayed as this sort of omniscient God surrogate who is keeping a list and checking it twice. He's going to find out if you are naughty or nice. And so the advice of the Christmas song is, you better not pout, you better not cry, you better not shout. I'm telling you why Santa Claus is coming to town. Like the second coming of Christ, Santa Claus is coming, and he's been making this list, and he's going to find out whether or not you've been good. In fact, it says this all-seeing surrogate deity called Santa Claus, he knows when you've been sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good. So the advice is, Be good, for goodness sake. Now here, the advice to be good, for goodness sake, is a sort of expletive. It's like saying, for goodness sake, be good. Why? Because Santa Claus, he's coming. So it would be as if you were saying, be good for heaven's sake. It's just a sort of expletive. But when the humanists say this, it's different. When the humanists say this, there's no comma, be good, comma, for goodness sake. The humanists say, be good for goodness sake. That's why you be good, because goodness is an end in itself. You be good for goodness sake. And I think what the humanists rightly see is that this perverted Santa Claus theology gets it completely wrong when it says the reason you be good is because of the rewards or the desserts that might come from being good or being bad, that you're looking out for self.
I just thinking as we listen to this story, I wonder how many times people have said, you're overthinking it. You're overthinking it, Dr. Craig. They don't. It's just on this point. It seems to me like the humanists who say this, or like that advert, which I think was it like Dawkins Foundation or something? I don't know, but that they've not put that much thought into it. To be honest, they're not making these kind of grand statements about what they deeply and truly believe about their theology of Santa Claus or whatever.
Well, can I make an observation that's related to this point? As we'll see throughout the videos, so we should get through all of them. They seem, when I say they, because Craig interacts with some of the people who are in his class, so you get to sort of hear what's on their mind, which I think is actually quite interesting.
Yes. They
seem really preoccupied and paranoid. I don't know if that's maybe a bit too strong, but there's this fixation about what the atheists are saying, because they talk about it all the time in their questions, for example, and also in what Craig says. And you can understand to some extent because they're obviously interacting with them, but it's just like they talk about it a lot, but they don't actually make very much effort to try to articulate atheist concerns in their own words or in a sympathetic way or to steel man or anything like that. And they don't seem to have, especially Craig, too much of a problem with asserting what atheists think and believe and why they say things and all of this other stuff. Well, I mean, you'll see this as we go on. It happens a lot. And I just find it amusing. I mean, what we're doing here, we're talking a lot about Christians, obviously, but one of the things that's important to me is that we don't strongman and that we do give people an opportunity to say things in their own words, which is one of the reasons why we actually watch the video through, so you can hear what they say and then we respond to it, rather than saying, oh, did you hear what Craig said? And then I say his argument. And Craig does this quite a lot. And I just think it gets a bit grating because you're like, I wonder what it would have sounded like in their own words instead of in yours.
Yeah, and if anyone ever watches these and does object, like, you're more than welcome at some point in it, like, to come on, talk to me, talk to James, and tell us how we've misrepresented you, have a conversation. Like, and I know some of my other videos can be maybe more like abrasive or whatever if I'm kind of making fun at someone, having fun or whatever, but genuinely, if I'm wrong, like, come and tell me about it and have a conversation about it. I'm always
absolutely open to that. Super open to that. I just want to emphasize, though, again, what we're responding to is what's said by Craig here.
Yes.
And sometimes people say, oh, but this other person's written about this and you're not considering that. Like, you can't consider everything at once. So just because someone else has done a better moral argument, and I've acknowledged that they exist, but Craig's are very popular and persuasive. So that's what we're talking about now. So just because we're focusing on that's not a straw man. Like, I don't think you can say that because we're focusing on Craig that we're straw manning, as long as we're actually responding to what he has said.
I think this strategy you mentioned, though, there's a popular atheist YouTube, Apologia. I have no idea. But I don't know if you ever saw that William Lane Craig responded to one of his videos.
I did. I thought that was fascinating.
Well, but
Craig
it was very
really rude
similar
towards him.
Yeah, that's what
really patronizing.
Quite similar in he's clearly just not read the relevant literature. He's clearly just done, like the atheist thinks this and that. It's like, is that what Paul would say? Would he, is this how he'd represent himself?
Well, Craig was, I forget exactly what he said. Viewers can watch that themselves, but he was, I thought, very flippant and dismissive about Apologia's talking about his deconversion and some of the things that he'd faced there, which was really just his personal experience. And Craig was, I thought, very disrespectful about that, which I think is, I think you can disrespect someone's arguments and what they say, but disrespecting their personal experiences, I think, pretty low. Anyway, I thought that was
just me poisoning the well there, not intentionally, but
I think it's just interesting to see how they talk about atheists and respond to them. That's just the observation that I want to make.
Right.
Let's keep going.
Interest, and that's why you be good. And what the humanists rightly see, I think, is that is a very perverse kind of theology. You should be good for goodness sake. Goodness is an end in itself. You're to do good because it is good. The problem I have with the humanist slogan is not with that subcaption, it's with the main one. No God, no problem. The problem is, if there isn't any God, why think that there is any goodness for which sake we can be good? If there's no God, then why think that good and evil objectively exist? So that the question...
Okay, can you stop that there? This is, it might not sound like he's said anything super important here, but I want to hammer this home because there's a fundamental inconsistency in his argument. And it's not just here, it's in his writings elsewhere as well. His two premises are things that he thinks, as far as I can tell, he thinks that everyone should endorse them. Like, you don't need special presuppositions to endorse the two premises. The first one, that if God does not exist, then objective morality does not exist. And then the second one, that objective morality does exist. He'll talk more about that in a moment. But the point is that he thinks that everyone can know that objective morality exists, even if you don't believe in God. And that's how you can affirm the second premise. The question then is, why does he keep asking, why should we think that objective morality exists? Or sometimes he says, under atheism, why think that anything is good or bad? That question, well, first of all, it's not an argument, it's a question, but even putting that aside, it's fundamentally inconsistent with thinking that even a non-believer can affirm his second premise, because if they affirm his second premise, they've got a reason to think objective morality exists, and therefore they might just be looking for how can we understand it. If Craig's argument was saying something like, theism provides a better account for how morality could exist than atheist alternatives, then I think that would be more defensible. I still wouldn't agree, but that's a lot more defensible, and that is what other people do. But Craig doesn't argue that because he wants to have this nice deductive syllogism that that ends in therefore God exists. Whereas I think a better argument would say this lends support for God's existence or something like that. But I want to bring this up because he does it so often, and I want to hammer home how inconsistent this is. On the one hand, he wants everyone to affirm his second premise, whether or not you're a believer, but then he keeps asking, why would a non-believer have any reason to think that objective morality exists? I don't think you can have it both ways.
Yeah, I think there's something interesting going on with the way the syllogism's kind of built. Because like for me, when I was a Christian and I thought this was like a compelling argument, all it took was for someone to reverse that first premise and put the consequent in the positive as the antecedent. I always pronounce it wrong. And so rather than saying, if God does not exist, then there are no objective moral values, to say, if objective moral values exist, then God exists. And then it kind of, I don't know, the argument for me lost its kind of rhetorical flair, or it didn't seem as compelling. It was just like, it just seemed quite kind of simple then, because I was like, well, yeah, that is fundamentally all that's being said. If objective moral values exist, then God exists. But I can't see how one leads to the other, because it could be, it could be the case that there's this other explanation or this other explanation. I think doing that with the kind of logic, whereas the kind of I don't know, it's like if God does not exist, then objective moral, it brings in all this like existential dread or something into like human reasoning. Like,
well, actually, yeah, we'll see why that's there. Craig actually explains where the argument comes from, so maybe we'll let him talk about that.
Right, all the Dostoevsky quotes and the
objectively exist. So that the question that's raised, I think, by the issue of atheism is whether we really can be good without God. Now, at one level, the answer to that question is obvious. We all know people who are not believers in God, who live good and decent lives. Many of us come from families like that. Good, decent, hardworking folks who may just not believe in God. But it would be arrogant of us to say that they don't live good lives, good and decent lives. So at one level, of course, you can be good without believing in God. But that's not the question that's raised by the American Humanist Bus Campaign. The question is not, can we be good without belief in God? The question is, can we be good without God? The issue isn't belief in God, it's whether God exists. The issue that is being raised here is whether, in the absence of God, there is any objective difference between good and evil. It's raising the meta-ethical question about the basis for the moral values that we all hold dear and try to guide our lives by. If there is no God, then is the difference between good and evil just like driving on the right-hand versus the left-hand side of the road, which varies with...
Do you notice just?
Yeah, also, as we said before, he's ignoring other possibilities. So either it's objective
Right.
or it's just individually. Well, actually, this would be culturally relative, but he's not going to make that distinction.
Yeah. Do you have any thoughts on why he doesn't engage with the kind of categories that most other philosophers, matter ethicists, would use for passing up the kind of space?
He does a little bit more in some of his written work, but honestly, not much. But okay. I think he explains that, and he's about to in a few moments. So I'll let him explain. Okay. Well, he doesn't directly explain this, but it'll be I think it explains why he doesn't.
But the culture and society you're in. Or is it just a matter of having a taste for certain foods or not? Some people like vanilla, other people like chocolate. And there isn't any objective truth about whether chocolate is better than vanilla. It's a matter of personal.
What do you think God's favorite ice cream flavor is?
That's a very interesting question. I never thought about that. Notice that now he's talking about individual subjectivism, which is a different view to cultural subjectivism. He doesn't care about, well, I shouldn't assert that. As far as I can tell, he doesn't care about that because he never mentions it. But for those of us who actually want to understand morality and think carefully about meta-ethics, those are distinct positions. We want to distinguish them.
But I genuinely meant that as like a serious kind of reductio of Craig's position. Like Jesus, like in his theology, if Jesus was here, Jesus was around, and you say, which ice cream flavor do you prefer? Does he have a preference? And then what does that say about this view of objective kind of?
That's an interesting reductio. Could you not make a objective aesthetics argument along exactly the same lines to show that that aesthetics are objectively determined by God's nature, which leads him to necessarily prefer one over the other? Yeah, I hadn't thought of that before. That's an interesting line.
Taste or opinion, is that what moral values are like in the absence of God? Or are moral values somehow valid and binding on us, regardless of what we think? And if they are objective in that way, then the question is, what is their foundation? Well, I think that the existence of objective moral values and duties provides a very good argument for the existence of God. Now, I myself stumbled into this argument through the back door, so to speak. I was speaking on university campuses on the absurdity of life without God. And what I would argue was purely negative. I would say that in the absence of God, that life ultimately becomes absurd. There is no ultimate meaning to life. There is no ultimate purpose in life. There are no ultimate objective values in life. Everything becomes relative and subjective. And I found, to my surprise, that the response of students to this argument was to say that objective moral values do exist, that we do experience that things are really right and wrong and good and evil. Now, what the students said didn't in any way undermine my claim that in the absence of God, there wouldn't be any objective moral values. By insisting that there are objective moral values, what the students had done is actually supplied the missing premise in an argument for God's existence. So we can argue in the following way, which is on the outline. If God does not exist, then objective moral values and duties do not exist. 2, objective moral values and duties do exist, from which it follows logically and inescapably, therefore, God exists. Now, this little argument is so easy to memorize. It is logically airtight. If the premises are true, the conclusion follows necessarily. That it's a wonderful argument, I think, to share with unbelievers. I had been arguing for the first premise, that if there is no God, then there are no objective moral values and duties. The students to whom I spoke supplied the second premise. There are objective moral values and duties, and it leads to the conclusion, therefore, God exists. And I think what makes this moral argument for God's existence so powerful is that people generally believe in both premises. They've just never put the two together to draw the logical conclusion. Students have been taught today that there are no objective moral values, that everything is relative to society and culture. And they've had this value of tolerance so deeply ingrained into them that they're deathly afraid of making a moral judgment about someone else. You've got to tolerate everything. So they've been taught premise 1, that if there is no God, everything is relative. There are no objective moral values and duties. But the problem is that they also believe premise 2, that there are objective moral values and duties. They're deeply committed, for example, to the value of tolerance. They think it's wrong to be bigoted and narrow-minded and dogmatic. So that their very commitment to tolerance is a commitment to the objective value of toleration. They think that it's objectively wrong to be intolerant of someone else. So they're committed to premise 2 as well as to premise 1. And this can lead to some very strange conversations. I remember one student I was sharing the moral argument with, and when I would talk to him about premise 1, he would agree with that, and he would deny premise 2. And then we go on to talk about premise 2. And when we talked about that, he would agree with premise 2, and he denied premise 1. And so we go back to premise 1 again and talk about that, and then he would agree to premise.
I'm just going to say that this, in a way, this kind of sounds implausible, that the idea that Craig had this discussion with the guy, and the way that he was defending his position was he was going, it's true that if God does not exist, then there are no objective moral values, but there are no objective moral values. And then like literally a second later, he's going, there are objective moral values.
Well, this is an example of what I was saying. We get Craig's side of the story. I'd be interested to hear what the student was actually saying. That being said, it doesn't surprise me that someone could be confused and be making inconsistent statements, because that does happen quite a lot. The thing that I find interesting is that I think he didn't quite say it yet, but Craig calls this engagement pathetic. I don't think he calls this student pathetic per se, but even if it's just the engagement, it just strikes me as a really condescending attitude. I mean, he is a professional philosopher. He's written and thought a lot about this. Shouldn't he be wanting to help these students to understand things better? But instead you might say they're not mutually inconsistent, but the attitude doesn't seem consistent with that, to try to help them think through this, to try to understand where the student's coming from and reformulate the student's views in a stronger way, and then say, well, read more about this and see what you think. You can state your view without being so condescending and just sort of making fun of where someone's coming from, because they can't articulate it in a very clear way. Right. And I think that, just coming back to your question before, why does he argue like this? I think Craig's just explained this. He developed this argument by talking to students, and that's what he's interested in using it for. He says this later on as well. He finds that people find it persuasive because they already believe, or a lot of people already believe, the two premises, so he tries to use that. He has not written, unless he's done so in the last couple of years, which I doubt, any academic articles on this. There's one article, which really I wouldn't call academic, that's published in like a theology journal or something. Other than that, he just writes popular stuff on this argument. So it's not like Kalam or the resurrection argument, where he publishes some solid stuff, which, although I disagree with, is much more substantial than the moral argument. And I think that's telling, because he just hasn't spent time working on this. And I think it's because he's not very interested in developing the moral argument so that it's philosophically credible. That's why he doesn't engage with any of the philosophers who talk about this. In fact, throughout the series, he mentions a couple of philosophers that he's debated, but in terms of actually articulating their work, the only thing that I think he says is he references, I think this might be in the 4th video, he references one article by, I forget the name, we'll come to later. But other than that, we don't hear anything about what any non-theistic philosophers have said about this issue. It's as if they just never addressed the question, for as far as you can get from Craig, which I think is really damning for what's supposed to be a serious philosophical argument, or if it is supposed to be a serious philosophical argument.
I also wanted to mention all this kind of framing of, like it's sort of tacitly, I feel, bringing in this Christian worldview of like spiritual warfare and the world being under the power of Satan and stuff. All this talk of what people are being taught by culture and in the school system, and taught tolerance and relativism. Like, I was never taught this kind of I was taught tolerance perhaps in if someone's doing something you don't like, you can't like hit them to get what you want because so like that sort of stuff. But I wasn't taught like just be tolerant of everything in my kind of secular high school, or I wasn't taught relativism about truth or anything, like in I was taught almost like more like mathematical Platonism than I was taught like mathematics is just a technology for describing like systems of axioms, and it's actually completely human made or something. That was not something I was taught in school. So I don't know where Craig's coming from really I think he's just coming from Christian theology and then painting kind of like this propagandist almost. It's here's what's happening to your children. Here's how, Well,
there's an idea that some Christians have that they're under siege from culture, from the media and academia and other places. And things like cultural relativism and subjectivism and Marxism and a whole bunch of other isms that we didn't get into come up in that context. And some of these might have a degree of truth, but they're all largely stereotyped in terms of it's just I think it's a generalized fear. And I think you see some of that in the questions that people ask. Some of the questions are so interesting.
Okay.
It's almost more interesting than Craig. We'll come to those. We'll come to those.
one and deny two. And so we would go back and forth, jumping from one premise to the other with him unable to make up his mind. It would have been funny if it hadn't been so pathetic to see this.
This is so dismissive of the student.
Try to avoid the obvious implication of.
I mean, like, there's no good horn of that either. It would have been funny if it wasn't so pathetic. So you're either funny or pathetic. You're not funny or pathetic, are you? Why would you?
Instead of trying to help the student understand where they're coming from and then try to articulate their views in a more coherent way, he is either laughing at the student or calling them pathetic. I mean, is that what a good philosophy teacher does? I contend that it isn't.
I mean, as I like reflect back on myself in my worst moments, I think like the worst I could be accused of is saying that apologists are dishonest or snake oil salesmen, and perhaps that's inappropriate of me.
But Craig's in a position of authority and power, and he's talking to a student. I think that adds a lot to the dynamic as well.
Yeah, but I was saying, like, I genuinely can't imagine a scenario where I was engaging in like an honest discussion, like a discussion with someone where they were genuinely pursuing truth rather than like a rhetorical controlling the narrative on YouTube kind of thing, where I'd just say, where then I'd go, it's just funny and pathetic what you think. Like, I can't even imagine like ever genuinely saying those words because like I don't have some weird kind of superiority complex or not that. I mean, maybe Craig doesn't, but it's just.
I just thought that story reflected poorly on him, and it's interesting that he shared it like that.
Objective moral values and duties, namely that God exists. So I think that this is a very powerful argument for God's existence, and I want to look now more closely at each of the premises and see what sort of defense we can give of them and what kind of objections the unbeliever might raise. Now, the first premise says that if God does not exist, objective moral values and duties do not exist. In order to understand this premise, it will be helpful to define a couple of terms, to make a couple of key distinctions. First, notice that I distinguish between values and duties. At least I hope I do on this outline. Sometimes I just talk about moral values. Does it have on the outline duties as well? No. Okay, well then let's talk about duties as well. The outline is an old one then. It should be, if God does not exist, objective moral values and duties do not exist. Now, values have to do with whether something is good or bad. The value of something has to do with whether it's good or bad. Duties have to do with whether something is right or wrong. Duties have to do with whether something is right or wrong. Now, at first you might think that this is a distinction without a difference. This is the same thing. You might think, well, good and right mean the same thing, and bad and wrong mean the same thing. But I think if you'll reflect on this a little bit with me, you'll see that this really is.
You're muted, Nathan.
Someone in the chat saying William Lane Craig's argument is invalid. And I just think that this is the wrong avenue for atheists to go down. Like,
it's clearly not invalid, right? It's constructed so that it's valid. Do we need to define what valid means? I feel like that might be condescending, but valid means the conclusion follows from the premises. If the premises are true, the conclusion is true. And Craig's argument is definitely valid. You can show it logically. Craig likes to say logically and inescapably, as if that means anything more. But that's just his rhetorical flourish. The problem is not the form of the, I think there is a problem with the form of the argument, but not because it's invalid. It's just because I think it's a bad way to formulate what he's trying to get at. But the premise, I think premise one is false, but it doesn't even matter whether I think it's false. What matters is, has Craig substantiated both premises? Has Craig shown through his arguments that it's reasonable to believe both premises? And we've talked a little bit about that, but we'll see throughout. I think he does a terrible job at demonstrating that, especially premise one.
Yeah, if the argument were invalid, then there would be some kind of consistent branch down this kind of truth tree.
Yes.
Basically, so it's impossible for the counter conclusion that God does not exist to be true, and have consistently with all the other premises, basically.
But just in case people are not familiar with the language, I believe Craig's argument is valid. I don't really think that's contestable, but I say that it's unsound, which means that the premises aren't both true. Although it's actually a softer claim to say that Craig hasn't demonstrated that it's sound, which is really what I want to argue for here. Because we're analyzing the strength of his argument, not necessarily just whether the conclusion is true.
Yeah, and I suppose with these types of syllogism, right, where like these three premise syllogisms, like there's just standard forms and people just kind of plug parameters in.
Well, Craig loves to do that, which is fine. I think there's a value to that, but I feel like there's also a rhetorical aspect that is not.
Well, which is interestingly, historically, exactly what the sophists did, right? Because they were kind of lawyers that would
sophistry. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I think people in ancient Greece had to like defend themselves in court, so to speak. And so what the sophists would do is teach people these kind of like, here's how you memorize 50 like argumentation forms, and now just like plug your premises in to defend yourself. And
if people think we're being unfair, ask yourselves why Craig says that the conclusion follows logically and inescapably. Why would he use that phrasing? Why not just say the conclusion follows like normally you would?
Yeah.
You see, duty has to do with moral obligation, with what you ought to do or what you ought not to do. There is an oughtness or shouldness involved with moral duty. But obviously, I'm not morally obligated to do something just because it would be good for me to do it. For example, it would be good for you to become a medical doctor. But that doesn't mean that you're obligated to become a medical doctor. Because after all, it would also be good for you to become a farmer, or to become a homemaker, or to become an architect. And obviously, you can't do them all. So just because something is good for you to do doesn't mean that you have a moral obligation or duty to do that thing. Moreover, sometimes we only have bad choices. We have to choose between the lesser of two evils. Think of the movie Sophie's Choice, where you remember a mother is put into this horrible situation by a Nazi concentration camp guard of choosing which of her children gets to live and which one is killed or exterminated. And to not choose, to refuse to choose, would mean they're both exterminated. And so this wretched mother has to choose to send one of her children off to be killed and to choose one of the children to go with her and hopefully live. She didn't have a good choice. She only had bad choices. And so sometimes we have to make choices where neither option is good, and nevertheless we choose. So I think when you reflect on it, there's clearly a difference between the good and the bad versus the right and the wrong. The good and the bad has to do with something's worth, its moral worth. Whether something is right or wrong has to do with something's being obligatory or forbidden. The one has to do with moral value, the other with moral duty. Now, is there any question about that distinction between moral values and moral duties at this point?
So I just wanted to comment on this. I mean, again, Craig's distinction there is reasonably standard. I think that the examples he uses, he could probably get away with saying that they're just illustrative, because whether that's true that you, for example, it's good to become an architect and a doctor and whatever else he said, that really depends on your ethical theory. So some people would say that the only thing that is good to do is the thing that sort of maximizes utility, for example, or maybe it's the thing that you are morally obligated to do, in which case you can't exactly separate them. So there's different substantive ethical theories that would say different things about that. I don't want to make too big a deal about that, because you can just say Craig's just trying to use simple examples, which I think is fair, although I think it would have been good if he clarified that whether that's true depends on your moral theory. I just wanted to emphasize that, but no need to go on about it.
Do you think it's worth kind of saying here, though, that this, there might be sort of embedded within this an objection to perhaps like someone who's like a kind of naturalist, moral Platonist in some sense or whatever, because Craig's saying, well, we've got these moral duties which exist. We've got these obligations, but just for something to be good doesn't give you one of those objective obligations.
That's what Craig thinks. Yeah. I mean, that's a disputed view. You could say that that's sufficient, right? And I think that's where Craig really goes wrong. Other views, people who argue for a divine command theory say that moral value exists, maybe not like independently of God, but not in the direct way that Craig says.
Right.
And so it doesn't depend on God in the same sort of straightforward, direct way, but our moral obligations do. So God kind of points us to the good things and then says, do those. And that's where our moral obligations come from. That's a much more plausible view than what Craig argues, because under this view, the problems that we discussed, like, the issue of which part of God's nature determines what's good, or, is it good because that's part of God's nature, or is God's nature good because of that thing? Those don't apply if you can have a conception of morality external to God. So you can define morality, like the good, separately from God, and then ground moral obligations in terms of God telling us to do that thing.
Yeah.
I think
yeah.
Craig's argument would be much stronger if he used that argument, but he would then have to drop the idea that moral values depend on God in this straightforward, direct way. Of course, I should say everything, according to the theist, everything that exists depends on God in some sense. So there has to be some sort of clarification as to in what sense does it depend on God.
Right.
I think we'll see that later, that it's interesting. Craig thinks it's very direct, and it doesn't emerge through properties of his creation, which is, I think, the much more plausible. This is more of a natural law view. Right and wrong arise because of the way that God made things, and he couldn't have made things in that way and then make it so that moral value didn't exist. That would be a more indirect way of arguing for it.
Well, certainly some values are conditional. For example, if you want to grow corn, it would be good for you to rotate your crops, but you're under no obligation to grow corn. That's not an unconditional duty. So yes, there are certainly duties and obligations.
I also want to note, like perhaps there's like problems in philosophy of language here as well, because it seems like good is being used kind of equivocally for, you know, like good in like what would be beneficial for you, but then good as in like what's like a deontological duty not to like, or like good, you know, like it's not being applied with the same meaning to each of these kind of circumstances.
Yeah, I agree. He's being a little sloppy here. When you start talking about non-moral good or maybe pragmatic good or something like that, then it's difficult to use the same language there. I think mostly though, when he says good, he means morally good. So
yeah.
Again, I'm happy to let this one slide, but yeah, it's a little sloppy.
Well, just because, I mean, and I don't think either of us actually are like Sam Harris kind of moral followers in that sense. Like a lot of sort of atheists are, but you know, if you were using good in the sense of it's good for him to you know, rotate his crops in this particular way, then that would seem kind of in line with what someone like Sam Harris is saying. Obviously, there's these other edge cases or whatever, but
yeah, Craig would say something like it's prudentially good, but not necessarily morally good.
Right.
Because he thinks moral goodness doesn't exist without God. So all you have is prudentially good. But those are two different senses of good, and it needs to be distinguished.
That are merely conditional. And that's the way I think a lot of unbelievers, in fact, think of moral duties. They think they're all just conditional. If you want to regard other people, say, as ends in themselves, then you ought to be a loving person or something. But the question is, why choose that what is in that if clause, in that antecedent clause? What we're talking about here are unconditional obligations or unconditional goods or evils. Yes, I think that there clearly are. For example, I think it is unconditionally bad to torture a child for fun. That is, I think, clear. It's unconditionally good to be a loving and generous person. And I think that when most of us reflect on our moral experience, we do see that there is a clear, objective, unconditional difference between modes of behavior. But we'll get to that.
The unfortunate thing here is that I'm going to make this claim. Craig would, I think, disagree with this, but I think I can justify this. Craig does not believe that humans have intrinsic moral value. And so when he says that it's unconditionally bad to, what was the example he used? Kill someone?
Babies.
Was it?
Ironically.
Yeah. Well, there's an irony that God has commanded some of these things, but we'll get to that. That does come up.
Yeah.
So I'll putting that aside, Craig doesn't believe that that's unconditionally wrong. It's only wrong conditional on God commanding that we don't do it. Whereas my opinion and the theory of, in the view of most naturalist, most non-divine command theory moral realists, and even I would say a lot of theists, is that the wrongness of acts like that is not conditional on God commanding us to do them. They're wrong whether or not God would command us to do them. Now, he will command us not to do them because he's God, right? But it's not only wrong because God commands us to, or because God dislikes it or something along those lines. Mm-hmm. And so I think it's interesting, and that's why Craig's view of human well-being is not that it has intrinsic value, because intrinsic means internal or within itself, not in relation to anything else. So if something's intrinsically valuable, it's valuable for what it is for itself, not in relation to something external. If humans only have value in relation to God's commandments or in relation to God himself, however you want to phrase it exactly, if they only have value in virtue of something external to them, that's not intrinsic value. That's just not what the word intrinsic means. It means humans, to have intrinsic value, humans would have to have value separate from and independent of God's existence. Now, you might argue, well, God created them, but that's still something external to humans, and therefore it's not intrinsic to humans if the value depends on that. I hope this makes sense, because a lot of theists will claim to believe in intrinsic moral value. But if you agree with Craig, I don't see how you can affirm that. Just look at what the word intrinsic means. It means self-sufficiently internal, not in relation to something external, and then ask how that's consistent with what Craig says and what he will say later. And so I think that it's problematic for Craig to say here that it's unconditionally bad for this to happen, because it seems to me that there's a big condition. I understand maybe he's saying it doesn't depend on your desire about whether you want to harm someone. It's not conditional on that, but it is conditional on God's desire or his commandment. Whereas I would affirm it's not conditional on anything. All that depends on is the nature of the act, like, whether it harms someone, essentially. And that's intrinsic to the act and the people involved, not to something external to that.
Yeah, it sounds to me, and you can tell me if this doesn't quite seem right or something, but it sounds like one of Craig's objections to the atheist who wants to affirm objective morality or objective goodness in some way is that at most you can have kind of hypothetical imperatives. So it's like, well, if you want to be a good person, then you'll do these good things or whatever. But there's no real binding duty or whatever. And it's not exactly clear to me, though, how theism grants him that in the same way, because it seems like it's still a hypothetical imperative, but the imperative is almost like, if you don't want to go to hell, like if you don't want God to,
or if you love God, then you'll do what he says, right? Something like that. Yeah, I want to talk more about this later, because what Craig does is, if you look at a lot of moral theory today, I want to show an example. This is a good book. I'd recommend it. Ethical Theory. There's a section on here in God and morality, as well as lots of other questions. If you're interested in actually learning about this, I'd recommend a book like this. There's others as well.
And I've interviewed Russ Schaefer-Lando on the channel.
Awesome. That's cool. Check that out as well. The point I wanted to make with that, though, is that if you look at a lot of this work, they're talking about, like, what does it mean to have, in virtue of what could we have a moral obligation, or like, where do our moral duties come from? And they're trying to unpack the language behind that and what could refer to and what facts would have to be necessary. Craig doesn't do any of that. He just says, under theism, it's like, what is it, objective and binding? And then if that's not true, then there's no binding force. Well, what does he mean by binding force? If he means God's commandment, then it's just sort of true by definition, or he's assuming his conclusion. Obviously, if to have a binding moral obligation means that it comes from God's commandments, obviously then it depends on theism, and that's the end of the story. But the question is, why should we accept that that's what it means for something to be binding? And I think we need to unpack that more. And
well, I think the binding part, and again, Craig's not explicitly saying this, but as I'm thinking about it, the only thing I can see is the binding part is like the carrot and stick of heaven and hell. Like, that's the only.
That's not what he was. I don't think that is what he would say. Although in some passages he comes close to this. But this comes up more later, and I have more to say on this. But I think we'll get to that when it comes to it. But I think have these questions in mind. Like, Craig uses words. Does he explain what he means by them? And I think a lot of the time he doesn't. He's assuming that he's trying to bring along people that already more or less agree with him.
Yeah.
Yes, over here.
Bill, do they ever just object to the idea of moral values in itself in this respect?
Do they?
Yeah, this is what I mean. The they. That's us, I think, that he's talking about here. Not us individually, obviously, but the atheist naturalist types.
Let's listen to them.
Yes, over here.
Bill, do they ever just object to the idea of moral values in itself in this respect? I have some people occasionally who have said, well, look at animals. Mm-hmm. Animals behave instinctively good. And if they attack another animal and eat it, that's not evil, that's preservation. But the point being that if it wasn't moral values, it was just instinctual, they could say, well, yeah, you don't torture a child because it's an animal instinct rather than.
Yes. I think that this attitude that you hear very.
Do you want to comment on this question at all, or do you want to comment on Craig's answer?
Craig's answer is more interesting, but some of the questions are very revealing. I think that some people do make this comment that what animals do is always good, or the natural world is good. I mean, I think this is just clear naturalistic fallacy / appeal to nature. Those are slightly different. But anyway, I think it's a very strange view. I think it's hard to defend. But that's not to say that some people don't say it. Don't make that argument. But yeah, again, it sort of vague appeals to things that atheists have said. I mean, maybe that's not entirely unfair, because if you've had a conversation, then they've said this. But let's hear Craig's response.
Sure.
Very, very prevalently in our culture today is supportive of premise one. This will be the sort of argument I'll give for premise one. If there is no God, then we're just animals. And
there's the just again.
Behavior that we exhibit in human morality is simply echoed, or not echoed, it's foreshadowed already in the altruistic behavior that exists, say, in a troop of baboons, where natural selection has determined that if one scratches one's back, the other will scratch his back, and the species will survive more effectively if this sort of altruistic behavior is exhibited. So that is actually, I think, a powerful argument in support of premise one. Far from denying it, it supports it. Yes, Tom.
I know we've talked in the past about certain things existing out of necessity. Does anybody ever try to argue that moral values exist somehow out of necessity rather than—
Yes, we'll talk about this, Tom, when we get to premise two. I think what you'll find, and this is a surprise to most people, is that the wide majority of philosophers and university professors do believe that objective moral values exist. Although the ones that get the press are the ones who defend premise one, people like Richard Dawkins and others. The fact of the matter is, by far and away, most philosophers think that
But why does this argument cuts both ways? Because the vast majority of academic philosophers are atheists who maintain
you stole my
moral
thunder.
realism.
I was going to say that. Yes, it's so bizarre. He says this again. This is not just a side thing, because he says this later in his prepared remarks. He hammers this home that most philosophers are moral realists, but he just doesn't address that they're mostly atheists as well.
Yeah. What's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander.
I hate that expression, but yes.
That's
it's a bit bizarre to me. He does say that. It's such a combative way of saying it. Like, well, yeah, you've argued this, and here's what I'm going to push back. It's not the sort of thing you say if you're having a genuine discussion with someone, and that just really puts me off. I know he likes to do. I mean, I like to do debates as well, but I like to feel like they're a genuine engagement rather than sauce for the gooses and gander kind of thing. The attitude is really irritating to me.
But it seems that this sort of thing is like a clear, either it's consciously or unconsciously or what, but it's a clear indication of bias in my view that one would basically focus on the hits, focus on where the conclusions that one already holds are kind of bolstered by evidence, and ignore all the misses, ignore all the evidence.
If Craig's probably going to be fine with that, because he is open in saying that's the purpose of his apologetic. It's not right. Okay. It's not a. I talk about this in my book. It's nothing new that he hasn't said before. The purpose of his argument is to try to convince people that Christianity is true. None of these arguments are the reason that Craig believes. If they all failed, he would still believe. Even if there were objections against, he would believe. Now, this is not intended to be poisoning the well. I just think it is relevant for people to understand that this is where Craig is coming from. And so it's not surprising that he will just sort of cherry pick. Philosophers agree with me here, but then ignore when they don't. I document elsewhere in my book as well. When we get to talking about Kalam cosmological argument, there are some juicy examples there of where I think he's just knowingly misleading people. That doesn't prove that his arguments are wrong, though. So let's keep going.
Objective moral values and duties exist. And the question will be their grounding then, or their foundation. And some will say, well, you don't need a foundation. They're just there. They just exist necessarily. So we'll talk about that when we come to premise two. But what I want to focus on right now is there any question about this distinction between good, bad, and right, wrong, on the other hand? Cindy.
Maybe this is not where you want to go, but in my defense of this, with atheists, they would say God does not exist and moral values do exist.
So they would disagree with premise one.
Exactly. And I think that's where we get hung up. And I know you're going to go into this, but when you talk about naturalism and when you talk about how, if they do exist, how can they exist with no God?
Yeah.
And I'm in arguing that, I'm reminded of human civilizations that exercised what we would consider a bad value, like cannibalism, like sacrificing virgins on things that today would seem unthinkable, right. Or even torturing children on a sacrificial bed, or Hitler, or they go on and on and on. That only by exercising a sense of goodness or doing what's right have we been able to succeed as a society, that we've sort of learned these behaviors when we used to be tribal, and it was survival of the fittest in the purest sense. They would conquer other tribes and cannibalize and torture, and it's just really hard for me to get agreement on number one.
Well, I think it's hard.
What was the question you're trying to say here? It seemed like just a ramble.
It sounded like it sounded like it was one of those questions where, where someone sort of makes a statement about their thoughts rather than asking a specific question. But it seemed like the main thrust of it was something like, atheists will want to kind of talk about evolution and how morality comes from that in some way. But if that's the case, then I can't see why it wouldn't just be might makes right, or there's these societies and civilizations.
I didn't get that out of it, but you could take
okay,
it that
maybe.
way.
Yeah,
no,
maybe
I'm not saying it's wrong. I think it's unclear. What I think is interesting is Craig's quite good with dealing with his questions. A lot of the questions are like this. That's why I say the questions are fascinating. A lot of them are only tangentially related to anything he said. And most of them relate to evolution. There's so many people who bring up evolution that it's interesting. But almost always, Craig just takes what they've said and then makes one of his pre-prepared points. Well, he's about to do this here.
Yeah. And it's interesting recently, I don't know, maybe we should look at this at some point, but the genealogical Adam and the work that Craig's been doing with Dr. Josh Swamidass, who's a Christian, on Adam and Eve, where he's been really looking into, I think, anthropology for the first time in his career.
I haven't been paying attention to what Craig's been doing the last year or so I didn't know he was doing that.
And so he did an interview on the Capturing Christianity channel about this work on the genealogical Adam that he's doing. And he was talking about evolution and stuff for the first time. And this came off the back of, for 6 months prior to this, he'd been doing the doctrine of creation in the Defenders class. So saying, how certain things about evolution and how maybe spurious it might be in certain areas, how much it needs theism, etc.
Really? And then usually avoided evolution.
But then on the other hand, after doing this research, saying like the evidence is actually much better than he ever thought, and how it makes him consider, the wonder of God and how he developed humans in this way and stuff like it.
Right.
I think there's some really interesting stuff in there, but I don't want to.
Well, that might be for a future about apologetics.
Yeah.
I haven't been following that.
Maybe that kind of topic could come under like the broad umbrella of sort of like ad hoc reasoning, where like you have an unfalsifiable thing, and then like any amount of evidence is kind of after the fact shoehorned it, like on things like Adam and Eve and stuff. But yeah, I don't want to.
Craig doesn't believe in Christianity because of evidence, and that's not me accusing him. That he said that. So
yeah,
I mean that's not surprising to me.
Yeah.
If that's the answer to the giving, it's hard for you to get clarity on their response, because what I heard there was talking out of both sides of the mouth. On the one hand, you don't need God to have objective moral values and duties. On the other hand, then what I hear is, but look at the relativity of moral values among societies and cultures.
So he just attributes this confused view to the possibly imaginary atheist interlocutor that this woman has possibly been describing. Like, yeah, it's just like, okay, if you want to do that.
It's an ancient realm that now we would find morally unthinkable, and that we've simply learned how to live together in society. That's supporting premise one. So you've got two different contradictory things coming out of the same person's mouth. On the one hand, he wants to affirm the objectivity of moral values and duties, but then when he explains it, it's supportive of premise one. It says moral values and duties are just things that we've learned over the centuries, and they still vary widely from culture to culture, society to society. So what we want to know is, with what right can one culture or society say that the moral values of another are objectively wrong, rather than just different? Right, that's right. They're relative. And so why can one culture or society think that its values are right and another's are mistaken? If there is no God to act as a transcendent anchor point from which these different cultural viewpoints can be judged. Absent that transcendent viewpoint, aren't you just left with a plurality of cultures and societies which have evolved different mores?
All you've got, James, is many interpretations of quantum mechanics, but there is no reality.
Well, you could apply this argument to anything that's disagreed about or was disagreed about between cultures. Like different cultures had different philosophies, different sciences, different approaches to history or views of history. Well, I want to know why Craig thinks you need a transcendent source of morality, because that's begging the question against the naturalist who argues that the basis of morality is not transcendent. You could potentially make an argument, and some people have tried to, saying that morality has these properties and it fits better, but Craig doesn't do that. He just sort of asserts that it must be transcendent, and I would like to know what reasons he has for thinking that it has to be transcendent. Yeah. I think that a transcendent grounding of morality makes a lot less sense, because morality seems to inextricably relate to how we treat other people, not something wholly apart from people.
Yeah.
And that's not an airtight argument, but I think it points us in one direction, and I don't think it's a transcendent direction.
But I do think there are like legitimately good arguments from moral disagreement to talk about why perhaps these things aren't objective in the kind of way that Craig wants to say something. But to say that all you're possibly left with is just disagreeing cultures or whatever on this net, it just isn't true. Like
you can make an argument from moral disagreement, But you have to be careful about it, because mere disagreement doesn't imply that there's no fact of the matter. Everyone agrees with that. So you have to look at the type of disagreement and maybe how would we adjudicate. I mean, I would just say that, well, how do we adjudicate? Well, we look at the moral fact of the matter and we see which views that corresponds to, if any. Then you could ask, well, how do you know what the moral fact of the matter is? And I'd say, well, good question. And then I'd explain how I think that all works out, right? And we'll maybe talk a bit more about it later. But the point is, there's no mystery here for the ethical naturalist or the moral realist in any case. They would just articulate their perspective of morality or metaethics, and then say, well, we just look at that, and that helps us to know which culture is right and which is wrong.
Yeah. But it's like, like because there's no disagreement amongst naturalists about, like problems of universals or nominalism or the intentionality of terms or whatever, like, like all these things. There's various atheistic views which will deal with them in different ways. And you just can't paint it with a broad brush. I mean, we have the benefit, I suppose, of addressing Craig specifically in what he's saying here, that we don't have to deal with all the versions of theism in one go or something on morality. But I just think it's...
Well, Craig could respond in this. He controls what he says here. I mean, I assume that's the case. He could respond to particular philosophers, but he's deliberately just chosen not to do that. In fact, the only philosopher that I'm aware of him responding at any length to specifically is Sam Harris, and that's if you call him a philosopher. He's responded to his book, The Moral Landscape, and I've written about this because I do think Harris makes some mistakes, I think because he's not a philosopher. We can talk more about that later, maybe, if we want to. But he doesn't mention that in this series, so it's only tangents relevant. But the point is, it is hard to take the burden of proof in saying that all of the other views are wrong. That's one of the reasons why I don't like the form of Craig's argument, because it's such a high burden of proof. He says that premise one, there's no other plausible foundation, effectively, for morality outside of God. That's what premise one entails. So he has to demonstrate that, he has to refute all the others, or at least show that their plausibility is very low. And that's a very high burden to accept. So I don't think, I actually think that it's not reasonable for the theists to have that, because they might have the best theory of morality without having to say that they refute deductively all of the others. But Craig's decided to present the argument this way, and he decides to present what he does in these talks. So I don't think it's unreasonable for us to hold him to the standards that he set for himself.
And what is unthinkable in one is thinkable in another. And who's to say whose cultural values are right and whose are wrong? That's supportive of premise one. All right, now that's the first distinction. I want to hit the other distinction before we finish today, because that's important as well. The other distinction then is the distinction between objective and subjective.
Be right back, just getting some water.
Objective and subjective. By objective, I mean independent of people's opinions. Something is objective if it's independent of people's opinions. By subjective, I mean dependent upon people's opinions.
So something to note then for those who are thinking about this, I mean, is God a person? I suppose God's three persons, according to Craig, but it is still dependent on God's opinion, right? And God's opinion is dependent on his nature, but it's still unclear, I think, how he gets out of this his particular definition of subjective and objective here. Just add James back in.
Subjective means dependent upon people's opinions. So when we say that there are objective moral values and duties, what we are asserting is that certain things are good or bad, right or wrong, independently of what anybody thinks about it.
Unless that person is God. And
yeah, this is what I said before. Technically, it is a subjectivist view, but they'll sort of say, well, it's not human view, so this sort of counts. But it is interesting, I think, that relationship.
I wonder, this is, again, like me throwing red herrings in, but if you think about, say, Jesus praying in the Garden of Gethsemane, if it be your will, God, take this cup away from me or whatever. So would they say, well, one of the persons of God there, their nature was to have a different moral, the outflowing of their nature is like a different moral obligation than the moral obligation that God the Father wanted them to fulfill? Like, do the persons of the Trinity ever disagree in their on morality, or do they? Is maybe one of them's
no idea?
Yeah,
no idea. The incarnation I find more difficult than the Trinity, because Jesus is supposed to have a human nature and a divine nature, but yeah. I mean,
but they're the same nature.
Yeah, and is that therefore part of God's nature? Does
homoousia?
Anyway. I'm not a theologian, so you can say that I haven't read all the texts, and so yeah, I haven't, but it still doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, and especially when Yahweh seems pro-abortion, right? But modern evangelicals are. I mean, this is me. This is definitely me poisoning the well.
Abortion is fine if God commands it, and Craig will say that later. Oh, he won't say abortion, but he will say it in the context of equally heinous things from his point of view.
But literally, Yahweh does in the Old Testament. There's that in Numbers, right? The if you think your wife's been unfaithful, then you get a priest to put some dirt, mix it in the water, have her drink it, and then if she has been unfaithful, Yahweh will supernaturally cause an abortion to occur, and so you'll know that she's.
Craig doesn't care about that. He just says, "Well, God can do anything. God doesn't have moral obligations, nor and anything that He does is by definition good and correct." So, yeah. He'll say that later.
It doesn't matter if everybody in the world disagreed and believed something else. These moral values would still be true and real. That's what it means to say that something is objective. To say that we have objective moral values means that something is good or bad regardless of what people think about it. Similarly, to say we have objective moral duties to fulfill means that we have moral obligations and prohibitions which are binding on us regardless of what we think. And so
I think this view about morality and objectivity is interesting as well, because I do think that almost like a necessary condition for there to be morality is that there are conscious beings or that there are minds. Because if there were no minds in the universe and there was just impersonal matter, then I agree that there just wouldn't be any morality. Like it's kind of
there certainly wouldn't be moral duties, right? You can't have it like who would he command to? Who would God command? Even under his view, I think that would follow. So I don't think that that's an issue.
It just seems kind of like a strange, to say independently of any. I get what he's getting at. I get the gist of what he means, but it's like I still think it's just a kind of funny way of talking about objective, like independently of what anyone thinks about it. But it's sort of important that people think about it for there to even be morality, that there's some person.
Yeah, so again, I think that this requires precision, but it's not, which Craig doesn't provide, I think, but it's not, I don't think there's any contradiction here. So we could say the same thing about psychological truths, right? For there to be any psychological truth, humans need to exist, but that doesn't make them subjective. I mean, biological truth as well. It's objective that normal humans have one stomach, but that wouldn't be true if humans didn't exist. So I think moral truths are somewhat like that as well. And under Craig's view, it seems that moral value would exist because God would still exist, right? But there wouldn't be any moral obligations. So I think that's fine. But he doesn't quite provide clarity on that. But something else I wanted to mention, and this I think is critically important, he says that moral obligations can't be objective and binding without God. Actually, here he's just saying that that's what it means for them to be objective. It means that they're binding on you regardless of whether you believe that they are or think that they are or whether you agree with them. That's fine, but he doesn't explain what he means by binding. And really, that's just another way of saying that you have a moral obligation. So there's a problem here because really to dig into this, we need to let me put it another way. How is the naturalist supposed to explain the basis of moral obligation or duty if we don't really know what we're talking about? So I think we need to get clarity about that. And that's what philosophers do when they talk about this. So I want to say a little bit about this because unfortunately, Craig just doesn't delve into this issue. So there's a few positions that are relevant here. One of them is a position called moral rationalism. And this is the view that says if someone is, according to moral rationalism, if someone is morally obligated to do something, then they have a reason to do that thing. Now, I think Craig is a moral rationalist, as we'll see later in some of his other writings, because he thinks that he talks all about why would you do this, or like what reason would you have for caring about someone or something like that. Not everyone agrees with this. Some people think that reasons, in the sense of like rationality, are separate from morality. They're different spheres, or at least separate from moral obligation. Like you might have a reason for believing that something is moral, but not a reason to act in accordance with it. So that's the position of moral rationalism. So it seems that Craig affirms that. He doesn't explain why. But in the literature, if you look into this is something that people discuss, right? There are other views as well that are relevant here. So another relevant view is called reasons internalism or reasons externalism. There's somewhat different ways of articulating this, but the way that I prefer is that some people think that to have a reason to do something, that has to come from inside you in some way. Often it traces to a desire. you want to achieve something, and that gives you a reason to act in accordance with that. That would be an internalist view because it's something that exists in your mind. Or maybe, you could adjust that saying, well, you would have a reason if you sort of thought about it enough, because you realize, like, for example, maybe the smoker doesn't realize that they have a reason to stop smoking just because they don't know about the health effects. But if they did know that, then they would have a reason, for example. Well, they have a reason in virtue of the fact that if they knew the relevant facts, then they would want to. But that would still be internalist, right? But there's an alternative view, which is called reasons externalism, that reasons can come outside of you, that you can have reasons to do something that don't depend on your motivation. Now, as far as I can, let me rehearse it. I actually can't tell where Craig fits on this, because he seems to say inconsistent things. Most of the time, he appeals to the fact that absent God, you would only have prudential reasons to act, which would seem to be saying that he's an internalist, because prudential reasons are internalist, right? They relate to our desires, which is something in our minds, right? But the problem with this is that it's hard to get objective moral obligations if you're a reasons internalist and a moral rationalist. Because basically what this means is that there would have to be things that everyone has motivated to do. Because remember, I know this is a bit technical, but this is what happens if you actually address these questions carefully. Remember, the moral rationalist says that you can't be morally obligated to do something if you don't have a reason to do it. And I think Craig affirms that, which means that everyone has a reason to act morally, according to Craig, because he's a moral realist and a rationalist, right? But then we have to ask, well, where do these reasons come from? If you're a reasons externalist, they can come from external sources. Well, God could be one, but there could be lots of things. There could be just circumstances or states of affairs that give rise to reasons. This personally is what I think, by the way. But if you're a reasons internalist, it has to be something like some motivation or belief that you have. And the problem seems to be that not everyone shares the same motivations and beliefs. So if you don't have the right motivations and beliefs, then you won't have a reason to act morally, and therefore you won't actually have a moral obligation if you're a moral rationalist. So the issue is trying to square how all of these fit together. There's one more view that I'll mention just to confuse everyone. It's called the Humean theory of motivation. And there's different ways of, it's named after David Hume, who talked about this. The Humean theory of motivation basically says that a belief is not enough to be motivated about something. Just believing something doesn't give you a motivation. You have to have some underlying desire. Now, if you reject the Humean theory of motivation, then that gives you some ground, because you can say, well, if people know about morality, then they'll be motivated to behave morally. This is what some people think. So if you reject the Humean theory of motivation, then you can go from, if you believe in morality, then you'll be motivated to be moral. And then by reasons internalism, you have a reason to be moral, which then allows you to have a moral obligation. The thing is, a lot of people accept the Humean theory of motivation. And I think Craig does, as far as I can tell, this idea that a belief by itself doesn't give you a motivation. You need a desire to act in accordance with that belief. So for example, I might believe that God commanded me to do something, but unless I desire to act to do what God says, or unless I love God or something like that, I'm still not going to be motivated to do that. So here's the issue as I see it. If you're a moral rationalist, well, it's not just as I see it. Other people have written about this as well. You can read about this in this book. Oh, actually, I want to show you another book. So people are actually interested in these questions, right? Because I'm not just interested in polemics here. Whoops. Sorry, I should have had this ready. This book is excellent. An Introduction to Contemporary Metaethics by Alexander Miller. He talks about these issues as well, a lot. And that's where I've learned about a lot of this stuff. And unfortunately, Craig doesn't address it. If you're really worried about metaethics and how it fits in the world, I recommend this book. But anyway, so here's how it fits together. If you accept moral realism, which is to say that people have moral obligations, if you accept rationalism, which says that if people have moral obligations, they must have reasons to act that way. If you accept reasons internalism, which is to say that reasons can only come like from something inside your mind, like a motivation or something. And finally, if you accept the Humean theory of motivation, which is to say that belief itself is not enough to generate a motivation, you need a desire behind that. These four things together seem to be inconsistent, because they say that everyone has a motivation to act morally, except that not everyone does. Like, there are people who just don't care about morality. So they seem inconsistent with each other, these four positions. Note that this has nothing to do with theism or atheism. It's simply about the nature of how reasons work and how they relate to people's minds and so forth. So the theist needs an answer to this just as much as the atheist in order to explain where moral obligations come from. You could say, well, God's commandments provide moral obligations, but how do they do that? You still have to address which of these do you reject. You could reject moral rationalism, which is to say you don't need a reason to still have an obligation. You could reject reasons internalism and say that you can have reasons that come from outside your mind. That's a possible route. You could reject the human theory of motivation and say that belief in some cases is enough to generate a motivation. The thing is that I suspect Craig affirms most of these. He might not. I don't know about reasons internalism or externalism, but it would be good to have that discussion, right? Because this is why I wanted to go into this, even though I know it's a little bit technical. This is where the discussion is really at in the philosophical literature. I think it's about trying to unpack what would need to be the case for us to have moral obligations, and how can we fit those together. There are some people who don't think that it works at all, and you can't have moral obligations. And then there are some people who think you can, and it depends on these conditions, and people give different reasons for that. But these are issues regardless of whether you're a theist or an atheist, because these sets of views potentially seem inconsistent, and appealing to God doesn't obviously address the question. Does this kind of make sense where I'm going from? I know I went for a little while there, but I think it's important that people understand like how these issues actually fit together versus Craig's cartoonish version.
Yeah. No, I think one of the issues is probably that there's such a gap between the way that Craig's kind of presenting the discussion and the discussion as you're framing it there. And,
again, this is not just my framing. This is what people are talking about in the literature.
Well, yeah. What I'm saying is, so for someone who's like watching, right, and they're not kind of familiar with what's going on, there's potentially such a gap between what's kind of being discussed by apologists like Craig around morality and what's being discussed by contemporary meta-ethicists that it's very difficult to. And even if I'm remembering what I was like as a Christian, I'm thinking that as atheists say this sort of thing, I'm like, well, my heroes, William Lane Craig, etc., they're not talking about these kind of problems, so obviously it's not really an issue. The real issue is what.
Well, that's what I think is the problem. That's where the whole bad apologetics comes in. I don't have a problem with people talking about serious issues and then putting forth their views about it. And there are some apologists who do this, but Craig sets up his own sort of pseudo problems and addresses them in a very simplistic way. He could talk about this stuff. He's got the time. He could talk about the human theory of motivation and moral rationalism, but he doesn't, right? He just says that, moral obligations are objective and binding if God exists, and then if God doesn't, well, then they're not. And he doesn't actually address, and this is why the philosophers don't really take this seriously, because he's not doing anything that contributes to the debate at all. Even though he could construct an argument. I think I could construct a way better one for him, but other people have already done this as well. And I think it's just really unfortunate that so many people are influenced by what I think is just a terrible and really superficial argument.
Yeah. And I think it is a bit unfortunate then that the context of this whole apologetics things then like occurs in that rhetorical stance where, say, like he'll be at an event and then there's all these maybe like there's atheist students or something who will ask loaded questions, and if someone mentions Hume, rather than us finding out what Craig thinks of the human theory of motivation, we just get, well, Hume thinks things pop in and out of existence, that's ridiculous, everything.
Well, he'd probably talk about the is-ought problem, which he mentions sometimes, which I think is also misunderstood, but we won't go into it. I also think in terms of different discourses, I just find it amusing. What people are talking about in the chat seems to have no relationship at all to anything that we're saying, which is fine. I mean, I thought that was amusing.
Yeah.
Anyway, we should. So I hope that was the stuff that I said is somewhat helpful for some people. I know it's a bit more technical, but I just wanted to emphasize that this is where you actually have to go if you want to seriously address these questions. And Craig doesn't do that. And I'm just illustrating how superficial it is.
The claim is, in premise one, that if there is no God, then moral values and duties are not objective in that sense. It's to say that there are no moral objective moral values and duties in that sense. Now, is there any question about that distinction between objective and subjective? An easy way to remember it is subjective sounds like a subject, and so it's dependent upon what somebody thinks, what the subject thinks. Objective sounds like object, and that's just out there. That's an object regardless of what you think. So objective is the thing that is real, independent of anybody's opinion. Subjective is what depends upon some subject's view of it. All right. Any other question then about, well, let me illustrate what it would be to say that something is objectively wrong. Take the Holocaust, for example. To say that the Holocaust was objectively wrong is to say that the Holocaust was wrong, even though the Nazis who carried it out.
Even if God commanded it.
Yeah, well, Craig can't affirm that. And God, according to Craig, I say according to Craig because I don't think Christians should affirm this or need to, but Craig thinks that God has commanded genocides, and those were morally, well, not just morally, not morally bad, they were morally good because God commanded them, and he'll say that later.
Oh, okay. So, because I've seen, I know
he
a lot
talks
of
about
atheists go with this, and I've seen one good objection to this from Alexander Proust, who says basically like, well, some atheists will say divine command theory is silly because if God commanded a moral atrocity, then it would be a divine command and it'd be good. And he says, well, you can just say this of any moral theory. You can say if it were a universalizable maxim to do the Holocaust, and deontological ethics is true, then it would be good to, if it maximized utility, you could just say that of any view, and it's just.
Oh yeah, right. So let's talk about that because that's an interesting objection, more substantial, I think, than the things Craig says. See, the thing is, I think the reason that, in my opinion, the reason that the well, if God commanded this thing is a forceful objection is because what I think that objection is trying to do is get at the fact that divine command theory is wrong about its attribution of the source of moral value. And I was going to mention this later on in the next episode where we talk about this, but I think that the idea that moral value has a transcendent source is clearly just pointing us in the wrong direction. In the video that started us, they showed a picture of a lynching, which I think is a little inappropriate, to be honest. It's pretty confrontational, but confronting image. But whatever. I would say that when a morally competent person observes that, they should feel horrified and observe the injustice that's occurring there, and their attention should be directed towards the suffering and the people and the injustice and so on. If our attention is instead directed towards a transcendent source of morality, then I think we kind of missed the point in some sense. Not to say that the transcendent source of morality can't exist or can't have some relation to it, but if that's like the source of why this is wrong, then I think we've missed the point. And the whole idea about like if God commanded this, so on, it is, in my view, trying to show that even if God did command it, then it would still be wrong. And that's showing us that theory it is missing what makes something morally valuable. Now, from my point of view, if I would say my preferred theory, which relates to like maximizing human flourishing, suppose humans had evolved differently, and I'm just trying to think of an example that doesn't seem obviously silly, but things that we would currently regard as morally heinous did not actually improved human flourishing instead of diminishing it, then under this view, those things would actually be morally good. But I would contend, but there's nothing actually paradoxical or odd about that. If humans were different so that things that currently cause harm didn't cause harm, then there's nothing wrong with saying that those things would in that condition be good. The contrast is in the case of God commanding something, it seems that the constituent facts of the matter, in my opinion, that make it wrong wouldn't be changed. The person would still be suffering and it would still be horrific.
Right.
And so therefore, I think that just points to the fact that that moral theory is getting at the wrong things. Does that make sense? That's how I would respond to that.
It does make sense. I think one of the issues for me with that kind of objection is that God seems to have actually commanded these genocides as well. So
that's that's another issue.
to say that's silly, because you can just say, well, if something evil was meta-ethical theory, then it would be good. But the problem is that we're working from like our experience of the world, right? Even Descartes is putting his experience of the world before his kind of proof of God, right? And I think one of those features of our experience of the world is morality, and we experience a conflict between what Yahweh commands in the Old Testament and our intuitions of morality. And I think putting it like that to the theist, you can kind of show that there's this conflict between our conception of the good, which if we've got this hypothesis that God kind of whatever God commands is good, or there's a deity that grounds goodness, it seems to be like falsified by the fact that our strongest intuitions come into conflict with the commandments of a deity. Well,
I should say actually that I should be more careful here, because some Christians believe that God commanded these things, but actually I think this is a good argument that Yahweh, as in the figure of the Old Testament, is not God. I think you can make a very strong case from Craig's point of view. You could say, the first premise is that killing people and stealing their land and taking their women as sex slaves is morally wrong. I think that's a very eminently plausible premise, and Craig would agree with that, or well, he should agree with that. But then the second premise is, if a being commands morally wrong actions, then they are not God. And then the third premise would be Yahweh commanded the things that I just mentioned in premise 1. Therefore, you conclude from that Yahweh isn't God, because God is morally perfect and then can't command those things. I think that's a pretty good argument. And the best option that the Christians would have is just denying that Yahweh commanded those things. And I think that's perfectly fine as long as you're happy to give up a particular conception of biblical inerrancy, which I think that you should give up as a Christian because it leads you to these problems. Otherwise, you have to reject our moral intuitions and experience and say that these things can actually be good sometimes, which I just think is nuts.
Yeah, I think that's the way to. And I even think, like it's all good talking about the Sermon on the Mount and stuff, but some of Jesus's threats in the New Testament towards non-believers as well, I think, would, in a similar way, people will want to say, well, that's just, God in the Old Testament or whatever, but we see in Jesus the true character. But we see Jesus say some pretty horrifying things in the New Testament as well, and that's not, like it'll be worse for them in those days than it was for Sodom and Gomorrah, like literal threats of horrific genocide and stuff, which is pretty bad.
I tend to think that enough interpretive work, you can probably get around that, but that might, it depends on your attitude towards the Bible. We should do a series on that as well. But I think that it's hard to square a certain view of the Bible with the idea that God is all good, unless you want to say that our moral intuitions are pretty worthless. The problem with that is that it undermines Craig's second premise, and he wants to say that we should generally affirm our moral intuitions and take them seriously. But then that would lead us to rejecting Yahweh and potentially Jesus as God if we adhere to his form of biblical literalism. So I think that these are in real conflict, at least for Craig.
Yeah, it's almost like, but this is where that weird thing happens with like human brains and religion, or something, an observation I've made, which is like, then as you learn about like spiritual warfare and stuff, you begin to connect this idea of like the cognitive dissonance that my moral intuitions conflict with God's morality, as like that spirit, as like Satan whispering in your ear that and then like whenever you experience this cognitive dissonance about things, you're like oh, it's just spiritual warfare. It's like like, and then you start taking like old earth young earth creationism seriously because you get that same cognitive dissonance between facts and what the revealed theology in the Bible.
The trouble is that a lot of Christians will seem, from my experience, I acknowledge I'm making generalizations when I say these things, but like I mean, Craig says this, for example, so I can be specific there. And I've just been reading Mere Christianity. C.S. Lewis also says this. They say that God has given. We should do a series on that, by the way. A video on that, by the way. But there we go. Oh, geez, lots of notes there. Where was I going with that? Yes, so these two figures and many other Christians say that God has given humans some sort of conscience or a sort of a divine spark so that we can help identify good from bad. They don't say it's perfect, but they at least say that we do have a connection to that, which seems plausible enough. But the problem is if we do have that, then we apply it to certain acts in the Old Testament and we find them morally repugnant, then they say, no, you should just ignore it then. But then how do you know when it is reliable? Or like, why would God give us this when it seems to clearly show that something that we believe God did is wrong? You can say that human nature is invariably corrupt and that we can't trust any of our moral intuitions, but then you're not going to be able to affirm that God gave us this conscience, and you're not going to be able to affirm premise 2 of Craig's argument either. So I think there's a potential inconsistency there.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's finish this one out.
Thought that it was right. And it would still have been wrong, even if the Nazis had won World War II and succeeded in brainwashing or exterminating everybody who disagreed with them, so that everybody in the world thought the Holocaust was right and good. To say that the Holocaust is objectively wrong means that it's wrong regardless of the outcome of World War II. And the premise is that if there is no God, then moral values and duties are not objective in that sense. Any comment or question about that? Yes, back in the back.
So to go back to your original...
I just want to emphasize there about Craig. This is another example of Craig, I think, pretty clearly saying that he doesn't believe humans have intrinsic value. So he's saying that the Holocaust would not have been objectively morally wrong if God didn't exist, which means that, gassing millions of people is not wrong in itself. It's not in itself wrong to do that. It's only wrong because God says so. And again,
stay a Christian, Dr. Craig. Stay a Christian.
You might be okay with that. Some Christians might be okay with that, but I just want to emphasize that is not what intrinsic means. Intrinsic means that because of that act itself and the effect, well, you might also say that it's the effect it had on the people that's the intrinsic wrongness. I don't think that that's super important for the argument, but it's not what some God thought about it or said about it that's important, if it's intrinsically wrong. So it's Craig here who denies that these acts are intrinsically wrong.
Yeah, wrongness has to supervene on the actual events and so forth.
Yes.
Which is sort of this different thing from a God existing and like the Platonic form of goodness existing in this particular part of the mind that is not material. Yeah,
that's why I think that this film of a divine command theory is so implausible, because it identifies the locus of moral goodness in a completely different place than I think it obviously should be. And the Holocaust, I think, serves as a very clear example of that. Craig has to deny that these events in themselves are wrong, that they're only wrong in virtue of something wholly separate from them, as he thinks God is separate from his creation. So it's correct to say that it's wholly separate from them.
Yeah, it's interesting just thinking about, like, from a philosophical point of view in general, like how, because Craig doesn't believe that it's like supervening into the actual scenario. Like, how does he actually think that goodness like manifests itself in the world? Like, or what it like? Do we conceive of the mind of God as something when we think of goodness, or like what does he actually think is going on there?
Well, that would be a question about, I think, moral semantics, which he doesn't actually get into here. He does in some of his other writings. But I think that you can, I won't go into it now too much, but you can advance an argument here as well, that it's an implausible interpretation of moral discourse, because you can understand morality without any reference to God. So then why think that those claims necessarily are about God? It's not impossible, but I think that it's something that points you away from a transcendent source.
Yeah.
Or question about that? Yes, back in the back.
So to go back to your original opening statement about be good for goodness sake, goodness would be a subjective value.
No, goodness would be something that would exist in the sense that, say, being a loving person is a good thing. A person who is a loving person has the quality of goodness insofar as he is loving and selfless.
But if my love is squashing my child's ability to be independent, then it's
well, I would say that's objectively bad, because you're hurting another person who is a bearer of intrinsic moral value. You're crippling them by your action, so that would be objectively wrong.
Like, you see the problem with that? That's not consistent with what he said.
Yeah.
It's wrong because it's inconsistent with God's nature, and well, actually, that's why it's bad. It's wrong because God commanded us not to do those things. Assuming that he did, I'm not actually sure he has commanded us not to like suffocate our children with rules, but assuming that God has, then that would be why it's wrong. But now he's saying that it's intrinsically bad because it hurts the person. I don't see how you can square that with what he said the foundation of morality is.
Well, it sounds like he's saying it's because people are made in the image of God, right? But then I wonder, so like just as a thought experiment for Craig, say if God created men in his image and the universe and so forth, and then God died and didn't exist anymore, which I know he'd say is impossible and doesn't make any sense.
Well, so is his first premise, so I think we can entertain this.
Would he say that goodness is still a thing that exists, but then it's like this abstractor that's shared between all of the people who are the image bearers of God's nature, and so like I don't know.
I don't have a problem with the idea that humans have intrinsic moral value because they're created in the image of God, but notice there that it's the creative act that imbues them with moral value. It's because of the way they were created. You don't need God to keep existing for that to be true. And this is more in line with the natural law approach, which I think is eminently more plausible, because then God can't just sort of arbitrarily command anything he wants to be right. And by the way, Craig says that God wouldn't command those things, even though sometimes he apparently does in the Bible. But putting that aside, I still think it's a problem for this view that he would have the power to make it the case that like rape was good or something like that. And I think Craig is committed to the view that he would have the power to do that. He just wouldn't. But those are different things. I think it's implausible to even say that anyone would have the power to do that. And I think it's another way of seeing that where Craig has put the locus of moral value is in the wrong spot. And I would agree with what he just said here, that it's intrinsically wrong to hurt people in this way because it causes them suffering. But I don't see how you can fit that with what he's previously said about where moral value and duties come from.
Right, I'll continue playing.
Do that. So to say you do something for goodness sake is to say you do it because it is the right thing to do. Now, I distinguish, remember, between goodness and rightness. So you're not morally obligated to do something just because it's good. Remember, we illustrated that. But suppose that this is the right thing for you to do, then you should do it because it's right, not because you're going to get a reward or it's going to redound to your self-interest or something of that sort. And it really is right for you to do it, even if you don't think that it's right. That's what we mean when we say it's objective. Yes.
To the first statement, if God does not exist, moral values and duties don't exist. Not only don't they exist, but the terms good and evil are meaningless. That even goes
Well, it would mean
To the
that
core of it.
I wouldn't say they're meaningless, though I think I understand what you're saying. It would be to say that they have no referent, that they don't refer to anything, or they have to be redefined so that they refer to what some others in the class have already mentioned. That which is
Yes, exactly. Like this is the point. They would, well, not redefined, but like if you can conceptualize, if he can even understand how the referent could be something other than God, this completely undercuts his whole argument, right?
Yeah, well, he doesn't talk a lot about this, but I think, yeah, if you want to engage in meta-ethics, then you're at least open to the possibility that there are different conceptions of what the referent of moral claims are. Is it about God's nature? Is it about human flourishing? Is it about like categorical imperatives, or whatever else it might be? And so it's not an issue of redefining; it's an issue of determining what is the. Well, I don't even think that's quite the right way to say it, because there's a difference between like the sense and the referent of a term. The way I would say it is that we start with a pre-theoretic idea of what morality refers to. I think it's something like a normative code for of behavior relating to how we treat other people. There's more to it than that, but I think that's a plausible starting point. Craig, in some of his writings, says something vaguely similar to that. And then we say, okay, so given that basic starting point and a series of things we think are right and wrong, then what could that refer to? Like, what could make that the case that certain things are right or wrong? And I think that if we arrive at something like human flourishing, there's more to say about that, but that's a good shorthand. Then I think that's a plausible referent for, in virtue of what certain things are right and certain things are wrong. And then as to the question of where do moral obligations come from, well, you have to engage with those set of questions I addressed before. What do you think are the sorts of things that can give rise to obligations? A couple of people in the chat have been asking about what my views are. I've deliberately not been pushing that too strong because it's not really the point. My own view is that I am a moral realist. I'm a reductive moral realist. So I think moral properties can be reduced to non-moral properties. If you're interested, there's a philosopher called Peter Railton who has written about this idea, and I'm I generally agree with what he has to say about this. But like the popular version is something like what Sam Harris says, except more philosophically careful. Because Sam Harris's problem is that he says something like, and I wrote about this in the chapter about morality, but he says something like that. What is morally good is by definition the thing that increases human flourishing. He wants to say that they're definitionally equivalent.
Yes.
And this relates to what Craig was saying. That's a bad move, because it means that you can't, it's not a competent user of the English language can't ask in good faith, is it morally good to promote human flourishing? Because they're supposed to be definitionally equivalent. We're like asking, is a bachelor unmarried? If you ask that, then you don't understand the meaning of the terms. And so I think that that's a good objection. That's why I don't go down the Harris route. You have to go down a somewhat different route in terms of explaining that, well, there's this thing that we think is the referent of moral terms, and we arrive at that through reasoning and also looking at the empirical world. One place where I differ from Peter Railton is that he is not a moral rationalist. I think Parfit has written some interesting things about this. I don't know as much about his writings, but I'm a reasons externalist. So I think we can have reasons that are not sort of purely mental or psychological in nature. And Parfit's written some interesting things about this that I think I would broadly agree with. So if people are interested in those, you can check those views out. But that's kind of how I approach the problem. But there are many other ways as well.
Yeah.
Conducive to human flourishing, or that which will promote harmonious living in society. You redefine the terms to mean something else. But I think you're quite right in saying that in the absence of God, there just is no good and evil. These words refer to nothing, right? You can be mistaken about what you think the good or the right is. Certainly, this is not an argument to say that our moral perceptions are infallible. We make mistakes all the time. But the very fact of moral error points to the objectivity of these values. If they're not objective, you can't err, right? You can't fail to do the right thing or the good thing, because it's all subjective anyway. So the very fact of moral error and moral disagreement and moral failure actually presupposes the objectivity of moral values and moral duties. Any other comment?
That statement doesn't make any sense to me at all. Even if I'm an individual subjectivist, I could say that, like, I could think I was wrong about something if I realized that something different better reflected my values, for example. You'd have to get an individual subjectivist to articulate that more coherently than I can, but it makes perfect sense. It's just that what is wrong is contingent on your own perspective. Like you can think that about taste, for example. You could watch a movie and think it was great, but then rewatch it and realize there were all of these problems with it. And even if you think it's purely subjective, which you might disagree with, but even if you did think it was purely subjective as to whether the movie is good or bad, you can change your mind about that and realize you were wrong previously. And you're wrong by your own standards, so it's still relative, but it doesn't mean you're always right. That doesn't follow at all. And that's on the strongest individually relativist view. You can be, if it's cultural relativism, then you can certainly be wrong in the context of what your society is what is wrong in your society. Yeah. So I just like a comment like that seems to portray that Craig either doesn't know what the different views say or is deliberately misrepresenting them, because it just doesn't follow that you always do the morally right thing in other views. Yeah, it depends. It depends on the view. In fact, I don't think any view says that. The error theorist says that you never do the right or the wrong thing because there's no such thing as right or wrong. Yeah. The subjectivist says it depends on your culture or it depends on your own perspective, but they don't say you always do the right thing. So it's just odd.
I guess, yeah. What he's trying to say, I think, is like for the individual subjectivist, just by definition, whatever they say is going to be right because it's relative to them. But yeah, it's. I don't think that's what subjectivists think. Like I don't.
No, well, I think I gave a sketch of a view where that would say differently. But yeah, the subjectivist could defend that better than I could.
Yeah.
And so what we'll do next time is consider what arguments might be given in defense of the first premise that in the absence of God, moral values and duties are not objective.
Excellent. So looking forward to it. Let's hear him defend his first premise.
Yeah, the music brings back all sorts of memories for me.
Did you used to listen to a lot of these sort of things?
Mostly when I was kind of on my way out, I think. I did enjoy. I like the Defenders class because it seemed like more intellectually rigorous than like kind of like Frank Chorek or
I was thinking about him, or yes, some of the. Is he the one that goes on about stealing from God, or is that a different?
Yeah, Frank Chorek talks about moist robots a lot and stealing from God. That's another thing we should talk about, is like the consequences of determinism and stuff.
Oh yeah, that'd be fun. But yeah, I mean, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's often strawmanned as like, you're just moist robots, or you can't believe true propositions or be rational, or
Oh boy, there's so many interesting things there. But also I think that Craig is generally more rigorous than some, like people like Frank Turek, for example, when they make this argument, which is a little disconcerting, I would argue, because Craig is not very rigorous. Well, I should be careful there. He is rigorous in some areas. Generally, he's pretty good when he's talking about the resurrection, which doesn't mean I agree. He has a lot of blind spots, but he's pretty good generally. But when he talks about this, I think he's all over the shop, and he just doesn't address anything substantial in the literature.
But this is almost the perennial problem of apologetics, and I mean we'll probably fall foul of this in some respects as well. But it's that. Like humans are contingent and fallible, and in apologetics you try and claim, well, I've got in like every domain that exists, I've got I know better than the experts on the resurrection, on philosophy, moral philosophy, like within these domains, on physics, or the origins of the universe, mathematics. It's like across every domain.
Yeah, it's a bit implausible, and that's one of the reasons I'm not sort of trying to push my view here. I've articulated what it is, just very briefly, for people who are interested. And obviously, I can only speak from my perspective, and likewise Nathan his. But more generally, I'm just saying I'm analyzing the argument that Craig's making, and then linking that to what I understand about what other philosophers are saying, what arguments have been raised, possible objections. And so because I do think that that's a real problem, that you try to arrogate yourself to the position of, I've got the answer to all these different things. Yeah. And I definitely think that's not the case. And I could well be mistaken about my perspective, but I think it's very unlikely that I'm mistaken in the view that Craig's argument as formulated is a sound argument, because it's just so bad. As we'll see, we're going to get the justification for premise one. So let's dive into that.
Was it what? I'll skip to 1 minute because I think that's where you've put your first timestamp.
Yeah. He just reviews what happened previously.
And after illustrating this, then we now want to turn to an examination of premise one in the moral argument, which is, as you'll recall, that if God does not exist, then objective moral values and duties.
We boost up the speed a little bit.
Yeah, sure. Good point. I don't know. Let's see. Try 1.5.
Whatever you're comfortable with.
About moral values. Traditionally, moral values have thought to be anchored in God, who is the supreme good. Traditionally, God has been thought in theology as the greatest good or the highest good, or in Latin, the summum bonum. God is the summum bonum, the greatest or highest good. And then other goods are determined by how they relate to God as the anchor or the yardstick or the moral plumb line for value. But suppose God does not exist, then what is the basis for objective moral values? What plumb line or anchor remains in the absence of God for moral values? In particular, why think that human beings would have objective moral worth on an atheistic view? The most popular form of atheism.
Is that a question? Like,
Yeah. Well, so he hasn't given an argument for why it can't be the case. He's just asked. And it's not wrong to ask a question, but if that's where your argument ends, then it's not actually an argument.
Yes.
But also notice that he's asked, why believe that humans have objective moral value under atheism? Well, you could just say, because I believe in premise 2 of your argument, that objective morality exists. And so therefore, that's why I believe it. Like I've made this point before, and I'll keep making it. It's inconsistent. If the atheist believes in premise 2, and Craig thinks the atheist should believe in premise 2, irrespective of their belief in God, then he can always answer, well, that's why, or she can always answer, that's why I believe that humans have objective morality, because I believe in objective morality. So what's the problem?
Well, the problem is that Craig spoke to this one student who affirmed that premise 1 was false and premise 2 were false, but then affirmed that premise 2 was true. And yeah.
Is a philosophy called naturalism. Naturalism.
Yes, naturalism.
That science and science alone determines what exists. What exists is what our best scientific theories of the world require. And if something is not required by our best scientific theories of the world, then that does not exist. But you see, this is devastating for ethics because moral values are not required by science. Science is morally neutral. You can't find moral values in a test tube. So it follows immediately from the perspective of naturalism that moral values don't really exist. They're just subjective illusions of human beings. So on naturalism, morality that we experience in our lives is really just a subjective illusion of human beings.
You see, this sounds far less convincing if Craig were to say something like, in the subset of naturalism, which is that and kind of like work up the categories from like subjectivists, cognitivists, naturalists, atheists, like.
Yeah. This argument is just an absolute joke. Okay, so there's so many things that I mentioned in just this brief passage. So I've already explained why you might think that human beings have moral worth if you believe in premise 2. Now, Craig could say his theory of morality is better than any of the naturalistic ones and make the argument on that line. But that would be a bit too weak because it would just say like inference is the best explanation kind of thing. He wants to make it deductive so he doesn't go down that line. So he has to be claiming that all of them are false. Now, he talks about subjective illusions of humans having moral value. But I think the illusion I must be having here is that there's a Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy article about moral naturalism that talks about all these different arguments and positions that naturalists have advocated for how you could have moral value. And I see it's there, but I guess it can't be because Craig just says that you can't have any such thing as if no one's ever thought about it or tried to defend it before. Right. And obviously I'm being facetious here, but like seriously, if you're saying that something can't be defended or like a position can't even possibly exist or make any sense, and you just ignore all of the thoughtful people who've discussed that, it's just as bad as the atheist who just says, oh, there's no evidence for God and just hand waves and doesn't address any of the arguments or things that people have said. That's the level I think we're dealing with here. It's just absolutely ridiculous. It's so intellectually dishonest. Also, in addition to that, he defines naturalist as the view that the only things that exist are the entities posited or required by our best scientific theories.
Right.
This is a terrible definition of naturalism, and I don't know, maybe there's some people who hold it, I'm not sure, but like it's so unbelievably bad because that would be saying that reality literally is just consists of all the things that our best scientific theories posit, which would seem to make it hard to understand how science can improve because then it would be bringing new things into existence. Like naturalists don't typically say that. They typically say something. I mean, there's not one monolithic naturalist church. They say different things. No. But I would say, and I think many naturalists would say something like, naturalism is a view that the only things that exist are non-supernatural entities, and in particular entities or processes that can be studied or that can be studied by science and would be postulated by a completed scientific theory. So there's an appeal to an idealized science that we don't have yet, and it's the things that would be discussed and theorized about by that set of theories that we think is all that exists. And that's not a perfect definition. I acknowledge that it's hard to specify exactly what it means for something to be natural. But I think it's just easier to say, well, to be a naturalist means you don't believe in supernatural things. And I think that often that sort of explanation by exclusion does a better job. But either way, Craig's notion that, well, you won't find moral values in a test tube, so therefore under naturalism it can't exist. I mean, you don't find the Big Bang in a test tube either, but science still has something to say about that. So this is just a rhetorical flourish that's ridiculous. Science is not limited to the things that can be studied in test tubes. Now, I think that you can actually discover empirically that moral values exist, but you do need to have a theory of morality as well. Now, that shouldn't really strike us as particularly upsetting because you need a theory for anything in science. Science isn't just making a laundry list of empirical observations. You try to understand the universe by theorizing and then examining things empirically. And in my opinion, and this is my view and the view of some philosophers, but by no means all, that's what we do when we theorize about morality and indeed other things philosophically. We develop theories about these things and then go out and look and see what things in the world may or may not exist that correspond to what these theories would predict. So I see it as maybe I wouldn't say it's science in the sort of usual sense, but I see it as continuous with science. And I think that this is a natural thing for naturalists to say because they usually want to make philosophy, like Quine talked about this, for example, philosophy naturalized, if people are familiar with that, as understanding philosophy is kind of continuous or overlapping a lot with the sciences. But Craig has just strawmanned that to the extent that he says, well, you can't find moral values in a test tube, so therefore, if you're a naturalist, you can't believe in moral values. Right. I'd like him to find a moral naturalist who says that that's a fair description of their beliefs and have him come on, because I don't think there are any. It's such a ridiculous straw man.
Yeah. I think there's some interesting stuff in what you. I mean, I don't want to us to go off talking about random things, but just like if there were some way of kind of measuring ghosts or demons or like verifying that theory, then they would come under naturalism, right? And this is the bizarre thing about these terms and defining these terms is that like an interesting observation for what theists seem to be able to do is like almost define nothing into existence in a way where there's just invent a name for something and then just bring it into existence, but there's no real and by tangible I don't mean like if ghosts are made of ectoplasm or something and they're not measurable in a physical sense, but there's no way for me to clearly distinguish between nothing and the ghost and its ectoplasm. Whereas like there is a way for me to distinguish between nothing and an electron because I can like atomize, like charged particles and suspend them between plates of a certain charge or whatever. Like, so I can actually distinguish between like something like charge existing and it just being like a definition that has nothing. I don't know if there's.
You might say that the notion of the supernatural is incoherent, that anything that existed would have to be material or physical in some way. Because like if it can't interact with anything at all, then it doesn't exist, plausibly under a certain view. And if it could interact with things that exist in the material world, then it would have to be physical to do that. That's just a sketch of an argument one could make. I'm not asserting that that's necessarily a great argument, but the point is that would be to say that there's no coherent notion of the supernatural that can be defined. And I'm sort of sympathetic to that, but it's a fairly strong view to say that something's conceptually incoherent. As a naturalist, I prefer to just say that it doesn't exist. So that puts me in perhaps the odd position in saying that I don't believe that something exists when I can't articulate clearly what that thing is. But then that's the case for lots of things that we don't believe in. I mean, Christians don't believe in karma, I don't think, but they probably couldn't articulate clearly exactly what karma is because it's a very difficult concept. Likewise for many gods in other, things in other religious traditions. So I don't think this is too much of a problem for naturalists. I know that you weren't necessarily saying it was, but I agree. There's an interesting discussion to be had there about how that all fits together.
Yeah, I did. It's just that I think that like like if we somehow empirically verified ghosts exist, like that just would come under naturalism. Like, and I find it really hard to define these terms because then as soon as you like concede that, though, the theist wants to go, well, yeah, like I'm a naturalist too, and God exists. It just becomes like so hard because you're playing different language games to even like have a productive conversation about these things.
Yeah, that's true. It is very difficult. I would say we need to approach that like we do with any philosophical conundrum, which is to try to develop a theory about what we're talking about, and then try to match that to what we think exists, in the world, and see how that matches up. And when I think about something like an immaterial mind, I think of something that has the properties of a mind, like mental properties, but has no material substrate.
Right.
And whether or not that could somehow interact with the physical, that's sort of the interaction problem. It seems to me that something like that's deeply implausible. And we discussed a bunch of the implausibilities in the first episode we did. And that plus the lack of evidence for such a thing is why I would say that I don't believe in any such thing. And then, there's the person who does might try to either say we do have evidence for this, like the near-death experiences, which, looking forward to doing that, which I don't think that's a good route to go down. Or they could have a different conception of exactly what it means for something to be an immaterial mind, for example. They could present a different view, and then we could, debate that.
Mm-hmm.
Beings. Now, suppose the atheist isn't a hardcore naturalist. Suppose he's willing to go to the confines of science to see what exists. Still, we could ask, why, given atheism, are human beings objectively morally valuable? After all, what are human beings on an atheistic worldview? They're just accidental byproducts of nature, which have evolved relatively recently on an infinitesimal speck of dust called the planet Earth, and which are doomed to perish individually and collectively in a relatively short time.
I mean, I could paint it a different way as well.
Yes, exactly.
You could say,
how
like,
is that anything but rhetorical flourish? There's no substance there. Go ahead with your picture.
What was it? I was just going to say, like if you watch any Carl Sagan's Cosmos or Brian Cox,
exactly.
like the or like I was saying, this like Stephen Wolfram podcast that I was listening to the other day, and you just talk about perhaps the sheer improbability perhaps of life like us forming, how special it might be, the fact that we're within the universe and made of the universe and able to understand ourselves and trying to figure it out is something that's bizarre and incredible and fascinating, and that we have this capacity to use technology to go out and explore the rest of the, like, you can frame it as this beautiful thing. Like, it doesn't have to be just hopeless. It does if you want to keep people in your religion, right? Though it has to be, the outside world is scary. Stay indoors. That's my thought, anyway.
See, the problem again here is that he's not doing the philosophical work. Philosophy is about, let's take a concept that's confusing or vague or contested, and then try to unpack it and give a theory of it. And like meaning or purpose or value, but I think he's more talking meaning and purpose here. Are examples of those concepts. And so, okay, let's try to explain what it would mean for life to have meaning, for example, or ultimate purpose or whatever. Let's give a theory, and then we'll match that up and see how it fits with what we think is true of the world. And then we compare that to other theories. Again, this is what I think philosophy is about. But Craig's not doing that. He's not explaining what he thinks it means for something to have meaning or be meaningful or anything like that. He's just spouting out these things. How do we know that they're relevant for determining whether something has meaning? I don't think any of the things that he's mentioned are relevant. The fact that life is going to end, like all of life is going to end, well, why is that significant? That's like saying it's not worth watching a movie because the movie's going to end.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Craig would differentiate that, but then that's the whole point. Like, what criteria are relevant? I'd like him to articulate that and not just give these random series of things that I don't think have any bearing on the question.
I can't see how either, like, extending that out to infinity in the future, which of course a potential infinity only, but I still can't see.
Yes.
I can't see how that makes it meaningful. Like, I can't see, like, almost it's like it becomes more meaningful if you only have a finite amount of time in which
that's the counter. That's the counter,
yeah.
Yes. But I mean, I could also just say it's kind of irrelevant. Something can have meaning independent of, because Craig seems to have the view that the only thing that counts for meaning is the final end state.
Right. Yeah.
Which is interesting because he thinks that doesn't exist because he's a presentist, right? So something that doesn't exist is the only thing that can matter in terms of whether what does exist.
Nothing into reality.
It's a bizarre view. I'm looking forward to doing Kalam because we'll talk about this presentist stuff. But again, why think that? But even if it's consistent and coherent, why think that that's what matters in terms of meaning? He just asserts it here as if it's sort of obvious. And maybe it's obvious to the people he's talking to, but it's not obvious to me and a lot of other people. And that's why I think these are bad arguments. It's because they only work for people who basically already agree with everything he's saying, or most of it.
Richard Dawkins' assessment of human worth may be depressing, but why on atheism is he wrong when he says, and I quote, "There is at bottom no design, no purpose, no evil, no good, nothing but pitiless indifference. We are machines. For propagating DNA, it is every living object's sole reason for being.
Should we briefly talk about why he could be wrong on atheism? Just
Dawkins or
Dawkins,
Craig.
in what
Well,
he's
I
saying.
think that quote is just taken out of context. I don't know and I'm not a big defender of Dawkins, by the way. I don't think his arguments are generally very good, but I thought that statement is just referring to the fact that evolution doesn't have any of these things. It doesn't have a purpose for us.
It is, but I suppose the point that maybe people like Dawkins would make then is to perhaps become, like then it's like almost like a form of nominalism or something, or like things that exist in our psychology don't exist in any real sense, and so it's like it's not being said there, but I can see I think this is the point Craig's getting at is. When he's saying, why is Dawkins wrong? It's like, well, because then there is no, there's no meaning that people have, no purpose, no goodness. And I think what we're saying is, no, people intrinsically have those things from their subjective point of view. And even on Craig's view, it's not clear why we intrinsically do have them. Or I don't know.
Well, you've got to distinguish different things. Moral value is different from purpose. Well, at least conceptually they're distinct, and I think that they don't have the same referent. I think that humans have intrinsic moral value. Craig doesn't seem to, as I've argued. I think that his version of where morality comes from rules out intrinsic moral value for humans, even if it's still objective. But in terms of purpose, that's rather a different thing. Purpose and meaning. I'm tempted to say that humans don't have a purpose, but there's not any objective purpose. Yeah. So I don't actually understand how purpose can be objective, because it seems to be it's like saying knowledge is objective. Knowledge is a belief, so it can't be something that exists outside your mind. So I think that there's a confusion there to say there's objective meaning or purpose. You might say that it is based on objective things, but then I think you could say the same thing. Well, human flourishing or achieving great things or making art or whatever, those are objective things as well. So we can ground it on that. So there's a further discussion to have there, but I think you just need to articulate, what do I think these things refer to? What do they mean? What's my account of what they are about? And then, do those things exist in reality? If you think that for humans to have a meaning and purpose, there needs to be some transcendent being that created humans for a reason, then, if that's your account of what it means, then obviously under atheism, then humans don't have meaning and purpose. But why should we accept that account is the best account? Craig doesn't give any reason for that.
Yeah. And I don't know. It's just like, I don't think we know nearly enough to be able to make the kind of claims under naturalism that Craig is claiming that all naturalists kind of make, though. Like, like we haven't solved the hard problem of consciousness. We have I'm not saying that, like, I agree with this sense that, like, it's almost like, there's this idea in human history that, like, the ancients had it all figured out or something. But it actually seems that as we've made progress, we've found out that we're less and less at the center of things, in a way, or less and less special in a way. And I'm not, maybe we solve the hard problem of consciousness, and it turns out that it's not that special, or that electrons have consciousness and panpsychism's true or something. But this idea that then. This idea that then life just becomes meaning. Firstly, like, the state of reality just is reality. Like, everything that is the case would still be the exact same. And if people experience meaning, like, I don't think that that's something that people are choosing to do, or like can be convinced out of by whatever their propositional attitudes about, like, metaphysics are. Like, oh, now I believe theism, so now I've got meaning. But now
that's a very good point. So remember, I talked about moral rationalism, which is for you to have moral obligations. You need to have a reason to act morally. Not everyone accepts that. You could say something similar. I'm not entirely sure what the view might be called, or if this has been defended. But you could say something similar about meaning or purpose. These might not be rational activities. You might not have to give a justification for them in terms of reasons. They might be something different. And not everything that we do is in the sphere of rationality. And I think Craig often assumes that that's the case. We'll see later, he sort of talks about that, because he wants to say that, well, if you don't have binding moral duties, why not just act in your own self-interest? But you might have different reasons to act, or maybe you're acting outside the space of rationality. So again, there's lots of things to explore. And I think that one of the problems with Craig is that he just presents a very narrow perspective, often very simplistic, at least when we're talking about the moral argument, and doesn't introduce people to the space of possibilities, or doesn't help them to think about the question more rigorously or thoughtfully, which is I guess I take as so problematic because that's my prime interest is trying to help people think about it.
And I just like almost rhetorically for myself, but like doing counter apologetics like this gives me like hope, meaning, and purpose. Like so much.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, hope, meaning, and purpose comes from God not existing. Well, actually, it's more that people making bad arguments for God existing. But
this is what, on an atheistic view, human beings are reduced to. So, what are moral values on an atheistic view? Well, it seems that moral values are just the spin-offs or the byproducts of socio-biological evolution. Just as in a troop of baboons, you will see self-sacrificial behavior exhibited by members of the troop. They will look out for each other's interests because natural selection has determined that this is going to be valuable in the struggle.
There's more to it than that, though, because that's a description of an observation, right? But then it's like, well, why is it that we say repeatedly see this happening in organisms, that this type of morality evolving is, as people, like, is there some feature of reality there? Or so, like, what's the underlying theory that when you have like cellular automata that come together and organize themselves, and then you have individual beings that they develop like a system of morality, let's like that. Why that, that's not the ultimate stopping point for an explanation. And we don't have that in naturalism.
The funny thing is that Craig refutes this argument later. I can't remember which episode it's in, but someone else mentions evolution and he says, well, just because something happens in evolution, that doesn't actually determine the morality one way or the other. Which kind of mostly, I think, refutes this point. So I just find it very uninteresting. From my point of view, evolution is, again, so many people ask about evolution in these series. I don't really understand why. For me, morality is about how humans are. So obviously that's contingent on evolutionary processes, as well as certain social processes as well. But it's not the processes themselves that are important. What's important is the product of them and where we are now. It would be similar to saying that humans exist as they are because God created them, but what's important for our morality is the way that he created them, not the fact of God itself. It's the difference in locus. So from my point of view, it actually doesn't matter whether humans were sprung up from nothing or came from aliens or evolved or God created us. I think we'd still have the same moral values that we do. Or maybe there might be some additional ones if maybe we have obligations towards God, but at least there would be, like rape and, killing and torture and all of those things would still be wrong. And it doesn't depend on how we came to be.
Well, I guess I just would have thought that Craig would want to maintain, well, because there's this summum bonum, almost like a Platonic view, right? Of
he doesn't like Platonism.
I know, but almost like a Platonic view where God's the sun that gives light to all kind of intelligibility and rationality, and then you can make this argument almost like a natural law thing of, well, of course, we see when beings develop consciousness through evolution that their intelligibility is centered around this good, the intelligible world of the forms. I get, he doesn't like Platonism, so maybe he wouldn't, but I don't know, like it just doesn't seem like conducive to thinking about this in a way like where you're forming true beliefs and like really challenging yourself on where you might be wrong, or it's just purely like whatever's rhetorically disagreeing with what
it gets worse. Let's keep listening to what he says. There's so much fluff here.
And just as you see that in a troop of baboons, so their primate cousins, Homo sapiens, has similarly evolved a kind of herd morality, which is useful in the perpetuation of our species. The illusion of morality has survival value and therefore is perpetuated among Homo sapiens. But there isn't anything about Homo sapiens to make you think that this morality is objectively true.
There could be, like, that doesn't guarantee it, right?
No. Remember that he has accepted the burden of proof to demonstrate that there isn't.
Right.
Again, he's just asserted his conclusion, which is what he just said, essentially, that if God doesn't exist, then there's no moral values. We're waiting for an argument for it, not just reference to baboons and then saying, well, there's nothing morally valuable about humans. That's not an argument. That's just reasserting the premise. So still waiting, looking forward to it.
Survival of our species. And to think that human beings are somehow morally special is to be guilty of the fallacy of speciesism, which is an unjustified bias in favor of one's own species. And so to think that human beings are morally special, different from other animals, is just to succumb to the natural temptation to speciesism. So if there is...
rather interestingly, I think this is one of the areas where... like other theories aside from Christian theism, like perhaps panpsychism or idealism, or but I'm saying they have better justification for saying like why we should be ethical towards like other animals and other forms of life in the universe, or why we should like look after the planet and stuff than theism does, which almost seems like, and I think you see this in evangelicalism, like it's like, well, humans are the special ones and all other life can go suck it because they don't have souls, like they can, you know.
Yeah, that's another implausible view, because it's unclear that God has given us particular ethical obligations with respect to animals, or at least those are interpreted in very different ways by different Christians, so they don't seem to be very clear. But this is actually an interesting point, because I think that it's important. Someone actually mentioned this in the chat before. So it's convenient to talk about human flourishing as a shorthand for explaining moral values, but it obviously has to be more than that, because animals have various forms of flourishing as well, and they can suffer and so forth. So I think it extends to that as well. But then we have to have a discussion as to how to weigh that up. And I don't pretend to have all the answers there. I don't know exactly how the moral value of a fly compares to a cow, compares to a human.
Right.
But I am fairly confident that there are a lot of unique things that make humans very different to other species, and it's not hard to come up with them. We mentioned some of them before. So it's a bit odd. Craig says that speciesism is the unjustified preference or viewing a superior of one species over the other. But different species aren't like different races of humans, which are all essentially the same, other than very superficial characteristics, which is what makes racism unjustified. Different species of animals are extremely different, especially if you move below baboons to other forms of life, or away from baboons. Shouldn't say below, but they have less rich capabilities for experience and so forth. And so I think that it's perfectly justifiable to grant humans to say that one human life is worth more than one fly's life, for example. And I don't again pretend to have the precise answer to that. But I don't see the force of the objection here. The objection would only apply if we say, no, it's only humans and nothing else has any moral value.
Right.
But if anything, it's some theists who say that, not humanist naturalists who tend to say that.
So on naturalism, you both can account for, thank you, Vee. You both can account for the differences, if there are any morally justifiable differences for kind of speciesism, or you could also say that the speciesism objection is correct. And we shouldn't privilege, so there isn't really an objection here either way for what Craig's saying. What Craig's saying doesn't really like do anything to like a naturalist. Like,
it's. I just don't know anyone who defends the view that he seems to be attacking.
There isn't any God. It's very difficult to see why the morality that has evolved among Homo sapiens on this planet is in any way objectively true. If you take God out of the picture, then all we seem to be left with is an ape-like creature on this planet who is
I just think it's worth mentioning, like, so Bernardo Kastrup would describe himself as a naturalist, and he's a metaphysical idealist, right? And the way he views...
Interesting combination.
And the way he views... This isn't me saying what he thinks is true or whatever, but he has like an interesting justification for morality, where he's actually saying that within the kind of mental simulation, which is all that reality is, that other beings are disassociated modes of the same consciousness. It's like a kind of almost like a pantheism or something like that. But he's saying that then once you come to like an understanding of this, it's that then like how you treat other people is like how you treat yourself and how you treat animals and stuff. And it's like So like, what does Craig make of that? I mean, other than just saying like it's silly or doesn't, it's like, well, there's a justification. But yeah,
I've never encountered a view like that before, and it's quite different to what I think. Well, in some ways, in other ways, it's I guess similar. But this is what I mean. That that's enlightened me and given me things to think about. Just hearing that combination of views. And just imagine the diversity of philosophers who've thought about this and come to different conclusions. But Craig just dismisses all that with the wave of I can't see how it would be. That's literally his argument. You just said that. I can't imagine how it would be.
Yeah.
That's the argument, really? You can't imagine? Maybe read some papers by philosophers who've written about this, and it will help you imagine a bit better. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah.
Set with delusions of moral grandeur. He thinks that somehow he's the sink of objective moral values. Secondly, now let's talk about moral duties. Traditionally, our moral duties were thought to spring from God's commandments. For example, the 10 Commandments. God has given certain moral commands to us, which constitute our moral duties. But take away God, and what basis then remains for objective moral duties? On the atheistic view, human beings are just animals, and animals don't have obligations toward one another.
Oh dear. See the problem there? That's question begging. See, humans are animals. I wouldn't say they're just animals, but okay, whatever, if you want to describe it as just. But obviously, someone like me, like a moral realist who's a naturalist, would say that some animals, at least, do have moral obligations towards other animals, namely human animals. that's just a statement of the position, right? That's not a new argument. And Craig has to say why that's wrong. In saying that it's wrong, he's just said that, well, humans are animals and animals don't have moral obligations. But that's the position that's been denied. But you need to explain why that's false.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just circular and assuming
it's entirely circular.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lion, for example, kills a zebra. It kills the zebra, but it doesn't murder the zebra.
You see, this is like interesting, right? Because someone like Bernardo Kastrup, who would describe themselves as a naturalist, and then he would actually perhaps say it is morally wrong in a sense. It's just that disassociated mode of consciousness hasn't come to like this, hasn't got this capacity to understand the true state of affairs, but it is still morally wrong.
You generally wouldn't say that animals, certainly not a lion, have moral obligations. And I mean, it's pretty easy to understand that. I mean, do I even need to explain why lions don't have moral obligations, but humans potentially do? Like, even if you don't believe humans have moral obligations, you might have other objections, but it's not hard to see differences between humans and lions that might be relevant to assessing whether humans have moral obligations and lions don't. I mean, I feel condescending even saying this, but then why is Craig making such a ridiculous point?
Yeah. Because so then to take the converse point, like you could argue, well, because of our the way our brains evolved and the capacity we have for cognition, we can, for example, understand what it's like to be in the other thing's position and suffer.
Exactly.
Or we can think about it in a way that the lion doesn't consider. And then the way that the lion's neurology is constructed is there's just all it can conceive of is the overwhelming urge to kill and eat, and it can't like do that like system 2 thinking about like what's going on. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm preaching to the converted here probably, but
right? The lion kills the zebra, but it doesn't murder the zebra. Or when a great white shark forcibly copulates with a female shark, it forcibly copulates with her, but it doesn't rape her. Because you see, none of these things have any moral dimension to them. They are neither forbidden nor obligatory. There just are no moral duties to fulfill with regard to these things. Now, if God doesn't exist, why think then that we have any moral duties to fulfill? Who or what?
Oh, sorry. Need to stop him again. Again, we're responding to Craig's argument here. He is trying to say that humans, without God, humans don't have any moral obligations. What is the argument that he's making? He just asked, why think that humans have moral obligations absent God? Well, I'll give you a reason for thinking it. I believe premise 2 of his argument. Again, you may not agree with premise 2. That's not the point, but he needs to establish simultaneously that we should accept premises 1 and 2 for his argument to work. And so if in trying to establish premise 1, he has to make arguments that are inconsistent with people believing premise 2, then the argument is not a good one. And so again, all I have to say to answer his question is to say, I agree with your second premise. So this just doesn't make, he's asking a question which is not an argument, but I just don't even see how this is supposed to work. You just have to keep pointing to his second premise and say, I agree. Even if you don't agree, it's just, it shows that the argument doesn't work.
And prohibitions upon us. Where do they come from? It's hard to see that moral duties would be anything more than a kind of subjective illusion that's been ingrained into us by societal and parental conditioning. So, certain actions, say incest and rape, are not advantageous in human society. And so, in the course of societal evolution, rape and incest have become generally taboo among human cultures. So there are certain taboos that exist in human society. But this is not to say that these actions are objectively, morally wrong. Such actions go on all the time in the animal kingdom. Actions which look very much like rape and incest and murder happen all the time.
I mean, like, surely if you could reduce it down to some fundamental nature of like reality and like game theory or something, then you could argue that it is actually objectively wrong in that way. Like, I don't think we know enough to really be saying that what. I just don't think we know enough to make Craig's kind of claims here. Like it could be the case that it's objective, but rather than it being like God's commands or something, there's some weird Platonic mathematics behind life that means that it is objectively moral or something.
He does address something like that in the next episode where he talks about something he calls atheistic moral Platonism. I put it in quotes because I'm not sure anyone apart from Craig uses, well, people quoting him use that. But anyway, so we'll get to that. But I don't entirely agree. I think we do know enough to, with reasonable confidence, state that what he's saying here is false. Well, again, he's not really saying a whole lot. He's just sort of asserting his position. Again, I'm waiting for an argument which says something that's different to what he's already asserted, which is just that absent God, humans don't have objective value or moral obligations. He just keeps saying that in different ways. An argument says something else and links those ideas together in a way that then lends credence to a position, right? I mean, it feels silly to say this, but I'm just articulating why this is not an argument. He's just trying to carry him with you rhetorically. He's not actually giving reasons to believe in his conclusion.
Yeah, great point.
I'm among animals. So, with respect to human beings, the child pedophile or rapist who tortures and kills a little girl on atheism doesn't really do anything morally wrong. It's just socially unacceptable. He's kind of like the man who belches loudly at the dinner table, violates rules of etiquette, or like
it's really interesting how on the one, you know, like you said before, they speak out of one side of the mouth and the other, but, you know, gives with the left hand, takes with the right, whatever. He's almost assuming that what he's saying will produce this emotivist response in you in order to refute emotivism. You know, like he's using like prescriptive, I really prescribe that you don't behave this way because it'll produce these bad emotional responses to prove that like a cognitivist. It's really interesting. Like it seems like.
Again, I want to hammer this home because I know people find this argument persuasive. Let's extract whether you agree with Craig's conclusion or not. Even if you agree with both premises, let's put that aside. I want to ask, what has he said in these last few minutes that is not entirely question-begging? Remember, he's trying to establish that absent God, humans don't have intrinsic or objective value or objective duties, but he just keeps saying that. He just said, under atheism, the person who rapes is not doing anything morally wrong. That's just his contention. What's the argument for it?
Right.
I feel like a broken record here, but I'm trying to get people to see, because a lot of people don't seem to see that there's no substance here.
Well, I see this with a lot of apologetics where it's like, let me tell you what you think and why you're wrong. Like,
yeah, pretty much.
The person who wears white socks with a tuxedo, it's just socially unconventional. But if there isn't any moral lawgiver, then there isn't any objective moral law which we're obligated to fulfill.
Well, the moral lawgiver would be society in that case. Like,
yeah, I think he says a little more about this in terms of lawgivers, so I'll comment on that then.
So it seems to me that on atheism, there really aren't any objective moral values or duties, which is exactly premise one. Now, is there any comment or question that you would like to make about that defense of premise one?
All right. Anyway, what it amounts to is you said a minute ago that all these behaviors such as rape or incest, you could probably see in the natural world, in the animal world, and therefore the atheists say, well, it's no big deal.
This question is something else.
Should I slow? She's speaking very...
Yeah. Let's slow this one down. This is worth... I guess I'm being a little mean here, but it's such a... You'll see.
Not true. I don't think anywhere in the animal world they have homosexuality. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard someone say that one time. And have you ever heard about that?
I am not expert enough to make a biological pronouncement. Certainly there are animals that they're either sex. Certain kinds of animals, like worms and other types, are bisexual. And
I'm talking about mammals. Like you've never seen two male lions get into so deep. Or, I mean, I don't really think that happens in the mammalian world.
Oh, you got it ready? Nice.
Well, all right, let me respond to that by saying that in the first place, as we'll see in a minute, most atheists want to affirm.
Oh, there's a nice little double entendre there with gay pride as well. I just thought of.
I don't know what's. I might have to refresh the
objectivity of moral values. I think it's the brave minority who have the courage to face the implications of their worldview and draw these conclusions. But I think
at pride events, the brave minority at pride events who are facing the, I don't know what I'm even thinking anymore. Like,
I don't. So this is not. You can't pin this on Craig, obviously, because he obviously found the question amusing as well. But like that woman obviously just had this. This was gnawing at her because it wasn't really relevant to anything. Because she's like, I know animals kill and rape and so on, but they're not gay, right? They don't do the gay. Like, what is that going to do with anything? It's so funny.
Yeah. But it's just brilliant how wrong that is. Like, it's so insane.
Yeah, and it's also so easy. A simple Google search shows that that's false. And someone points this out later. So to their credit,
I just wanted to say though something else along. So okay, you've got this kind of looking to nature thing, but even the like looking to the ancients thing. You know, like in the good old days when we used to have the infallible ancient knowledge. when I found out that like Aristophanes, for example, talks about when Aristophanes talks about love, he draws like this, paints this picture of that people are like cut up into two halves. And for some of those people, the other half is like the same sex. For some of those people, it's like a woman, and this is why there are lesbians. And for some of those people, there's a man and a man, this is why there's gay people. For some, it's the opposite sex, and this is why there's heterosexual people. I just found it like how accepting that culture was of like LGBTQ, like just almost as I was reading this kind of myth about like a pure form of same-sex love, that I was like, wow, this idea that ancient people were somehow prejudiced against gay is just completely modern. Like, yes, some societies maybe were, but it's not like, it just isn't the case that like people in the past were against. I'm ranting now. I've gone completely off topic. I can't maintain the thread.
I mentioned this in the previous episode about Jesus. We read our own interests into the interests of people in the past and assume that they were interested in the same questions and thought about things in a similar way. And I think it's similar with homosexuality. But yeah, that's a topic for a whole other podcast.
Yes.
Whole other show.
Yeah.
The vast majority, inconsistently, I would say, want to affirm that certain things are really right or wrong or good and evil. And so they wouldn't try to read moral values out of the evolutionary process. Nature is read in tooth and claw. And if you tried to read your morality out of what evolution inculcates in animals to survive, then you would sanction all sorts of atrocities. So whether or not a certain type of behavior is observed among animals, I think is really morally irrelevant.
So why did you bring it up, Craig? It's irrelevant whether animals do this or that. So I don't understand why you mentioned it.
Yeah, it also, I do think though that theologically it does raise some interesting points about the like if you want to have all these arguments from analogy from the world to God and the creator's nature, like I've seen some there's a Twitter account called Nature is Scary, and there was one it was horrible. It was like because Christians will often want to make these arguments from analogy, like look at the trees and you just see so much beauty that it reflects the creator. But like I saw this like wasp, like I don't know what it was doing to a bee. It like bit off its head or something and like injected something. It was just awful. And I was like,
there's a type of spider that consumes its mate during copulation. Eats it, that is. There's some really weird stuff.
And Stephen Law, who you quote relatively oftenly in your chapters on the moral argument, he often talks about like, why can we not argue, if we're going to argue by analogy to the creator's goodness, why can we not argue to an evil creator? And then we've got the problem of good in the world. Like, well, there's this evil God, but there's the problem of good for like that.
I think a dualistic metaphysics makes sense of this, like Zoroastrianism.
Right.
Agents. So what they do or don't do is just no guide to morality at all. It's morally neutral. So whether there are
speed up to 1.5 so we can get through it.
Copulating is really just, I think, morally irrelevant because nobody's trying
I agree, Craig. It is morally relevant. So why are we talking about it?
Well, it's in the Protestant psyche, right? It's like if you were a Freudian or something, there'd be some interesting kind of
we'll get a Freudian on. Yeah, that'd be interesting.
That the societal values have evolved to the point where they determine it's beneficial for some of these acts to not further the society. Okay.
Yeah.
But where do you come back to say that there is a God that has established, this is right and wrong? I mean, the conversation typically just goes that, that society is the one that determines or has determined that that's bad. That in no way means that there's a living God.
No, it doesn't. This is just the first premise of the argument. It will be in conjunction with the second premise that it will lead to God's existence. So just hang on to that question. As you're right, some of you may feel a little uncomfortable with what I've been arguing here because it sounds so much like the kind of atheistic or naturalistic propaganda that you read about in magazines and newspapers, namely there is no God and therefore everything is relative. Well, I think these folks are right. I think they are right.
When was the last time you read a newspaper that said there is no God and everything is relative?
Well, to be fair, there was that article in the what magazine? Time magazine, was it? That God is Dead from the 60s. So I don't actually know what the article was about.
This is
what
what
it was in the 60s. Yeah, I don't know. So I think it comes back to what you were saying before, is the feeling of being under siege. So yeah, there's a little bit about this, but honestly, people like Richard Dawkins are just as seen just as much, if not more, as being sort of kind of kooky, weird people in the mainstream as maybe William Lane Craig would be. So, I don't really see it that way. But
if there is no God, everything is relative, and there are no objective moral values. And I admire those naturalists who have the courage to face up to this and own it. So I think that the writings of atheists like Richard Dawkins and philosophically Russell, Sartre, Nietzsche, and the rest are very helpful in understanding.
Russell was a relativist?
Russell, I actually looked this up because I was a bit confused. Russell changed his views about this quite a lot. And so I think he was to the end of his life, but he wasn't at the start.
Okay.
But again,
I mean, my understanding of Russell... Yeah, I was going to say, so early Russell was definitely a Platonist. He stopped being a Platonist, my understanding, but metaphysically, he not believing that there are true states of affairs and that everything.
Oh no, I mean about moral relativism.
Right,
I think it wasn't. Yeah. I think it might have been non-cognitivism they actually moved to, which is different to relativism, as we discussed before. But anyway, and also Nietzsche's views are very hard to characterize. I'm not actually convinced that Nietzsche was actually like an error theorist, but anyway, that's another discussion. Craig's not going to worry about those. Details.
The human predicament apart from God. What would life be like if there were no God to anchor moral values and duties? And I think the picture is grim indeed. There was a question over here. Yes.
Well, even when they try to be honest with that, in the case of Dawkins, who said there's any moral obligation to reproduce? Maybe if I'm the first human or the first gorilla, I like being the only human and gorilla. Who says I should propagate the species?
Exactly. Why think you have any
points
to perpetuate your species? Why not look out for self-interest? There again, you can't read morality out of the evolutionary process because you have no obligation to do those things. So if you feel, for example, instinct pressuring you to
that just shows such a misunderstanding as well of how natural selection works. Like if you were a gorilla who had no impetus to pass on your genes, then you wouldn't have done so, and so you wouldn't have won out in the process of natural selection.
Well, the question is whether that gives a rise to a moral obligation, which I think most naturalists are going to say it doesn't. But that's not even the argument about. Again, I would just as again, I keep saying this keeps coming up, and it will come up a bunch more. I would just as happily not talk about it because I don't think it's very important. I'm not entirely sure why it keeps getting raised so many times. Some atheists do talk about it in the context of morality, but I just, anyway.
Engage in some self-sacrificial act for the sake of others, maybe even to sacrifice your life. Well, it seems to me on atheism that the intelligent thing to do would be to look out for your own self-interest. And there's just no reason that you should obey those instincts. Those are just ingrained into you by evolution and society. There is no objective reason to follow them. And so you ought to look out for self.
I mean, you can just parrot this back to the theist, those are just ingrained into you by Yahweh, and there's no real reason to follow them other than maybe he'll send you to hell. But
so that's a good point. You pause there just as you were saying you ought to look out for self-interest.
Oh, sorry.
Let's just go back a couple of seconds because that's an important statement, I think.
No reason that you should obey those instincts. Those are just ingrained into you by evolution and society. There is no objective reason to follow them, and so you ought to look out for self-interest and resist these instincts. So on atheism, what happens is
so that statement there, you ought to look out for yourself and avoid these. He is actually. Right. So that ought can't be a moral ought because you're saying under atheism there are no moral oughts. So it's got to be a rational ought. Now this is interesting. That alone might not be sufficient, but he makes similar claims elsewhere. And so I think that Craig is what's the view? A rational egoist. That's the word. So
Ayn Rand, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, not maybe exactly, but yes, the same, the same area. Because the idea is that you're rationally obligated. Some would even say morally, but I think rationally is more relevant here. Rationally required to always act in your own self-interest. Now that can be understood in an enlightened long-term self-interest. It doesn't mean what I immediately want to do. So I don't want to straw man that position, but I just think it's odd. And other people have pointed this out as well. I mentioned in the chapter about this that it seems that Craig is committed to this view, and that statement there I think illustrates this. That's one of the reasons I think that Craig is clearly a moral rationalist. So he thinks that to be morally obliged to do something, you need a reason to do it. But this view that you're rationally obligated to do something, to do whatever's in your self-interest, this view needs defending. It's quite a strong view, and I think it's not something you can just sort of throw in there like that. So I want to emphasize this because he's saying, well, under atheism, why think that there are any moral obligations at all? But then just assumes that there are rational obligations to act in your own self-interest. Well, where does that come from? Now, that by itself doesn't show that there are moral obligations, but what I think it points to is we need a bit of a theory here as to where these rational or moral or other obligations come from. How can we articulate what they mean, or what facts would give rise to them? And he doesn't do that. He keeps just saying they come from God, and if God doesn't exist, then they can't exist. Won't address any other issues or possibilities, like some that I mentioned before about Humean motivation and internalism and so forth. And this fact is just another way to see that it's absolutely essential to do that, to have this discussion seriously, because he just throws in this rational egoism without any justification for it, and he thinks that that's perfectly consistent with atheism, that you can be rationally required to do something. But where does that come from? What's the foundation under atheism for that? Because he seems to think that there is, but then why can't something similar, an analogous obligation, arise for morality under atheism? Like, if you had a theory for one, then couldn't you use that to construct a theory for the other, potentially? At least that's like the discussion to have there. But again, Craig doesn't go into any of this, and he's just trying to bring you along with what he's saying. I don't think he really wants you to think about it.
Yeah. Between what our moral conscience tells us to do and what prudence sometimes tells us to do. Prudence and morality are often at loggerheads. And the question for the atheist would be, well, why act morally rather than out of self-interest? Why not just act out of prudence? Some other comment or question?
So he seems to think that we have reasons for acting out of prudence, which is fine. A lot of people do think that, but then we could ask, well, what else might give rise to reasons for action? Is it only prudence? If so, then you basically have to, and this is what I think Craig actually thinks, that if prudence is the only thing that can give rise to a reason for action, then the only reason to be moral would be that it's in your long-term interest, like it's a prudential reason, at least in the long term. And this could be true. Obviously, that is probably not true under naturalism, at least not in all cases, because it could be prudential to be, really immoral. But maybe he's saying that that's true under theism. I think he says this actually elsewhere. He doesn't say this in these talks. But again, what I want to emphasize is just that Craig's kind of assuming that you have reasons to act prudentially without explaining where those reasons come from, because that's something that you need to theorize. And he's happy to have that under naturalism or atheism, but not happy to have you have reasons for acting morally. And also, he kind of implies by saying that moral reasons would have to be subsumed under prudential reasons, which seems a bit inconsistent with what he said previously, that you should be good for goodness sake, not for a prudential reason.
Right.
So then why is he saying that prudential always trumps moral, which seemed to be his point here, if actually there could be moral reasons distinct from prudential reasons? Does that make sense? That he's just, I think, woefully under-theorized what he's even talking about here.
Act out of prudence. Some other comment or question? Yes.
So sorry, this is about 10 minutes too late, but I just wanted to I'm not trying to be rude to you, I'm sorry. But homosexuality is very, very common in the animal kingdom, and especially among higher primates. There are several species of monkeys that regularly engage in homosexual acts and even engage in heterosexual acts, like with no purpose of procreation, just because it's fun. And it's more common among higher evolved animals.
Really?
So,
I've never heard that. Do you have any kind of a source or anything that you could give us where you got that information?
School.
In biology class or something?
So, but yeah.
All right.
Do you think she was an atheist, or that's quite interesting?
I mean, are atheists allowed in these classes?
Yeah, I don't know.
I wouldn't have thought so. You don't have to be an atheist to believe that's true, because it is.
Yeah, no, it's just, I just wondered, like, that, I would have thought if I were a Christian, even if I knew those facts, like, I wouldn't want to disagree in that way.
Yeah, props to her for bringing that up, because I think it must have been difficult in that context.
Thank you. That's news to me. Yeah, Joe.
Just a comment. I'm sorry for the aside, but dogs mount your leg too. I think they're just being stimulated. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's approval for. They also.
We're talking about dogs mounting your legs, folks. This is this is what I mean. Some of these asides are so random. He says something else though. So.
Yeah, moral. Could you? Most people, if you talk to a layperson on the street, they say something to the effect of, "Look, morals are just innate. They don't feel like they have to go any further." An explication of this sort of thing. It's just somewhere in there in us somehow, whether we get together collectively and decide it or individually decided, sort of a conventionalism or an individual relativism.
They're just good Plantingans. They just say it's just properly basic. There's no further.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to mention that earlier. So you don't even need a justification for morality if it's a basic belief, or you could call it a brute fact, which is a slightly different focus. Facts of beliefs are different, but that's a plausible view. Craig, I think, mentions it. I think a little bit later, because he thinks it's implausible as a brute fact or as a foundation. But again, that's another route. It's not clear that a lot of atheists just assume that they they let him set the framework of the discussion. He says, well, give me a foundation for this. And they're like, okay, I'll give you one. And then he raises problems with it. Every philosophical theory has problems with it. And then he sort of wins by default. Whereas you don't even have to accept that. You could say, well, why do these need a foundation? They could just be basic truths or things that we accept as properly basic.
Question, I wanted you to comment on that. And also the question I had, could you turn this argument that you're just saying, look, it's hard to make sense of these moral things, these moral ideas on a naturalistic perspective. Could you turn it and say, well, wouldn't survival of the fittest or natural selection sort of encourage
again, evolution comes up?
Yeah, it is interesting how it's such a problem. I wonder if that's because of like new atheism at the time, and like Dawkins and
what we consider to be traditionally immoral behavior, looking out for number one, rape or murder in the sense of the more powerful and getting the limited amount of goods and resources.
All right. That is what I said in response to Claire, Joe, where I said that if you try to read morality out of the evolutionary process, it will sanction all sorts of atrocities because nature, as I say, is red in tooth and claw. It is the predator who is preying upon the weak and the infirm. There is no compassion of that sort in nature. It's survival of the fittest. So nobody, not even naturalists, want to try to say that we should read morality out of the evolution.
I mean, like, couldn't fittest mean most compassionate in certain ecological niches?
Well, this is the standard straw man of what survival of the fittest means. But yeah, again, we didn't get into that.
Yeah.
Process, because if you do, it will sanction murder, genocide, rape, incest, cannibalism, killing innocent people.
So does the Bible in certain contexts.
Morality out of the evolutionary process. Now, with respect to a couple of the other alternatives that Joe mentioned, individual relativism, or he said maybe a kind of social contract that we get together and make a compact for the good of society. Those are both right in line here, Joe, with premise one, namely that objective moral values don't exist. Remember, objective means independent of human opinion. So relativistic views of morality and social contract views of morality are subjective. They are dependent upon pacts made by human beings. They're dependent upon human opinion. Had we chosen to make a different compact, then you could have a very different morality, such as in, say, Afrikaner South Africa, where blacks were disenfranchised, or in National Socialist Germany, where Jews and gypsies and homosexuals were regarded as fodder for the gas chambers in the oven. So those social contract views and personal choice views are right in line with premise one. Now, we will consider in a moment other points of views that try to
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, he just managed to dispose of Hobbes there in one sentence, so don't bother reading Leviathan,
Yeah, well, that's also a political account, not just a bit. Yeah, there's a lot going on there. But also, he mentions, he talks about social contract, which is different to contractarian theories of ethics. Obviously, they kind of grow out of that, but they're not the same thing. Like the social contract, under one interpretation, is supposed to be some sort of real, understood set of understood customs and norms in a society. And I think that would count as at least culturally relativistic under what Craig said. But contractarian theories of ethics don't have to appeal to that. They can appeal to an idealized contract. This is the classic veil of ignorance argument. So it's not about what anyone happens to agree to. It's an idealization about what a set of people would agree to under a certain set of assumptions about their knowledge and so forth. It's not obvious to me that that really is relativistic because it doesn't depend on what anyone believes or in what any one culture believes. Craig might say it's relativist in a sense, but I don't really see how it's any more relativist than just saying it depends on what God says. They're both kind of ideal. It's kind of related to ideal observer theory, which contractarianism comes under.
Yeah, like you can define almost the best contract between like rational entities in the best of all possible worlds by using some kind of, I don't know, game theory, mathematics, whatever, and say, is that what you're getting at?
Well, I don't think you necessarily have to appeal to that specific formulation, but that is the idea. It appeals to counterfactuals, not actual facts to ground ethics. That is, what would people agree to under such and such conditions, and that is what makes things right or wrong. I think that, like Craig, this is interesting because Peter Railton, I've mentioned before, this is my preferred account of meta-ethics. He also appeals to counterfactuals, although he appeals to counterfactual preferences, so what people would want for themselves if they were perfectly rational and knew everything and so forth, which I think is quite compelling. But it is also a counterfactual formulation. These are things that don't exist, but sort of they exist in some possible world, I guess, and so we can appeal to that. Maybe Craig doesn't like counterfactual groundings. I don't really see the problem. We appeal to them in science all the time because scientific models almost always make simplifying statements about counterfactual states of affairs. So that's an interesting question, though, is if you think something has to exist for it to serve as a grounding. But again, we're sort of going beyond it because he hasn't said any of those things. I just wanted to emphasize that contractarian theories aren't the same as the social contract, and I think he's unfairly grouping those.
Defend objective morals without reference to God. But at least so far, I'm simply arguing that on a naturalistic view, human beings are just animals, and we have no grounds objectively for thinking that they're valuable and have any duties to run.
3 hours in.
He's still saying the same thing. And again, what grounds do we have for saying that they have moral value? Premise 2. That's my ground.
Another or anything else.
He needs to give a defeater for why I shouldn't think that under atheism, but he just keeps saying there's no reason.
So far. Okay, now, if you share this argument with somebody else, I can almost guarantee the response that you're going to get. Somebody will say indignantly, are you saying that all atheists are bad people? How dare you say that atheists cannot be good people? That's arrogant and immoral. You're judgmental and intolerant in saying that about atheists. And we need to help these folks see that that is a complete misunderstanding of the argument. We are not arguing here that atheists are immoral people or that they can't live good and decent lives or anything of the sort. The question that we're facing here is not, do you have to believe in God in order to live a good and decent life? That is not the question. Do you have to believe in God in order to live a good and decent life? That is not the question. There's no reason to think that unbelievers cannot live what we would normally call a good and decent life. In fact, many of us come from families, don't we, where we have family members who are good, decent, loving people, but they may be unbelievers. So clearly, the claim is not that in order to live a decent life, you have to be a believer in God. Again, the question is not, can we recognize objective moral values without believing in God? We're not asking whether we can recognize objective moral values without believing in God. You don't have to believe in God in order to recognize that you ought to love your children rather than mutilate them and abuse them. Indeed, the Bible actually teaches that the moral law of God is written on all people's hearts, so that it says in Romans 2:14,
especially on Isaac's heart, right?
Yes, well, we can go there. We'll go there later. But also, remember, he's repeatedly been saying, why think under atheism that humans have moral value? And he'll say that again in a moment. Why think that we have moral duties? He's just given a reason for thinking it. And this doesn't depend on believing in God. So it still applies even if you're an atheist, so you believe in an atheistic worldview. So he's just given a defeater for the only reason he's given in favor of accepting premise 1, which is that there's no reason for thinking this. He's just given a reason which applies even if you're an atheist. So this is why I don't understand how the argument is supposed to work.
Yeah.
Even Gentiles who do not have the law do by nature what the law requires because they show that the law is written on their hearts. So from a Christian point of view, there is a kind of innate moral instinct or sense that all persons have in virtue of being God's creatures, and we don't need to believe in God in order to recognize that objective moral values and duties exist. Or again, the question is not, can we formulate an adequate system of ethics without believing in God? We're not asking, can we formulate an adequate system of ethics without believing in God? If a person is willing to grant that human beings have intrinsic moral value, given that presupposition, he can probably work out a system of ethics with which the Christian will very largely agree. The question is, however, why think that human beings have intrinsic moral worth? So the question that
you just gave a reason for thinking that. You just explained why we should think that, Craig. Why are you now asking why we should think it? And also, you don't believe humans have intrinsic moral worth. I've explained many times what intrinsic means. It means in and of itself, not with reference to something outside. Right. You think that morality only depends on God's nature, which is outside of humans and their experiences. So I think it's the naturalist who believes that, moral realist at least, who believes that humans have intrinsic value and not you. So let's put that aside, because I think that's inconsistent with what you've argued.
God does not exist, do objective moral values and duties exist? The question is not about the necessity of belief in God. The question is about the necessity of the existence of God. So we're not claiming belief in God is necessary for morality. We're claiming God is necessary for morality. And I have to say, I have been shocked at how even professional philosophers who ought to know better make this confusion. For example, several years ago, I participated in a...
This is like the Dunning-Kruger effect in action or something like...
Yeah, well, I'm shocked how Craig cannot realize that these only reasons for accepting premise 1 are defeated by the fact that he thinks the same people should accept premise 2. So, yeah, it's a bit of a... What is it? What was you saying?
Dunning-Kruger effect.
No, before that. The giving with the right and taking with the left.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Debate on the subject, goodness without God is good enough, with the humanist philosopher Paul Kurtz of the American Humanist Association at Franklin and Marshall College in Pennsylvania. And I argued, as I have this morning, that if God does not exist, then objective moral values and duties do not exist. And this is how Paul Kurtz responded. He completely missed the point. This is what he said, and I quote, If God is essential, then how is it possible for the millions and millions of people who don't believe in God to nonetheless behave morally and ethically? On your view, they could not. And so God just is not essential. Many people, indeed millions of people, have been optimistic about life, have lived a full life, and find life exciting and significant. Yet they don't wring their hands about whether or not there is an afterlife. It's living here and now that counts, end quote. Now, Kurtz's point only shows that belief in God is not necessary for living an optimistic and full life. It doesn't do anything to respond to my claim that if God does not exist...
But if the good is this referent God's nature, then it would be impossible for them to actually have good without that referent in any sense. I mean, I get what both of them are saying to an extent, but I do feel like Craig's sort of misrepresenting what I think the this humanist philosopher guy actually meant by what he was saying.
I suspect so as well. And we'll see that much more clearly. Well, I think more clearly later on. I can't remember exactly what he says, but he references what another philosopher says. And I think that is interesting. So yeah, let's keep going.
Then objective moral values and duties do not exist. So to repeat, again, just to make it absolutely clear, belief in God is not necessary for morality. God is necessary for morality. That's the argument. Any question or response to that clarification of a very common confusion? Yes, Steve.
So actually, if God does not exist, there is no bad or good objectively.
Right.
Therefore, now other people, even atheists, can subjectively believe they know objective moral values, but they're by definition subjective. In fact, you would have to absolutely know God completely to know if you know any objective. Everything is subjective until you know it.
Well, no, now look, if God exists, then there is objective.
Craig just like,
yeah, that just completely undermines what Craig just said. Brilliant.
Is doing wrong things when he commits sins that are against God's will. The atheist is doing good things when he does things that are in accordance with God's will. And that is the case even if the atheist doesn't believe in God. So again, belief in God is not necessary for objective morality. The atheist can do evil and can do good if God exists, even though the atheist doesn't believe in God. So don't think that because he doesn't believe in God, everything becomes subjective. What matters is that God exists, not whether the atheist believes in him. Go ahead.
But what I was saying is you can't know that what you subjectively know is actually objectively true until you know the creator, because it all comes from him. People can...
I actually, interestingly, I do think that this guy is taking what Craig said kind of to its conclusions, because Craig's made that identity claim between the good and God's nature. So to actually,
well, this raises the question: how do you know? So Craig says that God reveals his nature to us and our moral duties through commandments. But how do you know that something is God's commandment? Presumably you would have to have some idea about what the good is. So you could say, oh, they've commanded this and it lines up with what the good is, at least, approximately. You might not have to know exactly. Yeah. Otherwise, I guess you could say, well, I knew from other reasons that they were God, but then how could you? Because part of being God is to be all good. You would have to know that they satified that property in order to be a God. Otherwise they could just be a really powerful being. So there's
like
a
thought experiment. Sorry, a thought experiment that might work on this would be like, like you could say, well, that's water without knowing it's H2O, right? And you only know through like further scientific empirical verification that water is H2O. And then, so does this mean that God has revealed himself to Craig to make that identity claim later? So Craig's like figured it out a posteriori rather than a priori. It's I don't know.
Yeah, it would be interesting if he actually discussed this, but unfortunately he does not.
Sorry, I interrupted. Do you want to?
No, it's fine. Let's keep going.
It's hard, right? For the large part, most people, all atheists included, believe that in the bulk and try to obey the bulk of the objective laws because they're essential for self-preservation. Yeah, a lot of them. Well, I'm not. That's more of a knowing whether you can actually know God.
Yeah, in taking this stand on this argument, Steve, I'm not committing myself to how we come to know about objective moral values. I'm inclined to think that the atheist can know that objective moral values exist because I believe Romans 2:14 and 15 says that it's written on the hearts of all men. And so when the atheist see...
Yeah, do you want to give some arguments for that? The Bible tells me, like, it's... That sounds, like in
that jingle that triggers Craig so much.
That's what that is the case. It's the same with the demon stuff, right? It's like, well, could we give some arguments for why demons exist? Well, we've got... all these reasons to believe that Jesus is God and Jesus rose from the dead, and Jesus claims that demons exist, therefore demons must exist.
Yeah, I saw that. You talked about that clip, right?
I think it was we did one when
no, I mean it's a different one because Capturing Christianity is like He's interviewing more people about this for some reason.
Yeah.
And I saw another clip about this. My response was, because he talked about this, I'm like, well, how do you know what Jesus meant when he said that demons are real? Like, what did that mean to him? Is that what we think about demons? It's this gap between concepts that needs to be addressed.
But then it's like it's almost like this conjunctive fallacy thing of not realizing then that like adding on these extra claims makes like that, you know, like it's tenuous anyway whether like Jesus rose from the dead from the evidence, and then you want to like be like, and this other thing about Jesus is true, and this
that's a good point.
That loving his children is a good thing to do. I think that he has moral knowledge. He has knowledge of that truth, but he just doesn't understand the foundation for it. So that is neither here nor there with regard to my argument. I certainly some moral duties we wouldn't be able to apprehend without a knowledge of God, because certain commandments that God gives us would be things that we might not be able to read off of the sort of natural law. Sunday or Sabbath worship, for example, would not be something that you could read off of the natural law, the natural moral law, but that's a commandment God has given. So you wouldn't be able to know about that moral duty to keep the Sabbath unless you had some revelation from God. So there could be a variety of ways that we can come to moral knowledge. Some could be through the instinct of written on our hearts, some could be through intuition, some could be through divine revelation, and I'm not making a commitment on any of those. All right, yes, Jim?
But I'm assuming from the atheist argument standpoint, they wouldn't agree with you that the fact that...
I'm just thinking, because Craig believes that reality as it unfolds is like truly contingent, and we have free will and all that because of God's middle knowledge of counterfactuals. Couldn't there be then a state of affairs where, like, so Jesus has died in the past, but all of humanity forgets about Christianity and God's sacrifice? We just lose that information. All the Bibles get burnt. And then we'd never figure out the things that are necessary for saving faith, which is that Jesus Christ is Lord, just through natural theology and, like morality as it's been revealed through natural...
Well, Craig, as my understanding, Craig just brings middle knowledge to the rescue in all of these situations, because he would say, well, suppose that happened, then all of the people who lived after that time would just be people who wouldn't have accepted God anyway, even if they had lived in the conditions. Because this is what he said. The reason I say this is because this is what he says, or at least has said, I don't know if he's changed his mind, about people who lived before Christ, or like in China before missionaries got there and never heard about Jesus. He says, well, God put them in that position because with his middle knowledge, he knew they'd never accept it even under the best conditions anyway, so it doesn't matter. So he could just say that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
That they naturally love their children is anything other than a subjective decision, would they? In other words, where they say millions of atheists live good lives, wouldn't they argue those are millions of individual subjective decisions that result in a similar outcome?
This is the paradox, Jim. The fact is, and I'll say something about this when we get to premise 2, the majority of philosophers who are atheists believe in objective moral values. They do affirm the objectivity of moral values and moral duties. There are not that many philosophers that I've run into.
Shame that none of them have ever written about trying to explain how that works.
Yeah, that is a shame.
The holistic line, which says that there is no...
it will make our job a lot more difficult, though, because then Craig might have spoken about some of those things rather than just the same 2 premises.
Well, yeah, at least it'd be more interesting.
Yeah.
There are no moral values, or there is no moral knowledge. Most of them really do believe in objective morality. And I'll say something more about that when we get to the second premise. So it's a misimpression, actually, that these intellectuals are all relativists. Actually, they're not. That's more...
What the heck? Like, Craig's the only person that's given this impression. No one thought this until Craig went off for like an hour or so talking about how they're all, all atheists are relativists and stuff. And I was like, it's like, what's going on in his mind? Like, what?
I mean, it's a bit of a... Surely this is a bit of the things that you just can't see it from the outside, because he's just argued that under atheism, you can't make any sense of moral value or moral duties. And then he's just said, oh, but actually most people who've thought carefully about this are atheists and they're moral realists. Shouldn't that lead you to question whether what he said is actually true, that you can't make sense of this? Like, at least there's a suspicion there that, hang on, I'm missing something here. But that just seems to completely miss Craig, that this would be a potential defeater for what he's just said.
It'd be funny if it wasn't so pitiful. Obviously saying that in jest, like, yikes.
Pop culture than among these academics. Joe? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll wait till the next premise.
Yeah, go ahead, Tom. All right, well, we'll have Joe then.
Dr. Craig, you've debated a lot of people. Do you find the contemporary atheist is as honest about
the contemporary atheist, the average human?
Yes, it's an ideal type here.
moral situation as, say, a Nietzsche or a Russell?
No, I don't, Joe. I don't think they can face the conclusions. I have great admiration for somebody like Nietzsche, even though he was in many ways a very pathetic and unhappy man. Nevertheless, Nietzsche had the courage to face the death of God that he proclaimed and to draw unflinchingly the implications from the death of God, namely the nihilism that results from atheism. Now, it's interesting, Joe, in his personal life, Nietzsche couldn't live like that. You can show in his personal life that he couldn't live as though moral values were purely subjective. Shortly before,
by getting syphilis and going mad.
Hang on, let him finish, and then I'll defend Nietzsche a bit.
Before he went insane and was had to be institutionalized, he was in, I think it was Torino, Italy, and there was a man mercilessly beating his horse, trying to get it to move this wagon. And Nietzsche, in tears, threw himself around the neck of the horse to try to protect it from the blows of this cruel master who was beating it. Even
Emotivism.
Nietzsche, the so-called, person who was the Übermensch, declared living beyond good and evil, couldn't live that way. But at least intellectually, he understood the consequences of the death of God that he proclaimed. Any other comment?
Okay, so this, I think, is a very revealing comment here. I haven't heard Craig use this elsewhere. So he seems to be saying, so first of all, I don't think it's true that Nietzsche was an error theorist in the way that like Mackie was. But I mean, it's hard to say because he didn't really articulate in those terms. But and before these terms are really developed. But put that aside for the moment. Regardless of Nietzsche's metaethical beliefs, it kind of doesn't matter what theory you apply to. He might still have just not liked the horse being brutalized in front of him for a whole host of reasons. It could just be entirely, he doesn't even have to think it's a moral perspective if he's an error theorist. He could just say, I don't like this, and so I'm going to stop it, and not claim that's a moral truth. Greg's trying to read a metaethical position off this action, which just doesn't make any sense. He could have, Nietzsche could justify or explain his actions in any number of ways. So I don't quite understand why Craig thinks it's inconsistent. The only way I can make sense of this, which is kind of telling, is that the only reason Craig can think of that anyone would want to stop a horse from being beaten is because if they had an objective moral obligation to do that. And there's no other reason that they would ever have for helping a horse, which is a little disturbing, especially because he thinks the only account of moral obligation that makes any sense is when God tells you to do something. So the only not just that the reason that he thinks is most compelling, but the only reason he seemed to be able to conceive of for helping a suffering horse is because God tells you to.
Well, I think
what kind of view is this?
There's problems for this as well, because it means that then, so as human beings who engage in like a moral dimension every day, that then in order to say that like I've got some moral obligation to act in a particular way, you have to be like, well, I've got this infallible, divinely inspired moral truth. And it's like, if everyone behaved like that, you'd have it'd just be so frightening, like, can you imagine if someone, I don't know, someone crashes their car into another car, and they say to that person, like now I've got this moral obligation to behave in a certain way. It just seems like there'd be people flying into buildings all over the place and doing all sorts of because I don't know, maybe I've just gone insane in the past 5 minutes. But I'm just thinking, if Craig thinks that you have to like have this infallible kind of like divine moral obligation, and there's no like graded scale of like like 50-50 on this. I mean, I guess he did say in the other one, right, there were like choices where there's just no good choice. And so
he
maybe
talks about absolute moral values elsewhere, and he says that he doesn't advocate for that, which would be to say that you're obligated to do something kind of independently of the circumstances, which is fair because that's kind of a silly view, I think, at least for a lot of things. So I don't necessarily say that he would advocate that. I just think it's a bit odd to say that about the horse thing, that he can only assume that the reason you would have for that is to think that there's some morality behind it, which doesn't follow at all. But also, I want to defend Nietzsche a little bit. Now, I don't claim to be an expert on Nietzsche, but I mean, I think I can say some more reasonable things than Craig just said. So first of all, Nietzsche was not upset or despairing about the death of God. He thought this was an excellent thing because he thought that Christian morality held everyone back. He talked about it as being a herd morality that constrained everyone.
Morality.
Yeah, slave morality, exactly. And so Nietzsche wasn't, blubbering into the pillow, worried about the death of God. He thought that this was a good thing. And that's one of the reasons I don't think he actually was an error theorist, because he used a lot of moral language. And you can still use moral language to be an error theorist, but you can ask, well, what does it mean? So I actually don't think he was. I'm not exactly sure what he was, but I don't think error theorist is the best way to describe it. But at any rate, so Craig speaks it as if Nietzsche was just, living up to this sort of honesty that Nietzsche had. But Nietzsche was very happy about the death of God. He thought it was a good thing. And his Übermensch morality was supposed to be a way of humans finally realizing their potential, in a sense. Freed from the shackles of the Christian slave morality. I think that Nietzsche had a lot of problems in his life. I don't think that really undermines his ideas there. That Craig maybe seemed to imply. And likewise, you can make the idea that Nietzsche was concerned about the horse perfectly consistent with an Übermensch, because an Übermensch is sort of you make yourself, right? You decide what your destiny is going to be and what things you're going to be concerned about. And if a horse suffering is part of that, then that's fully consistent. What Nietzsche would say is that if you're just doing it because God says so, then that makes you a slave to God, and that's I think it would actually say that's immoral, or something along those lines. So anyway, I just think it's a huge misreading of Nietzsche, the way that Craig's presenting this.
Or question on this point. We'll go back to Steve then.
I guess what I was getting at is your objective moral values depends on the God. Right. And by definition, there can only be objective moral values if there is a God, unless they're changing what objective means or something.
That's right. You've got to watch out for that.
Unless they're changing what objective means, what by defining objective as only in a God.
Yeah.
Terminology, folks. Boy, that is really true, Steve. What will happen is they will affirm objective moral values, but they will quietly change the definition of objective. For example, they will say now that objective, the values that are the product of evolution and of the...
I feel like this is like saying, I can't objectively have a hand unless God conceives that I have a hand or something. Like, as if you can't objectively as if like states of affair in the world absent of like God conceiving them don't exist. It's really kind of bizarre. I don't know what's...
Something is objective if there is an object that is separate from the subject. And that is what is not true when something is subjective, because it's just, ice cream is delicious. There's nothing external that you can point to and refer to as an object to that other than my own preference, right? That's all that it requires to make something objective. This is why I asked, why does it have to be transcendent? Because transcendent is totally different to objective. I don't think you can believe in transcendent morality and be a naturalist, or at least I think there's a lot of tension there. But objective morality, it's actually super easy. You just have to find something that is mind independent in the relevant way, that is plausibly connected to morality. And there's actually lots of possibilities, and you can argue about the pros and cons of them. So the problem is we're spoiled for choice from my point of view. There's too many theories, and none's perfect, but you can debate between them. Craig just says there aren't any, which is just false. So it's a bit of a joke.
Societal conditioning are objective in the sense that they're not just sort of made up. They're not just made up by people in the way that we have made up rules that in America...
Or in the way that God made up rules.
We drive on the right hand
exactly.
road, whereas in Great Britain, they drive on the left-hand side. Moral values aren't like that. They'll say they have an objective reality or foundation in that they are the product of evolution rather than inventions of human beings. And so they've changed the meaning of objective in that sense. Certainly they're objective in the sense that they can be the products of evolution, but they're not objective in the sense that they're valid and binding, independent of human opinion. You still have to, by choice, say, well, I'm going to agree that those things that have been instilled into us.
I wonder, I guess it's difficult, could something objectively be true independent of God's opinion?
Well, not according to... be true.
Yeah.
Well,
so states of effect. So the theist wants to divorce the deity from the creation, right?
Yes.
So states of affairs in the creation, are they true independently of what the deity thinks about them? On Craig's view.
Well, yeah. This is why I say that Craig's view about morality coming directly from God is implausible, because I think that morality is grounded in properties of, from a Christian view, the creation. So God brought them into being when he made the creation, but you don't have to trace it directly back to God. It goes sort of through the creation, so to speak. But sorry, could you jump back a few seconds? Because Craig, I think, says something very, just like 5 seconds or so, very interesting here about objectivity. Because he's accusing atheists of redefining objectivity, but I think he's the one who's doing that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That they can be the products of evolution, but they're not objective in the sense that they're valid and binding, independent of human opinion. You still have to, by choice, say, well, I'm going to agree that those things that have been instilled into us by evolution are valid and binding. And if you care not to make that decision, then there's nothing wrong with that. There's no moral...
Yeah, I don't think I went back far enough. Let's try.
Inventions of human beings. And so they've changed the meaning of objective in that sense. Certainly they're objective in the sense that they can be the products of evolution, but they're not objective in the sense that they're valid and binding, independent of human opinion. You still have...
Objective is valid and binding, independent of human opinion. But what about independent of God opinion?
Yes, but just play to the conclusion of this, because I want it to be clear what he's saying.
Have to, by choice, say, well, I'm going to agree that those things that have been instilled into us by evolution are valid and binding. And if you care not to make that decision, then there's nothing wrong with that. There's no moral obligation to agree with those things. So you've got to be very careful how the definition works here. All right, any other comment on this?
So you see what he said there? He said that even if you agree that these things have emerged from evolution, or he could say maybe something about human flourishing. I don't know if I don't think it's specific to evolution, but so those are objective. He agrees with that because those truths about what's evolved are mind independent. But he says that still doesn't get you to objective moral values or duty. I forget which one. It was probably both. Because, and this is the key point here, I think Craig says you still have to ask the question, do I agree that these things are binding on me or that I act in accordance with them? And if you don't agree, then what's to say that that's wrong? Now, this is entirely question begging, because if there's an objective fact about what's wrong or what you have a moral obligation to do, then that is what determines that you're wrong. And it doesn't matter whether you don't agree with it. That's what it means to be objective. So Craig's just basically asking, if there's an objective moral fact or objective moral value, then, and you decide not to recognize that, then what is it in virtue of what are you wrong? But the answer is just in virtue of the objective fact that you just said was objective. To put this another way, it seems like you could ask the same question that Craig just asked about God. So you could say, yeah, I recognize God commanded this, but I don't want to follow that. I don't see any reason to, so I'm just not going to. Right. What can we point to say that they have an objective obligation to act in accordance with that? Craig would just say, well, no, God's commands just of what it is to be, to have a moral obligation. When God commands us that we do something, that's it. But then he's providing a theory, essentially, of what it is to have a moral obligation. All the naturalist has to do is likewise develop a theory of moral obligation and how it relates to moral facts. And as long as it's objective in the sense that it doesn't depend on your opinions or societal opinions, let's say, then they've succeeded. And you can't then ask, well, what if I don't want to adhere to it? That's just saying that you don't necessarily agree with it. But if you have an objective duty, you don't have to agree with it. And this actually is probably as close as Craig gets to some of the questions I mentioned before about like reasons internalism and moral rationalism and human theory of motivation, because he does seem to be saying here that. So this is why I think he might be a reasons internalist, because he seems to be saying that you need a reason that you can apprehend in your mind to at least a motivation for you to act morally. Whereas he hasn't defended that. That's a specific view, and I actually think that that's false, but that's a discussion to be had. But the point is, he doesn't really explain what it is that necessary facts that can in principle give rise to a moral obligation, other than saying God's commands. If his account is simply that it's God's commands and nothing else, well, that works, except it's entirely question begging, because that's what he's trying to establish. If he wants to explain why, then he needs to give an account about what it is that gives rise or could give rise to moral duties, and then say, but the only thing that fulfills this is God's commandments. But he doesn't give that account, and so we're left with no reason for thinking that you can't have other accounts as to how moral obligations arise. And again, I've mentioned some of the relevant things to consider there, and there are different responses to that from different people. Mm-hmm. So this is what I mean. He's sort of changing the goalposts here by saying that, by just basically asserting that the only way to be objective is for it to come from God, when that's actually not the definition of objective.
By redefining
Precisely,
objective,
yes.
like he's accusing the atheist of doing.
A misunderstanding of the argument that frequently occurs. Well, there's one other response that you can be sure to get when you present this argument, and this is the so-called Euthyphro dilemma. The Euthyphro dilemma is named after a character in one of Plato's dialogues called Euthyphro. And the argument
called Dave.
Dilemma basically goes like this. Is something good because God wills it? Or does God will it because it's good? Is something good just because God wills it? Or does God will it because it is good? And the claim is that either one of those horns of that dilemma have unacceptable consequences. If you say that something is good just because God wills it, then that makes morality arbitrary. It means God could have willed that it be good that we hate one another and kill and murder each other, that greed and rapacity and selfishness be good. And it would be actually evil and sinful to love another person and be compassionate. And that seems crazy. So you can't just say that because God wills something, that makes it good. On the other hand, if you say, well, no, God wills something because it is good, then that means that the good is independent of God. Now it means that God himself has to look to some higher standard, and what he wills and commands will be in accord with that higher standard. And therefore, morality is not based upon God. After all, morality is independent of God. Indeed, in a sense, God himself is subservient to the good. He himself has to make his life conform to the good, and he has to fulfill his moral obligations and duties to the good, so that moral values and duties, in fact, do exist independently of God, and that contradicts premise one. Now, is there any comment or question about that dilemma before we say something by way of response to it? All right. Well, I don't think that we need, in fact, to refute either horn of the Euthyphro dilemma, because the dilemma is a false dilemma. That is to say, these aren't the only two choices. There's a third alternative, and that is God wills something because he is good. God wills something because he is good. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean that God's own nature is the standard of goodness, and his commands to us are necessary expressions of his own moral character. So, in short, our moral duties are determined by the commandments of a just and loving God. Our moral duties are determined by the commandments of a just and loving God.
That is just taking one horn of the dilemma, though. It's like to say, in virtue of what is God good? Well, God is God. Like it doesn't.
It is accepting one horn. It's saying that things are good because God commands them. That is actually what he's saying. He just thinks that there's more to say about why he commands them. So I don't actually think this gets around the dilemma. It just restructures it somewhat. And he has a bit more to say, so I'll make some more comments then. But just in terms of what he just said, Craig says that God is good. Really all Christians will affirm that. But if the foundation for morality and the standard of morality is just God's nature, then this appears to be an empty tautology. It's like saying bachelors are unmarried. It's not interesting and it's not substantive. Also, I'd like to know, what is it about God's nature that determines we mentioned this at the start. What is it about God's nature? What aspects of his nature, what properties that he has that determines morality? Is it all of it? If so, then it seems like a lot of irrelevant things, like the fact that God is non-material and non-spatial and so forth, also determine morality, which just seems really wrong, and like the theory is confused. On the other hand, if it's parts of God's nature, then which parts? It seems you're going to say it's the moral parts, but that means you've got a standard for morality outside of God. So that's what I call the underdetermination problem. I don't think this is a good answer because it runs into this problem here.
What determines God's nature is it? But then you just keep going. God's nature determines God's nature. God's nature. God is God. God, you just keep saying the word God over and over again until you've gone insane.
It's a little bit like that. Let's keep playing, and I think he raises some more issues as well that would be worthy of comment.
So, moral values are not independent of God because God's own character defines what is good. God is essentially compassionate, loving, kind, just, impartial, fair, and so on. And so his moral nature is...
So it's kind of like, can God change his own nature, or is he determined by his own nature? And then
that's a good question. But also I want to know, is God good because he has those attributes, or are those attributes good because God has them? I could just apply the moral dilemma to this. I think Craig's going to have to say that they're good because God has them, in which case I would say, well, if God had different properties, would those be good? And then Craig's going to say, well, that's a silly... Well, he'll kind of say this in a slightly different context momentarily, but he's going to say, well, that's a silly question and it doesn't make any sense because God's nature is necessary. But my response is going to be, well, but I can still actually talk sensibly about things that are necessarily impossible. An example of this is Craig's first premise. He says if God does not exist, which is necessarily impossible. Another example that I give in my book is when mathematicians or computer scientists talk about different theorems, and they'll say, if this theorem is true, if it's false, it has these implications. Now, that actually makes perfect sense and actually helps us communicate ideas. But according to Craig, we can't even say those things because at least one of those two statements is metaphysically impossible and therefore meaningless. My position is just because something is metaphysically impossible doesn't make it meaningless. And we'll see that because he gives an example of something that I think is meaningless and implies that all metaphysically impossible things are also meaningless. But I don't think it's meaningless to ask, what if God had different properties, even if there's no possible world in which that's true. And I think that showing that even if he had different properties, then that wouldn't make things like, rape and murder and so on good. That therefore that's showing that the theory is not getting at the right things in grounding morality.
Is he going to mention the square circle one, or has
he mentions that.
Okay. Let's.
The defining standard of what is good. Now, God's commands then reflect his essential nature. They flow necessarily out of his nature, and therefore they're not arbitrary. So if the atheist asks you, for example, well, if God commanded that we should all murder our children, would we be morally obligated to murder our children? That question is like asking, if there were a square circle, would its area be computed by squaring its sides?
If God commanded us to murder the Canaanites, like
well, this comes up,
yeah.
But there's so many things that aren't paralleled here. First of all, I think that it's conceptually incoherent to talk about a square circle. I don't know what that means. I don't think anyone knows what that means. Whereas I think it's conceptually coherent to say, is P equals NP true? Is P equals NP false? That's just a theorem in computer science that I like to use as an example. But it's coherent to say both those things, even if one of them is necessarily true and the other is necessarily false. Likewise, I think it's perfectly coherent to say, suppose God had this property. I don't see any lack of coherence there. It seems to make sense to me. I mean, it's always hard to establish this, but you take God and everything else is the same, but then you substitute out this one property. So again, I don't feel like it's incoherent to ask that question. And I think the answer is revealing. I think the answer to that question, it seems Craig would have to say that then, rape would be good and so forth, illustrates that his theory is not correct. But there's a further problem here. Even if you put that aside, Craig asserts here that it is it's inconsistent for God to act differently to his own nature. But why does that follow? Like, your nature is sort of, well, you could debate what that means exactly, but maybe it's how you typically act, or it's a set of ideals that you aspire to. Or I don't know what that might mean in God's case, but we could debate a long time about what it means for God to have a nature. But can't he command anything he wants? Is Craig saying that God doesn't have the power to command these things? Surely he does have the power. And so even if he wouldn't, I don't even need to say that he would. I can just say, do you think God has the power to make rape morally good? And if Craig says yes, then I would say, well, that's absurd, because I would claim that even if in an impossible universe God did command that, it still wouldn't be good. And again, that's pointing to the fact that your theory is wrong. It's a bad theory of the foundation of morality.
Well, God's nature is determined by God's nature, so it can't be different from God's nature.
But yeah, unless you're saying God is constrained by his nature in a way that he can't act, not that there's one. You can say God wouldn't act that way. That's one thing. But then does he have the power to act that way? That's another thing. Yeah, he can't act that way. And that doesn't seem to follow to me at all. Indeed, it seems to be an unfair restriction on God's power, or an unwarranted restriction on God's power from his point of view. So he seems to be committed to the view that God has the power to make rape good. He just won't. But I contend that that's absurd, and that even God couldn't do that, because, again, that view is pointing us to the fact that this is a wrong theory of ethics.
I want to sort of pry into what the difference is between posing the hypothetical that a square circle's area would be but like the square of its side or something like that, and it doesn't make any sense, or whatever it is that Craig says. And what the difference is between that and saying well, suppose to a 10th century mathematician saying suppose the fifth postulate of Euclid is wrong. Suppose P equals NP now. So what are the differences? What's the key difference between one of these and the other? Because obviously one state of affairs is not true, and but
necessarily not true, which is the important point there. Well, I don't necessarily have a complete theory as to that. I think it is an interesting question. I think I might say something like that it is manifestly and obviously nonsensical to say that a simple geometric shape has both 4 and 1 side at the same time. Maybe there's a few ancillary assumptions I'm appealing to there, but something along those lines, and that I can't even conceive of those two things holding at the same time. And therefore I seem just confused if I even talk about that. And I guess I just appeal to the idea that it doesn't seem that I'm confused if I talk about P being true or NP being true, or about God having a different property than some that he currently had, and likewise other examples. I think to really understand this, we would need to be able to unpack the concepts a lot more than we currently can.
Right.
So I don't think I'll be able to give...
because it involves a direct contradiction in that sense, a contradiction in the concept, whereas saying if P equals NP doesn't actually involve a contradiction in the concept.
So presumably there would be a contradiction somewhere, which is how you prove that it's false, right? But the idea itself of P or NP, I don't think there's a contradiction between asserting that one of those is true. So I think that's helpful, because it seems to be that one is there's a direct contradiction between the two things that you've just said, whereas the other is there's a contradiction somewhere in your set of beliefs, which in the case of mathematics leads to one being necessarily false. And so I think the mere fact that there's a contradiction somewhere in our set of beliefs when we postulate something, that doesn't mean that it's meaningless. In fact, almost certainly all of us have contradictions somewhere in our minds, but that doesn't mean everything we say is meaningless. This is actually a difference between, I think, how humans reason and formal logic systems, because in formal logics, at least like propositional logic, there's something called the principle of the explosion principle, which I'm sure you know about, which is, it's got different names as well, which is that if you have one false premise anywhere there, or like one contradiction, I guess, then everything follows from that. Every proposition follows from a contradiction. So you can prove everything. So if there's one mistake in there in a very complicated system, then the whole thing falls apart and is useless. But humans aren't like that. We can have contradictions and things that don't make sense and so forth, and still say lots of useful and meaningful things. So I think it's something like this, that the postulated contradiction in the case of the circle and the square is just on the face of it directly contradictory. Whereas maybe there's a contradiction somewhere deeper in the set of beliefs that you're working from, but the thing that specifically you're talking about doesn't have that in it, and so it at least makes sense to talk about.
Yes, right. Yeah, I see what you mean. Like at this point in time, I mean, like it in a complete description of mathematics or whatever, or in a complete description of physics, you'd understand where these contradictions are. But the way that I'm using the terms P and NP and the particular classes of things that they refer to, it's not clear where there's any contradiction in there. And so actually, if I wasn't as clear on what I meant by a square or a circle, then we could perhaps meaningfully talk about
exactly.
You know, if you had a square circle. Okay.
But anyway, so just to draw that back, the reason why we're discussing this is because Craig wants to cut off any hypotheticals about what if God commanded this, or what if he had a different nature. But I don't think that that's legitimate. And I think the easiest way is just to point to premise one, because Craig does it himself. But I think that you can also give other reasons as to why it's meaningful to do. And just because one thing is impossible and it doesn't make sense to ask about it, doesn't mean that anything that's metaphysically impossible is also meaningless to talk about. And that's kind of what his example seems to be assuming there, which I disagree with.
You see, it's a meaningless question because the antecedent of the question is logically impossible. There is no such thing as a square circle. So there's no answer to the question whether the area of a square circle is computed by squaring one of the sides. In exactly the same.
If that was true, then if something was meaningless if a condition was meaningless because the antecedent was metaphysically impossible, then Craig would have to say his first premise is meaningless.
Yeah, I'm also that's true, and I'm thinking like mathematically, like I know no one's kind of done it, but like surely that's the type of thing that mathematicians would be interested in doing, right? Going like, well, what is a square circle? Like, how can we define these things in terms of each other, and what might we be able to say? Like, seems like an interesting. And if someone did that with this would like falsify what Craig's saying here, right? If someone could successfully square the circle, turn what's it?
Well, square the circle means a specific thing, which has been proven to be impossible. Right. I don't remember exactly, but that's not even what he was saying. He's just saying you can't have a square that is squaring the circle means like constructing a circle that has the same area with a certain set of operations. I forget the exact definition. Okay. What Craig was saying is just that there's something that is a square and a circle in Euclidean geometry, I guess, at the same time, which I contend is a direct conceptual confusion, whereas it's not clear what the direct and straightforward conceptual confusion is if I say, what if God had this different property, or what if he commanded this?
But I guess what I'm thinking is maybe it would be like saying something like, so at any point from a line, there's only one line which goes through it, right? And to say anything otherwise is just impossible. Like I can't even think about anything, or even like Immanuel Kant, right? Doesn't he, in his Critique of Pure Reason, he goes off on like a big rant about how triangles have 180 degrees of interior angles, and like how mathematical truths are so much more certain than everything else in philosophy, and then that turns out to be not true.
Well, a lot of things do depend on ancillary assumptions. So if you're working in Euclidean geometry, then that's true. But if you generalize, then it's not true. But again, I think that this is interesting, but we don't even need to go down all these roads, because I think it's just easiest to point to Craig's first premise and say, if that's meaningless, then you need to reformulate your argument.
Yes. Yeah. Fair enough.
Everybody commit child abuse. Would we be obligated to posit something like a square circle? It's a logical incoherence. So the Euthyphro dilemma is a false dilemma. It presents us with a false choice, and you shouldn't be fooled by it. The morally good or bad is determined by God's nature. The morally right or wrong is determined by his commandments or his will. So his nature determines the good and the bad. His will determines the right and the wrong. God wills something because he is good, and something is right because God wills it. God wills something because he is good, and something is right because God wills it. Now, this view of morality is being defended in our day by very prominent ethicists like Robert Adams, Philip Quinn, William Alston, and so on. And yet, atheists...
Do you see what he did there?
I do, yeah. I think
mentioning scholars, that's interesting. That's good, Craig. I think it's good to mention scholars who defend positions that people can then go and look up for themselves and find more about.
Yeah, and it, you know, like, and the critique is something like, you know, atheists just don't engage with these guys.
Yeah, sorry, that's what he's about to say. Great. I mean, the thing is, I don't know as much about the other two. I just looked up some of their stuff. But Robert Adams, who Craig most heavily quotes and draws from, he has defended divine command theory. Interestingly, as far as I can tell, and there's a little article from Robert Adams in this book, if you're interested, he does not agree with Craig. He thinks that something like, as far as I can tell, moral values and obligations, or at least moral obligations, do depend on God. But if God didn't exist, then there could be a different source of moral obligation. So he doesn't say God is the only possible one. He's saying that this is the account that is true in the actual world, given that God is one. I guess it would be all possible worlds, but you know, he's saying that in an impossible situation in which God didn't exist, then there would be alternative potential mechanisms for giving rise to moral obligation. Now, of course, just because Robert Adams says it doesn't mean that Craig can't argue it. The point is that one of the first person he cites doesn't actually agree with the argument Craig is making, which I just think is interesting.
Straw man erected by this Euthyphro dilemma, as though it had never been answered. For example, in the recent Cambridge Companion to Atheism, published in 2007, there's an article on God and morality written by a very prominent ethicist. And in this article, he refers neither to the work of any of these men, nor to the view of ethics that I've been explaining this morning.
This is just so ironic.
Can you imagine talking about a philosophical problem and not referencing the scholars who've worked on this and written novel contributions about it? That just seems... Yeah. I mean, Craig, what do you think about that? I think you would agree that's a pretty disingenuous thing to do.
The only view that he presents as a theistic-based ethics is the view that God just arbitrarily made up moral values. God just made them up. And that is a straw man, which nobody I know defends. So the Euthyphro dilemma is very, very common in the literature. It's commonly pressed, but in fact, it's a false dilemma, and you shouldn't be misled by it. Again, the answer, I think, to the Euthyphro dilemma is neither to say that that something is good because God wills it, or that God wills something because it is good. The answer is to say that God wills something because he is good. Any final question or comment on that before we close? Yeah, Ben.
You said you're saying, would our moral obligation change if God all of a sudden said murder our children or anything? But that couldn't happen because it would be self-contradictory or whatever. What about?
Here we go.
It's like when God commanded Abraham to sacrifice Isaac. Like if that would have been wrong, would have been murder had God not instructed it. But then because he did, or if Hosea marrying the harlot, things like that. If he has a higher purpose for it, things that would have been wrong are no longer wrong if they're directly instructed. Or does the fact that he never actually sacrificed Isaac maybe make this whole point null in the first place?
No, I would say the former. I think that God is able to make exceptions to certain moral commands that he gives in general. So that
exceptions to God's nature.
This doesn't make any sense. Let's let him finish and then we'll comment on this because it's ridiculous, I think.
For example, he can command Abraham to do an act which, had Abraham undertaken it on his own initiative, would have been wrong. It would have been sin. But given the presence of a divine command, it now becomes Abraham's duty to do it. But what I'm suggesting is it would be contrary for God to God's moral nature for there to be a sort of general command that child abuse is good, that this is the way we should behave, and that loving your children is evil. That's what I'm suggesting would be contrary to his nature. But
so only specific child abuse is okay, but
I know this doesn't make any sense. So I think you can just show that this is nonsense from a simple reductio. So let's take what Craig says is correct. God can't give a general command in favor of murdering your child, say, but he can give specific commands to do that. Okay, so let's say he did it once in the case of Abraham. Could he do it twice? Well, yeah, it seems that he could. Could he do it 3 times? There doesn't seem to be any limit to how many times he can do it. There's no limit to that. So if you grant that he could do it once, it's almost you could use mathematical deduction. You grant that he could do it once, and you grant that if he can do it once, he can do it an extra time. Then he can do it infinitely many times. Yeah. And so even if it seems you could even say that he still gives a general commandment, but then in each he could command every specific individual to do it differently. But that just undermines the whole idea of God's nature or God being good, doesn't it? It seems that it does to me. So this, I thought Craig was going to say that, but actually, Abraham never did sacrifice Isaac. That's what I've heard before. So it's kind of like gets around it. I think it's still a little dodgy because like God's deceiving him. But I think it's better than saying this, that, yeah, God can just give as many exceptions as he likes, unless he thinks there's a limit to how many exceptions God can give. But then where does that come from? Like God's being imposed on by something outside. So
aren't we meant to emulate Jesus as well? You know, like in the relationship of Jesus giving himself in sacrifice, the Son sacrificing himself.
Well, yeah, that's another issue. But I guess the point is that Craig just seems to be fully embracing that the horn of the dilemma, that yes, it's only good because God says it. Whatever God says is good, or we have an obligation to follow. And whatever God says, even if we would think that that's a heinous thing normally, yeah, that's good. So I don't even know why he bothered saying all those things before. He should just say, yeah, this is true, because he's just saying it now. It follows directly from what he's just saying.
I'm just thinking though, I'm trying to think, like, is there this other example so you can actually like do the inductive argument on it? Like you've got the Abrams case, and then what is there, like an N+1?
I don't know about, well, Jesus maybe, but I don't know about killing your children, but genocides there are, because there's more than one of those.
So we can do the genocidal inductive argument, but maybe not the child.
There could be these exceptional cases where God, who is the source of the moral law, can make an exception and command a person to do something which in the absence of a divine command would have been wrong, but is in fact now his moral duty. That's what we're talking about some more. And so I hope maybe next time.
It's like something straight out of like George Orwell, you know, with like the love is hate.
It's exactly like that. And this is again, what I think this shows is that his foundation of morality is so implausible. It becomes more plausible if you ground value outside of God in some way, and then moral obligation in terms of God's commandments, even though there's still issues. But Craig wants to go the whole hog. And by the way, if you look up, I should mention this actually. So there's another word for divine command theory, and it's called theological voluntarism. Right. And this is the term that you'll see often in some of the more formal literature. There's a good Stanford Encyclopedia philosophy article on theological voluntarism, where people like, you see the arguments of people like Robert Adams and others discussed. And what you'll see is they do discuss the issue that the more you want theological voluntarism, the more you want it to do, the less plausible it becomes. If it just is a way of defining obligations but not value, then it's more plausible than if you wanted to do all of that stuff. So obviously that's just a quick summary. There's more to see there. But again, if you're interested in this, check that out, because I think it's far more substantial than anything Craig says. And I would say that article, as far as it goes, is a moderately sympathetic account. I don't actually know the opinions of who wrote it, but I wouldn't say it's particularly hostile. So I think it's quite a good source.
Oh, we've been playing William Lane Craig in the background, but muted.
There is what Plato called the good, and his will expresses that toward us in the form of commandments, which constitute our moral duties. Now, the mention of Plato brings to mind another possible atheistic response to the first premise of the moral argument, that if God does not exist, objective moral values and duties do not exist. Plato thought that the good just exists as a sort of self-subsistent idea, as an entity in and of itself. Indeed, it's the most real thing in reality. The good simply exists. Now, if you find this difficult to grasp, join the company. But nevertheless, that is what Plato believed. Later Christian thinkers, like Augustine, equated Plato's good with the nature of God. God's nature is the good, and so it was anchored in a concrete object, namely God. But for Plato, at least, the good just sort of existed on its own as a kind of self-existent idea. And so some atheists might say that moral value,
just like God's disembodied mind, right, with all these necessary nature and
let's let him finish about this, and I'll make some more comments.
That's the consistent theme is that James wants to hear everything Craig's got to say and steelman it, and Nathan just wants to strawman it.
Well, another way of saying this is because I have listened to this. Actually, I listened to this twice. Once when I made the annotations, and so I know some of the things that he's going to say, and so I wanted to dig his own grave a bit more before commenting, because it makes it easier.
Values like justice, mercy, love, forbearance just exist all on their own as sort of abstract moral objects.
Sort of part of God's nature. Sorry, I can't stop myself.
Their values, they have no other foundation. They just exist. And we can call this view atheistic moral Platonism. So according to this view, moral values are not grounded in God. They just exist all on their own. Now, what might we say by way of response to atheistic moral Platonism? Well, let me make three responses. Number one, it seems to me that this view is just unintelligible. I simply don't understand what it means. What does it mean, for example, to say that the moral value, justice, just exists? I understand what it means to say that a person is just, or that some action is just, but what does it even mean to say that in the absence of any persons or any objects at all, that justice just exists. It's hard to understand even what this means. Moral values seem to be properties of persons. And so it's hard to understand how justice can just exist as a sort of abstraction. Secondly, a major weakness.
So you can already tell how he's loading it up, right? So he's saying, so a personal deity is going to be way more likely than the abstract thing. But what does it mean to talk about a person without, there being a body? Or, like you can just load the same thing up and do.
Well, yeah. How can Jesus be God and human at the same time and have both sets of properties simultaneously? I mean, I find that unintelligible, or the Trinity, or a number of other things. So it's not clear how good an argument that is. Maybe he just doesn't understand it. But also, I want to say a few other things here. The term, atheistic moral Platonist. I did a bit of searching for this. As far as I can tell, overwhelmingly, the people who use this phrase are Craig and people talking about Craig. I don't think it's really a phrase much in the literature. I did find one article from someone who used the phrase. I don't know if they borrowed it from Craig or what, but so maybe there are some people who discuss under that category, but under that phrase. But this paper, for example, was just making essentially an argument relating to philosophy of language, how when you interpret moral predicates in a certain way, then they can give rise to certain necessary truths. Again, it's a relatively technical piece about how you can kind of get necessary truths from language. A lot of stuff in philosophy is kind of like this. It looks at particular properties of language and see what we can work out from that, to put it very crudely. But anyway, I guess the point is that if that's the sort of thing that Craig is talking about, and he can't have been talking about that paper. It was published after this video, but I actually don't really know what Craig is referring to. I think the closest I can work out is that he might be talking about the version of moral realism called, so we talked about ethical naturalism, which is what I favor. There's also ethical non-naturalism, which is kind of confusingly named because it makes it sound like it's supernaturalism, but it's actually not. I'll just explain my limited understanding of ethical non-naturalism. Ethical naturalists say that, or moral naturalists say that moral properties ultimately are natural properties. So an example of this would be the Sam Harris-esque idea that what is good is what promotes human flourishing. See, human flourishing is a natural, like part of the things you can investigate from science, for example, and part of the natural world. It's a non-moral natural property, and the idea is that is what moral claims refer to, or that those are the things that make moral statements true. Now, I think Sam Harris makes some mistakes about how he formulates the argument, but I'm just trying to illustrate what it means to be a moral naturalist. Now, conversely, moral non-naturalists deny this. They say that moral claims are not claims about the natural world. They're not. They're not claims about the natural world. They're claims about something that is non-natural, but not supernatural. So, what would that be? Well, the way that I tend to think about it is that moral non-naturalists seem to think that moral claims are more like mathematics and logic. Right. They're sort of these abstract things that are true in virtue of abstract conceptions, rather than specific facts of the natural world. So, I guess the analogy is moral naturalists or ethical naturalists kind of think that morality is sort of like science, whereas moral or ethical non-naturalists think that morality is kind of like mathematics and logic, in that it's deducible from sort of a basic premises. That's a very crude explanation, I'll grant, but I'm just saying that because I think that that's kind of what Craig is referring to when he talks about moral Platonism. But Platonism has a whole, like, you don't have to believe in Platonic forms to be an ethical non-naturalist, for example. So I think he's strawmanning when he says they just think that justice just exists out there by itself. I don't actually think that's what they think.
This was when I spoke to Michael Humer and interviewed him, and I was asking him about Platonism, and he was talking about, there's, say, like redness and all things which are red sort of participate in this redness, but that is just what redness is all of those particulars participating in it. There isn't like some pure redness that he thinks exists somewhere else, or he was right. He was saying, like, that's the difference between, he'd disagree with Plato in that Plato seems to say, this is like the necessary and sufficient condition to bring about redness is that it participates in the pure world of the forms where redness is, but someone like Michael Humer, who would describe himself as a Platonist loosely, is saying that it's just all of these particular red things that are what makes redness in and of itself, or whatever. Whether that's useful for what we're talking about here, I don't know.
Yeah, I guess the broad point is that different philosophers have different understandings about exactly the relationship between these sort of claims and, you know, like the natural world and so forth. And I do often have trouble understanding the exact differences. The science versus maths logic distinction is, I think, maybe the clearest that I can articulate. But what Craig is doing here is a terrible job of articulating what they actually be, because I don't think you're going to find too many people saying, yeah, justice and goodness and so on just sort of float out there and exist all by themselves. And that's what morality is. I don't really think anyone's saying that.
Except Neoplatonists who are theists and want to, you know, like
well, that's true, yes.
Like, I think they're genuinely, though, of the people who are Platonists. I mean, I think like most Platonists that I know of fall into two camps, one of which is like those who want to say it's like a kind of naturalism somehow, and the other camp is like those who want to basically say, well, these are just like some sort of ideas or concepts in the mind of God or something. And anyway.
So just one final comment. Craig could avoid all this because I'm just sort of guessing at what he's talking about here. And again, Platonism and non-naturalism are not the same thing. And some people might claim to be Platonists and naturalists, so it's quite complicated there. But Craig could avoid this problem by just referring to a specific philosopher that he's talking about. Instead of saying, he says a possible objection. Well, why not actually give us an actual objection, not a possible one? And you can give us a specific philosopher, and then here's how they describe what they say, and here's why they're wrong. That would be much better, because then I wouldn't have to guess at what you're talking about, or what Craig's talking about.
Well, practicing fighting an invisible enemy is good practice for, you know, the Christian and the spiritual warfare.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
So this view is that it provides no basis for objective moral duties. It has no basis for moral duties. Let's suppose, for the sake of argument, that moral values like justice, love, forbearance, tolerance just exist on their own. Why would that lay any sort of moral obligation upon me? Why would the existence of this realm of ideas make it my duty to be, say, merciful or loving? Who or what lays such an obligation upon me? Why would I have the moral duty to be merciful or loving? Notice that on this view, moral vices like greed, hatred, selfishness presumably also exist as abstractions. So in the absence of any moral lawgiver, what obligates me to align my life with one set of these abstract ideas rather than with some other set of abstract ideas? There just doesn't seem to be any basis at all for moral duty in this view. So in the absence of a moral law...
Come on, Craig. I'm not a Platonist, nor am I...
Sorry.
An ethical... Hang on. I'm neither a Platonist nor an ethical non-naturalist, but I can do better in coming up with reasons to say how this might work, even though I don't agree with it. So, and again, because we're not really... It's not about what Nathan or I think. We're addressing Craig's arguments here. So... he says, okay, so suppose there's these sort of abstract moral values that exist in some sense out there, then why would I have a moral obligation? Well, isn't the idea possibly that these, like goodness or justice or whatever, would just be entities or things, whatever you want to call them, such that they have the property of giving rise to moral obligations? I mean, isn't that the whole idea of what they are? Or at least what they might be postulated to be. That's how I would understand it. They're postulated as being the sorts of things that give rise to obligations if they're good, or obligations to like not do them if they're bad. Yeah, I think that's what the Platonists would be affirming, presumably. Again, it's a hypothetical Platonist, so I can only guess.
I think if you ever seen the History of Philosophy podcast, Without Any Gaps, he basically in the episode where he talks about the forms, he's got a specific episode where he talks about causation from a Platonist point of view, and there's like 3 or 4 papers of this sort about like Platonic causes, or I think it's something like Platonic idea something or other. Yeah, I think this is the one. The ideas as idea, which is like reasons or explanations for like why there's a feature in the world and stuff. And it's definitely more complex than Craig is giving. I mean, I'm not saying it's true, but it's more complex than how Craig is presenting it.
Yeah, so I feel like they would have something to say about that. Probably it's part. He seems to be saying, suppose Craig seems to be saying that suppose there are these abstract Platonic moral values, which have the properties of determining moral value and moral obligation. Why would we assume that they determine our moral obligations? Like, isn't the whole point of them that that's what they do? Craig, I guess, could ask, well, why do they exist? Why are they like that? But then, I mean, I think the Platonists would just say they exist necessarily, just like God does. So I think that he's going to see his own medicine used against him, because they're just going to claim that they necessarily have these properties, and that's all there is to it.
Finally, number 3, it is fantastically improbable that the blind evolutionary process should spit forth exactly those kinds of creatures that align with the existence of this realm of abstract values. Remember, they have no relationship with each other.
I'm not sure it actually. I mean, if you were to accept that, right, and the material that, you know, like, you've got this metaphysics where there's like Platonism, and then there's the material world, and somehow the material world is like a degraded manifestation of these like Platonic forms. It isn't clear to me why, you know, it's it's the reason like the whole reason that the Platonism is postulated anyway is because the world exhibits these kind of mathematical sort of features. So it seems like if there are these forms of like morality, that they would somehow, you know, manifest in the way that this is me just making up a Just So story kind of.
No, I think that's exactly right, because the idea of the Platonic ideal form is that it does, what is it, the particulars partake in its essence. I forget the exact wording that's used. Yeah. Platonists would correct me here, because I'm not, it's not really my thing, but yeah, so they say that there is a connection between the particulars and, you know, the abstract ideal forms, and presumably the same thing would be true if we were to accept a moral view of Platonism. So I don't think, I can't articulate precisely what the hypothetical moral Platonist would say how it all works, but I'm pretty sure the idea is there is a connection between them, and there would be an account to be given. So Craig just seems to be saying, I can't imagine how it would be the case, and my imaginary interlocutor hasn't given me an explanation because I didn't make one up for them to give, so therefore it can't be true. I mean, how is this a persuasive argument?
Yeah.
At all. The natural realm and this abstract moral realm are completely separate. And yet, lo and behold, the natural realm has, by chance alone, evolved exactly those kind of creatures whose lives align with these moral duties and values. This seems to be an incredible coincidence when you think about it. It's almost as if the moral realm knew that we were coming. And I think it's a far more plausible view to say that both the natural realm and the moral realm.
Have you noticed, though, how when he does something like that, when he says it's almost as if the moral realm knew that we were coming, he's like almost like neuro-linguistically programming his audience to like accept, you know, like kind of a version of theism or something. Like, oh, isn't it almost as if it knew they were coming? And it's like, no, like it's like just a sophisticated, psychologically manipulative form of begging the question. Like,
I think that's true, yes, because that's just a bizarre turn of phrase, and it only makes sense if you assume that, like, moral value, the locus of moral value is in God, who is an agent who knows things, right? Otherwise, it's just like, well, hang on, what are you even talking about? Now, the thing is that he has plausible deniability, because he could just say, oh, it's just a turn of phrase, right? You know, because we say that it knew we were coming, even if it's, you know, the weather knew I wanted to go out today, so it rained, kind of thing. But I actually think that he does that deliberately. I mean, I think all of his words are chosen fairly carefully. He's generally quite good with that, I think. And so you have to ask, well, why is he using that phrasing? And I think he is using it to make a sort of subtle reference to sort of design and intentionality behind it. Also, again, he's straw manning, because the Platonists, as I understand it, don't say that the material world is totally separate and doesn't interact in any way with the world of the forms. The forms manifest in the particulars in, you know, the material world. And I think that this imaginary moral Platonist would say the same thing, that the universals of like justice or whatever manifest in particular actions or states of affairs or something in the material world. And so they are connected. They're not totally separate as Craig says they are.
Are under the sovereignty of a divine being who is both the creator of natural laws that govern the physical universe and whose commands constitute the moral laws that govern our ethical duties. So this is a more coherent view of reality. Theism is a more coherent view because these two realms of reality don't fall apart in this disjointed way. They are both under the sovereignty of a single natural and moral law giver. So for those three reasons, I think that atheistic moral Platonism is a less plausible view than theistic-based ethics, such as I've been defending. Any comment or question on atheistic moral Platonism? Okay, we'll get the mic down here for Cindy.
Sorry if I missed this, something you said earlier. Most of my acquaintances who are atheistic look at it as not being abstract, but evolved with the human race. And
evolution again.
So while it's not subject to any individual, but what has evolved with the human race is a common understanding of morals. Because as in the physical evolution, the moral evolution has risen to the top to be the best way for the species to progress, such as not murdering, not stealing, and all of those things. I mean, if you want to put it that simplistically. But I don't know many that would argue there is this external moral value at all. It's only within the physical evolutionary process.
This view is very different from the view you just described. You're right. On the popular level, you're not going to find many people who hold to this.
That's Craig's way of saying what you just said has nothing to do with anything that I was just talking about.
Platonism. I think this would be more popular among academics. Professional philosophers, I think, would often hold to something like this. But the man in the street is more apt to buy into the view that moral values are just the product of biological and social evolution.
Why did you like this video? Just curious. What did you like about it?
No, I literally did it just then while we were watching.
Oh, I didn't see you.
I just thought, I thought it'd be kind of like a little, like funny, like a little Easter egg in the game of participating in Nathan's YouTube streams for people.
I kind of called attention to the Easter egg, so I apologize for that.
Yeah. Said last week is that actually supports premise one, because those really aren't moral values. What those are simply conditions under which the human species will flourish. But there's no reason to think that that species has any sort of intrinsic value more than mice or rats or ants. And there are certain values which would cause ants to flourish, say, or if you want to have mice flourish, there would be certain things that ought to be done to cause those species to flourish. And to think that human flourishing is somehow morally special, as I said, is to be guilty of speciesism, which is an unjustified bias in favor of your own species. And so what you need to do is simply ask those folks, why?
Isn't it sort of the case that talking about flourishing, there are things that particularly humans might want, might desire for, like domination over the planet and building big skyscrapers and things that aren't necessarily conducive to like the flourishing of us as a species, and it just seems like
yes, that's right. That's often why the term is used, because it's not the same as whatever people happen to want.
But it seems like when he's talking about like mice flourishing, he's saying like there's things mice would want that are, but it seems like the specific human-y things like are not necessarily what we mean by flourishing. Like if you just mean like having enough resources, having meaningful lives and stuff like that, it's like you'd also want to provide that for mice, and like why would you not want animals to also have that, even if it manifests? I don't know. I'm just I
mentioned this before that it's unclear why it's an exclusive thing. We can affirm that that it is good for animals to flourish as well, but obviously flourishing looks quite different for different species, and I think that humans are capable of much more extensive flourishing, or there's different ways you could phrase that, than other animals are. And so I think that we can give justified reasons as to why humans deserve sort of special treatment, which doesn't mean we can just abuse other animals, but it does mean I think that a human counts for more than, a chicken, and chicken more than a fly, and so forth. Again, that's a long discussion to have, but Craig just assumes that there's no justification possible and calls it speciesism, and also assumes that you can't affirm that all of them are capable of flourishing to some extent, and we should value all of these things. Which again is entirely question begging, because that's what now we're back to talking about ethical naturalists, but that's what the ethical naturalist is going to say. And Craig just says, well, but that can't be true. And also, why think that humans have moral value? Well, again, the reason for thinking that I can deploy is just premise 2, which we'll talk about in the next episode. So we're back to the same old arguments that don't actually show anything other than what we already know is his contention.
Well, I suppose it's that I think it's that Peter Singer uses the term speciesism as well. So I think Craig is kind of using.
He invented the term, as far as I understand. Peter Singer invented the term speciesism deliberately to link it to like racism and sexism and so forth.
Yeah, and I think Craig is like mocking it though, and he's saying like, oh, that's an absurd position to hold or something like.
Yeah, see, even Singer doesn't agree. Like Singer's probably more. Well, yeah, I think it's safe to say that Peter Singer is more extreme. I've met a few times, by the way. He's a great guy, but I interviewed him once. But anyway, Peter Singer is more extreme with that sort of different species being equal than I am. But even he says something along the lines of you should respect the interests of what is it exactly? Equal interests should be respected equally. But he doesn't say that humans have equal interests to other animals, because obviously they're different, and humans have a lot more interests, I think, than other animals do. So, I mean, even he's not going to say that it's exactly equivalent. And I'd probably differ from him a bit about exactly how to weight different species, but yeah, well, that's right. I sometimes say that I'm not a full vegetarian. I eat some fish, but I sometimes say that I'm a vegetarian because I just really hate plants, not because that's just a facetious thing. Anyway, but the point is that Craig's appealing to that term, I think, because he realizes, I don't know if he's mocking it, but maybe he thinks that he's saying that the people who make this argument also generally care about animals, and so he's going to accuse them of speciesism, which they will find to be a problem, even though his claim rings hollow because it's not speciesism to regard the interests of different animals in accordance with, the capabilities and functionings of those animals.
Is what you're describing not just a reiteration of the view that I'm maintaining, namely that in the absence of God, all you've described is the conditions under which this particular species will flourish and survive. But that doesn't mean that they're intrinsically morally valuable or that we have any obligation to make this species survive or flourish. The sociopath who rejects the herd morality isn't really doing anything wrong, it seems to me, on this view. Another thing you might say in response to that.
Well, I think this may be the first time he's mentioned the sociopath. What about the sociopath who rejects God's authority over him? Is he doing anything wrong? I mean, Craig would say he is, right? But then what relevance is it that the sociopath just doesn't recognize it? He seems to be implying that if some people can be non-responsive to these reasons, then it proves they're not real reasons. This comes back to what I was saying before about motivations and reasons. And so I would like to hear his account as to, in virtue of what we have reasons to act morally, and what is it about God's commands that satisfies those requirements, but improving human flourishing or animal flourishing as well. What about that doesn't? Craig just asserts that that can't happen, but he hasn't given any reason for it.
I guess he's saying, so like independently of what the sociopath thinks of the situation, you can describe whether or not he's acting in accordance with God's commands or God's nature or whatever.
Yeah, but you can say the same thing about human flourishing as well, which raises the question, why does he mention that? What's the sociopath supposed to demonstrate is what I would like to know, that is unique about his theistic morality, but doesn't work under plausible naturalistic morality.
Especially when he spent half an hour or so talking about how it's irrelevant whether the person believes or not in the moral values, in God, to have the moral values, whatever. Like, it seems kind of contradictory with what some of the things he was saying there. Like you don't have to have the belief in God to be able to.
Yeah. And the thing is that, as far as I can tell, Craig affirms all of the four things that I mentioned. He seems to affirm human theory of motivation, because he doesn't seem to, like, that's the sociopath example. If you don't believe in the human theory of motivation, you would say sociopaths actually don't understand morality. They don't actually believe moral propositions. And if we could get them to understand it, then they would be motivated by it. He seems to deny that. He seems to believe in reasons internalism, because he's mentioned a number of times as to I forget his exact quotes, but we talked about this before, how he seems to be saying, like, what reason do I have in terms of an internal sort of state of affairs that would motivate me to do something? And he's definitely a moral rationalist, because he's talked a lot about reasons to act in accordance with moral duties. And he is a moral realist. And so, I mean, these set of views are pretty much universally recognized as being incompatible. So I'm not quite sure how he reconciles that. But again, you can't just say, oh, God allows it, because the question is, how does morality relate to our motivations and desires and beliefs and so forth? God doesn't just sort of magic this problem away. So I would be very interested, because I actually can't understand how, I'm not saying he can't, but it's just, as far as I've been able to work out how he would respond, I am not entirely sure. The reason I think this is very important is because Craig asked people like me, how do you justify or ground moral obligations, in particular moral duties? And my response to that is to unpack what we mean by moral duties, look at these different questions that I've outlined, and then see where I fall on those, and then construct a theory. I don't think you can answer this question without going through that work. Well, I don't think you can answer it in a rigorous way, let me say. You can give sort of folk answers to it, but and so that's how I would respond to it. But you see, Craig wants to say that he doesn't have to do that, it seems to be, because he could just appeal to God without doing that work, even though I think you can clearly show that just appealing to God doesn't actually solve those problems. And so this is where there's an asymmetry. He just gives this simple trite answer, oh, it's God's nature, that's it. And then whenever anyone else tries to present a theory, he'll say, oh, but what if they're not motivated by that? Or, what if this or that? He'll appeal to the very issues that he has not addressed himself.
But I think that's then where it comes into, well, here's the big motivation: burning in hell forever.
Yeah, well, that's possipally a way to reconcile all this. That
which isn't, it's not being articulated because it's so. Me psychologizing. It's so unpolitically correct to boil it.
Well, and he did reject that in the first episode, where he said that it shouldn't be just self-interested. It's do good for goodness sake. But I think honestly, that's the best fit that I can come up with for what Craig's actual view is that the reason that everyone has a moral obligation, because remember, if you're a moral rationalist, that requires a reason to be moral, and then if you're an internalist, that requires an internal like motivation, and then if you're human theory, that can't just be a belief about something. So where does that all come from? I think it's got to be that as long as you believe that in the long run you'll be better off by doing the right thing, then everyone has a prudential reason to act moral, and then that's ultimately how it works out, according to Craig. But without God, you don't always have a prudential reason to act morally, and therefore moral obligations fail to exist for everyone because they don't always have that reason to act in accordance with moral duties. But it would be interesting to hear Craig come out and just explicitly say that. I think that would make a lot more sense and seems consistent with the view that he seems to advocate, which is for rational egoism, that you're rationally obligated to act in your self-interest.
Right.
So I think that would all fit. But it would be interesting to hear him actually say that, because I wonder how his Christian audience would respond to him articulating that explicitly.
Of evolution, like a movie, and start over again. A very different sort of creature might have emerged from the evolutionary process with a quite different set of moral values. And if that's the case, then whose are right, theirs or ours? Well, I think the answer is neither one. These are just the byproducts of evolutionary development. And you can't say that these other beings' morality is inferior to ours or that ours is better than theirs. There isn't any objective truth about these things. So it seems to me that popular view is one that we can exploit.
Can we stop there? Because he's now confused the notion of contingent versus necessary with objective and subjective.
Right.
If humans evolved differently such that different things would promote their flourishing, or even whatever moral view you want to substitute if you don't like that one, if humans evolved differently such that moral facts were different, then that would show that moral facts are contingent on certain facts about human nature. And actually that seems extremely plausible to me. If humans were totally different creatures, then plausibly our moral obligations would also be different. I think it would be strange to not say that. That's just saying morality is contingent, or at least some parts of morality are contingent. Maybe not everything. Maybe there's some very fundamental things, like regarding other people's interests, but at least some things about morality are contingent. But contingent is totally different from subjective. Something could be contingent. I mean, most facts of science we think are contingent, but we don't say that they're subjective because they depend on contingent states of affairs. So I don't think Craig understands this difference. I think he's just maybe deliberately being a little bit vague about this, perhaps. I don't want to attribute, malice here, but I think either he's deeply confused about a fairly basic point, or.
Well, I think you can also parody his accusations to his own particular view of Molinism, because he believes God intervened intelligently to perform abiogenesis or whatever, but then evolution and stuff happened after that. I don't think so, unless he's arguing that God necessarily makes every single step of the evolutionary process happen there. He's saying that every step of the evolutionary process following from that is actually a contingent event. And so we might have evolved differently. Like, I don't, unless he's going to abandon the Molinism and the free will and the, I don't know.
He doesn't mention Molinism in this series of lectures, so
no. But I'm just thinking, like you could say, like people might have evolved differently under, and then morality maybe would we have a different kind of type of morality under theism? Like, how would he? It's still contingent that we are this way, and then in a sense contingent that we. But I suppose he's saying no, it's necessary because God's nature is necessary and it can't be changed. And I don't know.
Yeah, well, I don't actually think that makes sense, because Craig, unless you want to say absolutely everything that happens is necessary because it follows from God's nature and God's nature is necessary. But I mean, theists don't affirm that. They do say that, like, the creation of the universe was a contingent act, and that various things that happen in the universe are contingent. God could have done something different, right? That's what it means for him to exercise his creative powers and have free will or something along those lines.
Supralapsarian Calvinism or whatever is the.
I don't know that word, but. Yeah, so maybe there's a theology that would deny this, but I mean, and I think Craig would certainly say that God was free to create the universe, or to create a different universe, or not to create the universe. And if that's true, then many facts about the way humans are contingent. And it would seem a bit odd to say that all moral facts are necessary, even if humans were like totally different creatures than we are now. That we would still have the same moral obligations. I haven't actually seen this article before.
Yeah. Welcome to the world of internal.
Oh my goodness, those words.
So it's basically to do with at what point does everything become necessary, and I think one of these particular views is just everything is necessary, and one of them is like,
well, there you go. So there are people who say this.
God's degree, But
I don't understand how something could become necessary. Like, this is not a temporal ordering, right? It's a logical ordering, I assume.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, logical order, right. Well, that still doesn't make sense, because if something is logically dependent on something that's necessary, then it is also necessary. At least that's how I've always understood it. I don't quite understand how something could, like, logically become necessary. I don't even know. I don't even want to try to think about that. Yeah. Craig's not a Calvinist, though, so he's not going to go down that route. To his credit, I say. I think, like, hardcore Calvinism is kind of nuts.
Premise one. By contrast, atheistic moral Platonism really is a rejection of premise one. It's saying that these things, these moral values and duties just exist without any sort of basis in God. Question way back there.
I appreciate it. I know I've been on once already. In support of what you're saying, I see when I read that in scientific journals, even that that people that hold this popular view, they will apply an emotive or volitional quality to evolution, which is contradictory to the
evolution again.
Nothing can be evolved in anticipation of some future condition or good.
Purely accidental.
So this is self-contradictory to say that they knew this was going to be good, so that's what happened. This is
right. No, that would be untenable, and that kind of anthropomorphizing of natural selection, speaking of natural selection as though it had purposes in mind or things to achieve, is a misleading way of talking.
Maybe it did, if the universe is some weird kind of necessary computation, right? It couldn't have been otherwise, and who knows? Like,
well, it's also not misleading if God was directing it, right? So, like, I think that whether it's and you could actually postulate other forces. So you could believe in something like the Tao, for example, from Taoism. Right. Now, I don't tend to understand exactly what that is, but it is supposed to be some sort of metaphysical force that, I don't know, exerts effects on the world in some way. Maybe that was somehow guiding evolution in a non-intentional way. It's not a mind.
Well, I was going to say, my Christian friends tell me that's actually the Logos. That's actually Jesus.
Well, the difference is Jesus has a mind and is intentional, whereas the Tao definitely isn't. But I'm not a Taoist or a Taoist philosopher, so don't ask me to explain exactly how it works. The point I'm making, though, is I don't see that that's ruled out by anything. So Craig says it's just invalid to talk about evolution that way. I agree that scientifically, Calvinistic square circles. Yeah, that seems about right. What was I saying?
And the Tao isn't intentional.
No, but the point is, Craig's saying that it's invalid to just talk about evolution as if it has some sort of direction or purpose, but it's not clear that follows. It depends on your metaphysics, I guess. I would say scientifically, yeah, it's kind of dodgy, but a lot of scientists do it because it's convenient. Yeah, could argue about that language.
Does it change versus the discussion over here about evolving values? Does it change if you use the word absolute? Absolute objective moral value.
Here we go. I mentioned this before. He talks about absolute.
So, Jim, because I've avoided the word absolute in my defense of this, because I'm not defending the view that there are absolute moral values in the sense of moral values or duties that are universally applicable regardless of one's situation. What I'm saying is that there are objective moral values, objective moral truths, even if these differ from situation to situation. So, for example, in some situations, it would be wrong to put a bullet into somebody's head. But in other situations, say a terrorist attack, it would be right to put a bullet in his head to protect innocent people. So in the one case, the action would be objectively good. In the other case, it would be objectively
this does sound kind of incoherent. To try and be charitable, it sounds like he's saying, so for any state of affairs, that there is a morally good action and there's a morally bad action or something like that. But the way in which he then wants to say, like, it's dependent on the context so much makes it seem like it becomes more a sort of, like it's a contextualist subject. This is what the relativist argues for when they say it depends on the culture you're in. It moves away from that kind of, I don't know is this me not understanding what Craig's saying in some way, or it just doesn't quite seem like the kind of objective thing that he's going in for.
That's interesting. I don't think there's an obvious conflict between objective but contextual, because the question about objectivity is whether it depends on people's opinions, whereas context means the right or wrongness depends on, well, contextual factors, which could be all sorts of things, but doesn't have to be people's opinions about like that particular circumstance.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's a clear conflict. I guess one could ask, how does a theist who believes that the moral obligations are derived from, like, pretty much solely from divine commands, how can they adjudicate contextual factors?
Yeah, that's I think because then it's like
because that's always going to be underdetermined by God's commands, because he's only given us a finite number of commands, and we're going to have, it's like kind of like the law. Judges interpret the law in the guide to precedent, but the law always underdetermines specific cases, and so they need to exercise judgment there. but I guess maybe Craig would say, well, we use the divine spark of conscience or whatever that God has given us to help us adjudicate the specifics. I guess
it becomes. I suppose what I'm getting at is specifically Christians would want to say, well, atheists don't have morality, we have morality, and we have this infallible truth in our divine commands, etc. And so we know, like abortions are wrong, being gay is wrong, all that kind of stuff. But the question is that if it's contextual to this degree, how do they know? Like there's this epistemic defeater almost for like the modern Christian as to how on earth, maybe this just is the context wherein it's actually now the good thing to do, and that's just part of God's nature meant that at the time in the context that was the good. Like it just seems to undercut any capacity that we as humans could have to almost accessing that the actual good in that situation as it pertains, as it outflows from God's nature. Or
I think if you want to lean heavily enough on the divinely given conscience, then you can get around this, because you can just say we can use this to guide us. I think the issue there is that if you want to rely quite heavily on that, which I think you probably do to get all these contextual details, like so that we have moral guidance to act in different contexts, then it seems that our response to various things in the Old Testament, maybe the New Testament, well, but especially the Old Testament, should be one of rejection that this could be God, because our moral conscience clearly tells us that these things are wrong. Right. And so I think like one way around that is to really downplay the significance of the conscience and say, no, we're corrupted, we're fallen, we can't be relied upon, which some go down that route. And then that resolves that issue. But then it raises the issue of how we can then, it raises the other problem, which you're saying, as to how do we adjudicate right and wrong in specific cases if all we have is God's commandments, which are quite limited. On the other hand, then if we can draw upon conscience a lot, then shouldn't we reject Yahweh as being God because he reveals that clearly he's not? Or the alternative is to reject biblical inerrancy or something along those lines.
Yeah, it's kind of
like
like
you can have all these things.
Like the evolutionary argument against natural selection, where it's like, we can't trust our faculties to be truthful.
Yes.
Well, it's almost like the original sin argument against theism. And
I mean, I think the difference is that some theists explicitly believe that, whereas naturalists don't say that we can't trust. Well, most naturalists don't say that we can't trust reasoning because of evolution. Like they don't affirm any contradiction, any real tension there or significant one. Whereas theists do explicitly say that. So I feel like, Anyway, we can do a discussion on the evolutionary argument against naturalism another time.
Bad. So my concern here is with objective moral values as opposed to moral absolutes. I think there are probably some moral absolutes. For example, you shall love the Lord your God with all your strength, heart, and mind. I think that holds regardless of situation. But that's neither here nor there with regard to this argument.
God command us not to do that?
I think in the interest of time...
Could God command us not to do that? Will we not have that obligation? Because Craig would just say he never would. But does he have the power to do that? I'd like him to address that question.
Do let me know, by the way, if you want to throw at me timestamps to get through part 3 and 4 quicker, just because I'm wary of time.
Maybe we'll do that in part 4, but let's keep going through this.
Keep moving and go on to the next possible objection to premise 1, which is what I call stubborn humanism. Stubborn humanism.
That's probably me.
He generally wants to affirm moral values and duties. He wants to affirm that human beings are morally valuable, that his children, for example, are morally valuable, and that it's good to love them. And so most of them will simply embrace a kind of humanism and just stop there. Whatever contributes to human flourishing is good, and whatever detracts from human flourishing is bad, and that's the end of the story. You just stick with humanism. But it seems to me that taking human flourishing as your ultimate stopping point is premature. It seems to me
This is probably the best argument that Craig gives, by the way, I think. Because there are people who actually say this. It would be nice if he quoted something. But Sam Harris essentially says something like this. This is actually addressing a reason why you might think that you need something beyond just human flourishing. So let's hear it. What's this? I think one of his best arguments here, which is
sorry, we're a bit soon.
First, it's arbitrariness, and secondly, it's implausibility. It's arbitrariness and implausibility as a stopping point. Let me say first a word about its arbitrariness. Given atheism, why think that what is conducive to the flourishing of human beings on this planet is valuable, as opposed to what is conducive to the flourishing of, say, mosquitoes or rats? Why think that inflicting harm on another member of our species is morally wrong? I put this question once to Walter Sinnott Armstrong in a debate I had with him at Dartmouth College. And when I asked him, why is it wrong to harm another member of our species? His answer was this, and I quote, "It simply is, objectively. Don't you agree?" Well, of course.
I'm just thinking a few things that I'm thinking based on what Craig's saying. The first is the almost irony of saying it's just, like arbitrary stopping points, right? Which is when it comes to what does the theist want to do in almost every situation? Like where's your cause of the universe, or how do you ground a contingent universe, or how do you explain consciousness? The arbitrary stopping point of God. Well, and then they'll want to say whenever someone questions, well, what explains God's existence, whatever? Oh, that's just unreasonable, arbitrary stopping point. Like you can just do the same for. But the second thing is he's saying why is it wrong to, what was his specific example, like harm an animal?
Harm another human.
Harm another human. Well, what examples would we give? So if I were to ask myself, so let's give like physicalism is true, right? And what would how then would I say it's wrong to harm another human? Well, I would say it's wrong in virtue of the fact that I can reason, I can understand that other person's pain and suffering, and reason it, and I don't like that. Like I don't like the way that makes me feel thinking about that, or doing it, or harming it. And so I'd say that to say it's wrong kind of means me reasoning like that and saying that's not how I want to be treated. I mean, maybe you'd have a more sophisticated view of it or something. Like what would you say?
I have a different view. I don't want to say it's necessarily more sophisticated, but I think, I like what was it, Walter? What is his name? Walter Simon Armstrong, something like that, or Simon Walter Armstrong. I think I forget which way it goes. His answer is pretty good. Obviously it's a terse answer, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it necessarily being terse. He says it just is objectively. Don't you agree? Well, don't you agree is a question, but the thing is that Craig says he does agree, but the thing is he doesn't. And I think the reason he says this is because I might suggest he's not paying close attention. The interlocutor didn't say it is. He said it simply is. And the way I interpret that, and I think that this is not over-interpreting it, is he's saying that there's no further fact of the matter about it. This is just what it means. No, sorry, I shouldn't say it's what it means. This is what makes something right or wrong. Like to harm someone else is the fact of the matter that makes something right or wrong, which is something like what I would say.
I see. Yeah.
I shouldn't say what it means, because that would be saying it's by definition, which I reject. But it's sort of like if you ask, why is water H2O?
Yeah.
Well, that's just what it is. I think it's basically the same thing. Again, it's not a very satisfying answer, but what sort of answer would you expect? It's sort of unclear what's expected here. I can give a more detailed account as to exactly what we mean by, harm or well, because I can talk about idealized preferences and so forth. But I don't actually think that's necessary to answer the question. You can just say, right. Well, when we ask, what are we talking about when we talk about, right and wrong? And then I think of, well, how to best reconcile those ideas. What is morality about? Simply about how we treat other people. Okay, well, what specifically about that? We sort of work through them, and I think a very plausible answer is that causing, unnecessary, unjustified something or other harm to other people is what it means for something to be wrong, or an action to be wrong. Simply, that's it. Now, you can give a richer account, but it's not a deeper account. It's just articulating in a bit more detail what all those things mean. It's not really to Craig saying, oh, doing something wrong is acting inconsistently with God's commandments. That's it. That's what there is to it. He can say more things about what that means exactly, but it doesn't get any deeper. You can just ask, well, why is that? Why is it wrong just because God says it is? Like you can ask that about anything. Why I think it's wrong to disobey God's commandments? I can ask exactly the same question of him. He would just say, but that's what it is to do something wrong is to disobey God's commandments. That's my theory of morality that I'm putting here and saying that in virtue of disobeying God's commandments, that's what it gives rise to right or wrong. And I'm just saying the same thing about hurting other people or animals as well. It can add in. So there's a symmetry here. Both people have given meta-ethical accounts as to in virtue of what things are like actions are right or wrong, and there's many others that could be given as well. Neither has sort of gone further than the other. They've given an answer, and then that's where the answer stops. The question is which is more plausible, and I think I've given some good reasons, and we've discussed them as to why Craig's answer is not plausible. And I think that saying it relates to human suffering is much more plausible. Everyone thinks that morality relates to how we treat other people. And many of the reasons that Craig's going to give in the next lecture in favor of premise 2, I think also support this idea that it's very plausible to stop at the idea that, well, just harming other people is what it's wrong. Again, I think the easiest way to because a lot of people seem to have this idea that it's okay to just stop at God, but you can't stop at something else because you can keep asking why. You can keep asking why regardless of what anyone says about anything. I think the best example that I can give is if someone asks, why is water H2O? The best answer is simply, well, that's just what it is. We had this idea of water and then we looked and we found, hey, that's what water is. It's this chemical H2O. And I think obviously that's speaking from a naturalist, because a non-naturalist would say something a bit different about the relationship between empirical findings and morality. But as a naturalist, I would say it's basically the same thing. We thought about what morality is, and then we looked and saw, yeah, that's human well-being, because human suffering. That's what it is. So why do we require any more to that answer than we do for saying water is H2O? And likewise, why do we require the atheist to give more than the theist does when they say, well, it's disobeying God's commandments is wrong, and that's just it? Yeah, I think Craig has two different standards here. He accepts one for himself and then requires a much higher standard for the atheist. Because whatever the atheist says, he'll just say, but why believe that? You can say that with regard to whatever Craig says. Disobeying God's commands is morally wrong. Why believe that? Yeah. Why does the atheist care? Why does someone care about disobeying God's commands? What reasons do they have for obeying his commandments? Yeah. You can always do this.
Well, I think because basically what it seems to me like what's going on is this isn't like argumentation in the form of like moving from premises to conclusion. It's like there's like a data point, and then it's like, well, how do you explain this? What's your explanation for this on your worldview?
Exactly.
And this is why I think it's interesting what someone like T-Jump does. If you ever watch any of his stuff, though I don't agree with him on everything, I always have to caveat with that. But when it comes to like apologetics arguments and like these cosmological contingency, he'll just say, well, it's naturalistic panentheism which grounds it, or it's some undiscovered particle. It's actually the cause of the universe is just the undiscovered particle, or morality just is this undiscovered part, because you just provide an explanation, an ad hoc explanation, which accounts for the data point, but you're not particularly. The question is like, how do we choose between these explanations? What actually like constitutes a good explanation, or what do we want?
Yeah, that's a good question. Exactly. I mean, that's a very good question. But remember, I said at the outset that if Craig formulated his argument as saying that his theistic divine command theory is the best of the available explanations for morality. Well, yeah, that would be a sort of inference to the best explanation, which is actually what he does in the case of his resurrection argument. Right. Then the argument would be much. Well, I think it would still be bad unless he actually made an effort to engage with other explanations for metaethics. But it would at least be better formulated, I think, because currently he frames it as a deductive argument, where the reasons he gives in favor of the first premise undercut his reasons for giving in favor of the second premise. But it means he doesn't address different theories. He will push anything someone who disagrees will say, but why believe that? But why does this give rise to morality? But he just doesn't apply that same standard to his own theory. And the reason I like inferences to best explanation is because they highlight that you have to treat different explanatory frameworks equally, in the sense that you have to apply the same standards for each. You can't just hold your own and say, yeah, this works, and not critique it, but then be really hyper skeptical about any theory that anyone else gives you.
Yeah.
I agree that it is wrong to hurt another human being, but that wasn't the question. The question is,
but you don't. Craig doesn't agree that it was simply wrong, and that's the key difference. Craig thinks it's wrong because God says it's wrong, whereas the interlocutor says that it's simply wrong. It's wrong because it harms people, something like that. That's just what it is to be wrong.
Yeah, is it to use your sort of water H2O analogy? It's kind of like I'm trying to think here. Where's like is it like life force or locomotive force or whatever, like to say, why is it that this thing is living? And then to be like, no, but it doesn't have life force. It's clearly wrong. Like just to say that it simply is alive, it doesn't have the life force.
Yeah, that's another example. Yeah. Why think that a cell is alive? Well, I mean, that's what it means to be alive. It has these properties, right? And that's the thing. Again, so I want to emphasize this is an approach to answering this question. It's more of a naturalistic approach, and that's the approach that I favor. So I'm pursuing that. Also, it's kind of what Craig is talking about, so it feels more natural. But from that point of view, it's just not a mystery as to why I think these things. It's just, these properties hold just like other natural properties hold, because the naturalist says that moral properties are natural properties. So they're going to hold of certain states of affairs just like all sorts of other properties hold. So once we get our concepts right about sort of what is it that we're talking about, we just look out there and see what properties exist. And then, if it has those properties that it corresponds to what we're talking about, then that's just what it is. There's no puzzle that remains.
Would it be wrong to hurt another human being. Given an atheistic worldview, picking out human flourishing as the good is arbitrary, it seems to me. There's nothing
We've already
morally
talked about that.
Things on a naturalistic worldview. Secondly, it also seems to me implausible. Not only is it arbitrary, but it's implausible. What atheists will sometimes say is that once the natural or physical properties of a situation are in place, then the moral properties just automatically necessarily attach themselves to that physical situation. And the technical term that is used for this is supervene. Supervene. Once you fix the natural physical properties of a situation, then the moral properties come along and supervene on that situation or attach themselves necessarily to it. So, for example, take the situation of a man beating up his wife. Once the physical properties are there of him bludgeoning her and her being beaten and so forth, then the moral property of badness just necessarily attaches to that.
Oh, I love the way he sort of mischaracterizes this then as like there's a sympathy that flies through the air and attaches itself as if like there's some physical...
Let's finish his explanation here because I think this is very interesting.
Situation. Or by contrast, take a mother nursing her little infant. Once the physical properties are in place for that to be the case, then the moral property of goodness just necessarily attaches or supervenes on that situation. So that atheists will say that once all the natural properties are in place, the moral properties just automatically come along and supervene on the situation. Now, it seems to me that on atheism, this is extraordinarily implausible. Given atheism, why think that these strange, non-natural properties like goodness and badness
because that's just what it
exist,
is.
much less that they somehow magically attach themselves necessarily to these physical situations? Why in the world would these things come along and supervene on these natural properties? I can't see any reason on atheism to think that given a full description of the physical situation, that any moral properties at all would come along and attach themselves to this situation, so that the physical properties would do nothing to fix or determine any of the moral properties of that situation. So that it's just really implausible, it seems to me, given atheism, to think that this happens. What these humanistic philosophers have done is they've adopted...
Okay, let's comment about that. He just accuses them of shopping list or something, which is silly. But what we heard there was just a barrage of confusions, I think, and you were sort of highlighting some of these. So again, it's sort of like baffling about, well, you know, if we have the cell that has all these properties and carries out these functions, then, but how does the property of being alive just attach to it? Like, that's just magical. But no, that's just what it is to be alive.
Or really analogous to the kind of soul discussion in the mind, though more contentious, but because...
this draws back to questions that we talked about in the first episode, exactly about the relationship between physical and mental properties. But I should say, again, Craig's confusing different things here. So an ethical naturalist like me says that moral properties are natural properties. So I wouldn't say that I may say that moral properties supervene on certain other natural properties, but I would say that moral properties are natural. Moral properties are natural properties. Now, the ethical
out of the transcendental...
So
that's what
but ethical non-naturalists will say that, and this is the distinguishing feature, they do say that ethical properties are not natural properties, and they would be more likely to say that they supervene on natural states of affairs. And the exact distinction here, I think, gets quite fuzzy, and it's mostly linguistic in my opinion, which doesn't mean it's not important, but it's quite technical about exactly what the difference is there. But I actually want to push into this further, because Craig says it's implausible that non-natural moral properties supervene on natural properties. Again, the moral naturalist doesn't think that, only the non-naturalist does. But Craig seems to think that, well, I'm actually not sure now that I think about it, because he's not very clear. A standard view, doesn't mean everyone has to agree with it, but a standard view in ethics is that a physical copy of the universe or the world would also be a moral copy. So if you just copied and pasted everything, moral facts, if they exist, would also continue to exist. If they don't exist, then they would also not exist. And this would be consistent with the idea of supervenience, that if you had moral properties that supervened on natural properties, then if you copied the earth with all its physical natural properties, then also the moral properties would still supervene. Now, this seems quite plausible to me and to a lot of people, because it's what he's saying, that if we imagine that situation in which I can't quite remember, was it someone beating their child? Let's go with that. It was something heinous like that he gave as an example. If you take that natural state of affairs and then just duplicate the world and everything in it, then that would still be heinous. And so it's not something, I think this is an argument against transcendent foundation of good, because if you had the world without the transcendent connection, the natural state of affairs would, I think, still be bad. And that's pointing us to a natural basis of morality. But the point here is that if Craig's denying that, then he's saying that you could have that exact same state of affairs, but without the transcendent connection, it would no longer be morally wrong. And I would say that's deeply implausible.
James, you're asking what how you calculate the consequence possible, because
well, I think he would say that again. His first premise does that. So what's good enough for a goose is good enough for the gander. If he can have a logically antecedent impossibility in his antecedent, then so can I. But so again, I would say that I don't like. To me, that's an argument for moral naturalism. Is that it seems that it's the natural properties that fully determine and give rise to, or I would actually say further, are the moral properties, and it's not something external to that. Because it seems ridiculous to me that you could have the same situation, including the same pain and suffering and everything else, and it not be morally wrong. That just seems a clearly wrong answer to the question as to where morality comes from.
Oh, I have eggs. Thank you very much.
Where's my food? Can I have some food? I'm hungry as well. That's not fair.
I actually feel guilty now.
That's not just.
The past 2 or 3 times we've done this, she's brought me breakfast and coffee and stuff. And, it looks like we've got a slavery thing going on or something.
Well, if God commanded it, it's all right.
That's true. God did command that. What was it I saw the other day? John, as I was doing some research on souls and stuff, John Knox, who was a Scottish reformer, he talked about how a natural law ethics thing about how women's souls were just destined for lower status than men's, and so if women were promoted in work or in government and stuff like that, then it was actually morally wrong against the natural law to promote women and give it in that way. But yeah,
apparently I have to admit Australia isn't real to get food. That's interesting.
Yeah, Australia is a conspiracy. It doesn't exist.
I have heard people say this, yes. Well, which raises the question, where am I if I'm not in Australia?
Well, we could do I guess we could do another episode as well, looking at weird conspiracy theories which arise out of Christianity, the flat Earth or New World Order government and stuff, because they are actually, or even white supremacy, where they are
creationism.
Yeah, because they get kind of linked into fundamentally they're based on a type of God belief, and then it leads this person to for some strange reason being a white supremacist or a flat earther but yeah, we can talk about that.
That'd be interesting.
Anyway, should I finish this one up, or is there a time?
Yeah, let's keep going.
Shopping list approach to ethics, a shopping list approach. Just as you would go to the grocery store with your shopping list and just help yourself to the things on the shelf that you want. So these philosophers go down the philosophical aisle with their shopping carts, and they just help themselves to the moral properties that they need in order for their ethical system to work. But what's wanting here is any sort of explanation or justification for thinking that situations would have these moral properties attaching to them. And again, I want to emphasize it's inadequate for the humanist to say that we just do sense that these situations are good or that they're bad. That's not in dispute. In fact, that's the second premise of the argument, that there are objective moral values and duties. Rather, the question is, why on atheism should we think that human beings are morally significant or that they have any moral duties? It seems to me that humanism is nothing more than a stubborn moral faith in a naturalistic universe. Joe.
I'm reminded.
So again, I have to comment on this. He keeps saying that we should affirm, even the atheists should affirm, that moral values exist, but then keeps asking for why would we believe under atheism that humans have intrinsic moral worth, or why anything would be morally valuable. Again, I just point, premise 2 is the reason we have for thinking that. If the atheist accepts premise 2 as Craig thinks that they should, then that is their reason for thinking that these things exist. And then it's perfectly reasonable for the atheist to then try to develop a theory to explain how they could exist if there's antecedent reason for thinking that they do. This is, by the way, not exactly how I would articulate the relationship, how we come to know morality. But I'm just saying, under Craig's view, that seems to be perfectly cogent. I would also ask, Craig demands a reason for why I think that humans have intrinsic moral value and why under atheism think that all of these things follow. But he's not actually given any reason for thinking that that his moral theory is true. He's just asserted that, well, this is the theist view, but why should we think that that's true? See, again, I think this is inconsistent standards. He demands that the atheists justify every step. But he feels free to just assert his version of moral divine command theory. But what reason has he given us for accepting this view? I don't think he's given any reasons. He just said this is how it works, or he said that traditionally this is what people think. That's not a very good reason if it's just traditional.
I also another thing I noticed then was that kind of joke about having faith. And I always find it funny when Christians do this, because in order for the joke about the atheist having faith in a position to work, a faith-based epistemology has to be accepted at some level as a bad one. So it's like, oh, you've got faith, isn't that funny? But like the butt of the joke is that that's like a bad epistemology to have for something. And it's like,
yeah, there's a book, I don't have enough faith to be an atheist. Which apologist who wrote that?
Frank Turek.
Oh, it's him again. Yeah, he keeps coming up. Yeah, I don't actually understand. Like, so faith is bad, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, anyway.
Well, but it means that at some level, I mean, this is the Freudian in me who's not done any actual psychology ever. You know, like at some level, he's like accepted that faith is bad, but he's like articulating. It's really weird, kind of. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to go any further with my psychologizing because it's based in nothing but conjecture.
Oh well, Craig and you'll be in good company then.
I think it was a female professor you debated that asked you if you had any friends after you said that's why.
Yeah, that was Louise Anthony at the University of Massachusetts, where she said that don't you dare tell me that on my atheistic view that my children have no moral value, because you'll find I can be very, strong or aggressive, or forget exact words. And I said to her, but Louise, I said, on atheism, I said, I can't see any reason to think that your children have any moral value. And she looked at me and she just says, I wonder if you have any friends.
She should have turned around, right, looked at him and said, stay a Christian. Just
yeah, again, this is really disturbing. Craig seems to think that that if you are not hang on, because he said, actually, this is where the inconsistency comes in, because he says that everyone knows that everyone can know about moral values. So doesn't that refute what he just said? But I think he's saying that, okay, so should atheism be a defeater for premise 2, his second premise? Because this is what I've said before. If you accept Craig's second premise and you're also an atheist, then you've got two options. You can either, I suppose there's three things that are inconsistent. Craig's first premise, his second premise, and atheism, right? Those three things are mutually inconsistent. So if you find yourself holding three of those, you can reject any one of them. And I think he's saying that we should all reject atheism, but why can't we just reject his first premise, for example, or even objective moral values? You could either of those two. What I want to know is, why is it rational for an atheist, someone who's already an atheist, who maybe has some other reason for believing in atheism, to necessarily reject atheism, but not the other two premises? Because he says that atheists should believe in both of those things. And so atheists find themselves, under his view, in the position of holding these three things that are inconsistent. But I don't quite understand why it's atheism that they should give up. Why can't they just give up your first premise? This is a way of saying, when I keep pointing to Craig's second premise as a reason for thinking that humans do have intrinsic moral value, etc., this is another way of drawing out the inconsistency between the reasons he's giving for the premises. Like, because again, his statement there just didn't make sense. Why under atheism think that your children have moral value? Yeah. But if you believe in his second premise, then you would think that. So should they give up the belief that they have moral value, or should they give up atheism, or should they just give up this idea that there's an inconsistency between the two?
It sounds to me like what he's really arguing at the moment is something like, if God exists, then objective moral values exist. God exists, therefore objective. Like, it sounds more like he's arguing along those lines to me.
Well, that's much easier argument to make, but the atheists can. Well, if God exists, objective moral values exist. Objective moral values exist. There's nothing that follows about God's existence there, though.
Yeah, but it sounds like his second premise is God exists rather than like in a
I think basically it is, which is why this argument I think is so bad, because again, reconcile what Craig just said about under atheism, there's no reason to think that your children have moral value, with every atheist can agree and have reason to believe that there are objective moral values. That those just seem inconsistent claims. But at some level, it seems that Craig may be saying that if atheists took their views seriously, then they would not think that their own children had any moral value. And I don't know if Craig's saying that that's what he would think, even though that would conflict his second premise. But if it is, then I think the question, do you have any friends, is perfectly valid. Because imagining actually thinking that, like, no, none of this. And it's not just that they don't have objective moral value, because there are some perfectly decent people who think that. But Craig seems to be a rational egoist. So, and remember the Nietzsche quote. This is why I think this is telling, because he seems to think that there's no reason anyone could have, not just moral reasons, but no reasons of any sort for like caring about whether a horse is beat. So, I mean, I'm kind of concerned. Like, Craig seems to not just not think that morality would be objective, but he seems to not think he would have any reason whatever of any sort, moral or non-moral, to care about other people unless he was a Christian. And that leads me to like, well, like, stay a Christian, please, like, for the good of society. Like, this is scary.
This episode overall for me has been a little bit like, have you ever seen the film The Karate Kid?
I have not, no.
So for those who have watched it, they'll kind of get it. The point might be a bit lost, but in the Karate Kid, like when it was originally made, there's like this kid who moves to a new school, and the cool kids kind of bully him, and then he, like they beat him up, and then he learns karate, and then in the spoiler alert, in the end, he defeats the bullies in the big karate tournament. But there's like this fan fiction about that came out, and it's like true if you watch it. That actually, like, the popular kid was just like chilling with his girlfriend, and then this guy kept like coming along and like pestering the girlfriend, and then he uses like like he gets this karate instructor to beat up the the bullies, and then he, like, in the tournament he only wins by like cheating using illegal like magic and stuff like that, and the scales fall off, and like you realize that the good guy was actually the bad guy in like the whole narrative. And this is what it's been like with a little bit in this with Craig, where it's the pathetic attempts of people to escape my arguments, and it's like I'm genuinely like thinking, is there something, is there some kind of like ego issue or something going on here, or some kind of like, it is very bizarre.
That's interesting. I actually don't. I mean, everyone has ego to some extent, right? But Craig hasn't given me that impression in other things, like not compared to even some other apologists that I've seen.
I've never thought it before. I've never thought it before. With the...
So I wouldn't necessarily. I mean, it's possible. You can't peer into a person's soul unless you're God, I suppose. But
and like I need these divine moral commands, so as to stop me.
That aspect does worry me though, because. If you take, this is why I pick up on things that might seem small, but if you take these things together, and maybe also in the light of other things that I've read about Craig, it really does seem that he just doesn't care about other people at all, except for independent of God telling him that he has to. Now, maybe this is unfair, but if so, I think that like he's doing a very good job of making it seem that way. And I'm not the only one who's pointed this out. The other people have mentioned this as well. And like do you have any friends? That's coming from the same position, right? It sounds like he's kind of like, they're just a horrible person who's only not horrible because, now maybe he would even agree with that. I don't know, because that's what some Christians say, but it does conflict with the idea that atheists can be good without God in their lives. So that raises a whole host of other issues. Anyway, doesn't refute his arguments again. I'm just saying, I think it's telling and kind of disturbing.
No.
And that was all the refutation that she could offer.
Devastating rebuttal. Hey, the supervenience thing I was going to ask you, do you ever exploit the fact that they're affirming an immaterial entity by saying these properties or something attached, or is that too much of a...
I don't, Joe, though my colleague J.P. Moreland likes to. Notice that in appealing to things like atheistic moral Platonism or talking about these non-natural properties, the atheist has moved away from a materialistic view of them. This
is just a map and territory fallacy, right? He's just saying, by saying words, aren't you creating a metaphysical substance? Like...
Well, it does. I mean, some people would differ on this. Like, I think some Platonists would happy to call themselves. But you just gave the example, right, of that guy. Although he's also an idealist, so I don't know if that plays into it. But again, non-natural, saying that. Again, this is it's a confusion. Saying that something is non-natural is not the same as saying that it's supernatural outside the natural world. It's a technical term, really, about that. Natural facts are those facts that are about the material world that can be studied through science, and then non-natural facts would be more like mathematics and logic, very abstract things that are, in some sense, outside of the natural world. But that doesn't mean that they have a non-natural, supernatural sort of substance to them, which I think the questioner seems to have in mind. But that really isn't what it means.
The world. He's admitting now that there are non-physical, immaterial realities like value,
like language.
Yeah, exactly.
Or properties. And that is a move away from a kind of hard-nosed naturalism. Now, I don't exploit that view, I guess, because I think that so many naturalists are quite ready to say that there are non-physical realities. That may surprise you, but actually that's true. A great many naturalists today are not physicalists or materialists. They think there are non-material realities. So that kind of softens the ground for thinking that maybe there could be a non-physical reality like God. But I don't exploit that, but you're quite right. It is a move away from a hardline naturalistic, materialistic view of what exists. Yes.
So in the
I should
supervening,
comment on that because Craig says that a lot of naturalists aren't physicalists or materialists. Now, I tend to use those terms interchangeably. I don't distinguish between them. I know some people do. I've not found the distinctions to be particularly meaningful especially because they're all fairly vague as it is. So making tight distinctions between them, I don't think is that helpful. Just speaking from my point of view, so there's many different forms of naturalism. There are some people who are eliminativists about things like the mind, but also maybe moral values as well. So they say that those things don't exist. I'm a reductive naturalist, both about things like the mind and also morality, which means that I think that these things are all true in virtue of like physical, material states of affairs. There are non-reductive forms of naturalism as well, which, well, I won't even... They affirm the same properties, but they think that they are true. They don't reduce to lower-order properties, essentially. And yeah, we could have a long discussion about what that means exactly, because I find it hard to understand. It's one of the reasons I'm a reductive naturalist. But anyway, the point is that I don't think that I don't really think it's true to say that a lot of naturalists affirm things that are non-physical or non-material. I mean, if by saying that I think language exists and language is not a material thing, therefore I'm not a materialist, then I guess that's true. But I don't accept that as a definition of materialism. I think that I would say something like that. Language, let's talk about the case of the mind, for example. So conscious awareness is a high order property that is instantiated in a material, like physical substrate, and must be, because that's all that exists according to this view. But the property that we refer to is abstract, so that it describes a sort of complicated arrangement of lower order properties. So it's like, I gave the example of the atmosphere and the weather. We don't think that the weather is something separate and apart from the positions and momenta of the particles in the atmosphere, but we describe it differently because it's a higher order property. So if I say, well, the weather is not a sort of, it's something beyond the physical, well, no, but it's an issue of talking about properties.
Yeah, or the economy, right?
The economy is another good example. Yeah, language. There's lots of examples of this, right? And I don't need to affirm the existence of some immaterial substance or even non-natural properties, for that matter, in order to affirm the existence of these things. If I was an eliminativist about these things, I would say that they don't actually exist. But I'm not an eliminativist, and many naturalists aren't. So I think Craig's just being misleading here in terms of how he's defining material and relaying that to naturalism.
You say the moral properties attach themselves after the natural properties are fixed.
Not in a chronological sense, but they're explanatorily secondary.
Okay, yeah, because I would say chronologically, that seems like that'd be a worthless morality. It's like, the physical nature is fixed. Well, I need the moral properties to have already attached themselves before I start fixing these physical properties that get me in trouble.
No, when I say after here, I don't mean in a chronological sense. It's more like the foundation is the physical properties, and then what lies on top of them are the moral properties. But these would be simultaneous. But one would be more basic than the other. I think you get the idea, right? Even though they're simultaneous. One is after it in the sense that it's the other one is the foundation, and the moral properties are on top of that in a sense. But it's still, to me, on naturalism, very odd view to think that when these primate animals called human beings say nurse their children, that there are these moral properties that somehow accrue to this situation. I just can't see any reason to think that that would happen given atheism. Any other comment? Yeah, Joe, again?
You find the kin altruism response to be the most common, the sort of evolutionary sociobiological explanation to be the most common among
again.
What we discussed earlier. Do you find to be the most common in debates and in
not in my debates, as I'll say, Joe, when I come to the second premise.
I find the framing though of the question interesting. Like it's not what could the truth be? Could we be wrong or anything like that? It's like, do you find in defending these conclusions that the objections that people throw against you are it's I mean, I guess that is what apologetics is, and Craig is sort of...
Oh, that's what they're there for, I guess.
Yeah.
That's probably also why they're not very... Well, Craig, I should say, at least, is not very interested in engaging them with, the best scholars or the leading work on this, because most atheists don't know that either, so it's kind of irrelevant to talk about it from his point of view.
Very, very few of the atheist philosophers I've debated take this kind of hard-nosed evolutionary line that Cindy was describing a moment ago. Most of them will be more atheistic moral Platonists. They'll want to affirm that there are objective moral values and objective moral duties that we have, and that these are not just the spin-offs of social and biological evolution. What Joe was talking about was that moral values and duties might be explained as illusions that arise in us because of our kinship to other genetically similar organisms, and the selfish gene, so to speak, in order to survive, has individuals do sacrificial acts that will hurt the individual, but it'll be good for the propagation of the species. And as I say, you can see that even among ants. In an ant heap, there are soldier ants which will give up their lives for the sake of the ant heap, because instinct is programmed into these ants to perish fighting for the queen or for the ant heap. But it's not because they do this out of moral duty or anything of that sort. They don't do anything praiseworthy. It's just blind evolutionary instinct that is.
But how is it possible that they do that if they're not, instantiating some kind of God thought of, if they're not reflecting God's nature, if that, I'm trying to just parody, the way that Craig said that you can't just have like a superven, like the sum of all these natural properties.
Supervenience, yeah,
actually is good. Like how can you say that is what the ant behavior is without this ant behaviorness that it kind of participates in the transcendental?
These objections to supervenience are very strange to me, and I think we've talked about this when you apply some of these to sort of social, not morality obviously in this case, but other social activities like language, for example, or economic transactions. You could say like, yeah, I see people buying and selling things, but where's this thing called the economy? Why think that the economy supervenes on all these transactions? Like, well, but that's what the economy is. It's a way of describing these things. Obviously, this would be relevant to moral value. Moral obligations are somewhat of a different thing, but at least with respect to moral value, you can understand how it might supervene on other states of affairs. Likewise, language, you could say, well, yeah, but people utter sounds, but I don't understand where this meaning comes from, or where words, isn't that just subjective? It means whatever you want it to mean. Well, no, there's a complicated interrelation there about how words have objective meanings independent of what you think they mean, even though there's no, like, language is not transcendent, it's not God-given. Presumably, if it was, that would be interesting. But
I was going to say, wasn't the original one? We had a good language, but then God kind of destroyed the language, right? So yeah, we have like degraded language by God.
Language changes a lot, so I'm not even quite sure how that would work. Since
I'm talking about the Tower of Babel, right?
Yeah, I get it, but like English didn't even exist at that time. We can show that through archaeology. So like English is not God-given at the very, but maybe if you're one of those King James only people, anyway, we're getting a bit off track here, but the point is that there are many other examples of this sort of supervenience type relationships. And they're not at all puzzling so why is this one so puzzling? You could say, well, I don't think that's the best account of morality, but Craig's not really saying that. He's just saying, I can't understand how it would work. Well, but it works in these other cases. So do you think that doesn't make sense?
Yeah.
Build this into these ants because that will make the ant species survive if some of the soldier ants are willing to give up their lives for the ant heap. And that's all moral values are among human beings as well. They're just illusions inculcated into us by natural selection and parental conditioning and societal conditioning to get us to perform in various ways that will be conducive to the survival of the human species. And it seems to me that's all they are on an atheistic view. And that is why I think premise one is true. Yes, Bob?
Bill, you remember these 1950s, 1960s science fiction films where an alien species would come and say, we've been watching you, and we've put up to you with you until this time, but you now have set off a nuclear weapon. The chances of you metastasizing to other areas of the universe is much greater, and you must be stopped. Now, let me tell you something. To me, that's a perfectly reasonable view, because as I look, humanists, of course, I guess would argue quite differently, but if you take God out of the picture, I don't see that mankind is any great bargain. It's just awful. And
just where did this come from?
This guy doesn't seem to like humans very much.
But this just came completely out of nowhere.
Well, this guy's been thinking about it, apparently. Yeah. As I said, the questions are really add to this.
Whether there are other life in the universe or not, how can you stand as a humanist and as an atheist and say, this is good because it advances mankind? Well, first you got to prove that advancing mankind is good first. Right. I don't see any evidence of that.
Yeah, Bob, this is an excellent illustration. It parallels the illustration I gave to Cindy, where I said, rewind the film of evolution, start over again, and a very different creature might evolve with different values and duties. The other illustration is Bob's extraterrestrial intelligent life who comes to Earth with an utterly different.
I've got to say that I'm reading into the questioner's psychology and thinking like he must have like watched a film or something. With like aliens that visit Earth, and it must have caused like, some kind of conflict with.
He was rooting for the aliens.
Yeah, no, but I'm thinking like it must have caused. This is again just so story, but like some conflict between if there were aliens or kind of like what all the interesting things that atheists have, like looking for life in other planets and stuff like that, and it's caused some internal conflict with the Christian worldview, and now there's this weird question of morality coming up. So I mean, it could just be that the cause is of this are completely different. But I'm just thinking, like, what the hell? Why is this coming up? Like, why?
Yeah, it's pretty random.
Different set of moral values, or significantly different set of moral values. Who would be right, us or them? And there isn't any objective way to decide. Michael Roos, who is an agnostic.
Well, there is. I just say, yeah, I just say, what did God say? I just say, God told us that we've got the right ones, aliens. Sorry, guys. And then they'd agree because Yahweh had tell them.
Yeah, sometimes Craig articulates that in terms of we wouldn't be able to persuade them, but that's an entirely different question. I don't think they would be persuaded by Craig's argument either. So whether or not it's persuasive is a wholly different question.
Atheists are the aliens.
Someone in the chat wants us to defend our ideas about where objective morality comes from. Well, I actually don't know if Nathan's a moral realist, but I've said I am. But our purpose here is not to try to defend our moral views. It's to critique Craig's argument, and that's what we've been doing. And I have expressed my views about sketching in outlines how I think it works. But also, notice Craig hasn't actually given us any reasons for thinking that his moral views are true. He's just sort of asserted that they are true, as I think we've demonstrated many times throughout this discussion. So I actually, that annoys me because I sort of explicitly said an atheist does not have to explain where they think morality comes from in order to respond rationally to Craig's argument here. That's shifting the burden of proof. Craig is making a series of assertions. He needs to defend those assertions. If you're critiquing those or asking how is they justified or how does the argument work, you don't need to then go and defend your own view of morality. If Craig's argument was structured differently, such that he said, my theory is the best explanation and then here are competing ones, then this would be more of a relevant objection, although the burden of proof is still on the person making the claim. But Craig phrases it as a deductive, there can't be any non-theistic justifications or explanations for morality. And so the burden rests on him. The atheist doesn't have to prove anything. All that they have to do is ask, has he established that that's reasonable to believe, given what he said?
Yeah, I'm thinking like for me, what do I think morality is? I think it's kind of like a combination of a few of the things we've talked about. Like, I agree that what we're describing when we talk about morality is like the sum of a lot of physical things put together, like persons, their interactions, the physical things that make up that, right? But we represent that as a narrative, and then like maybe we have like an ideal idea of that narrative. So this is kind of like prescriptivism in a sense. And maybe we make like conative statements, and it's like, well, here's how someone should ideally act in that situation, and how does the situation compare against that? Maybe some of the strategies and things that we favor innately sort of programmed into us through evolution somehow, that we kind of prefer them for some reason. In like a prisoner's dilemma game, like a generous tit for tat strategy seems to do better over iterative generations than like a just betray strategy, for example, or something like that. And maybe that's where some of those behaviors come from. And I think emotivism might be true to an extent as well. Like we seem to have like an emotional disposition towards certain things that doesn't make them true or false, but just kind of there's like a yuckiness associated with like if you see a skull or something, it just makes you feel bad and you don't like it. And this is just like ape brain trying to process the world and understand what's going on.
I think there are definitely non-cognitivist aspects to morality as well. For example, the notion of prescriptivism, and I think it's very clear that when you say something's morally wrong, you're not just asserting a fact, but you're also giving an injunction.
Yeah, don't do it.
Exactly. Yeah. So I don't see any inconsistency between that, because morality can be kind of have multiple aspects to it.
I guess I do think it is a difficult question whether like this question of objectivity, like how can you say it's true of mind-independent state of affairs that they are wrong? But I can see that there's something to that. It just is what it means. It just is what the word.
The same way we asserted about, the same way I mean, my answer to that is it's just the same as how we say anything is a mind-independent fact. That's what the naturalist says, that moral facts are just like those. You could ask a further question as to where the moral obligation comes in. And to that, we need to have a discussion about the nature of obligations and reasons for action and so forth. And that's beyond this episode. I've sort of sketched a few ideas there. For people who are interested, I'm a reasons externalist, so I think that reasons can come from things that are not just mental. Other people will reject that. That's fine. We can have a discussion about that. But Craig just ignores all of this, doesn't discuss it at all. And again, I think that is why fundamentally his argument is so bad, because he just doesn't address the substantive issues that morality is complicated and tricky, and there's many things to discuss. But he postulates this very simple answer, which I think is just fake in terms of, even if you think God does found morality, Craig's version of it and his arguments for it are just so lacking in substance because he just doesn't address these issues.
Yeah. I guess our answers weren't satisfying because probably my monkey morality acquisition fairy tale can't explain the origin of anything. So I guess I'm going to have to go there and say, Sky Daddy fairy tale, Jill, can't explain anything like that.
Yeah, that's just a quid pro quo kind of thing. If that's the level we're going to engage a discourse at, then
yeah. If
we just wanted to do that, we could have done that in a few minutes and not spent 5.5 hours articulating carefully. Yeah, we had a few jabs here and there, but I think most of what we've been saying is quite substantive. We've appealed to particular concepts.
Most of them came from me. Most of the silly jokes.
Some jokes are all right, but I mean, I think about Craig is he doesn't really tell jokes. Everything comes across as being quite serious. So maybe it's anyway. So I think that we've engaged in a good faith examination of these arguments, and claims like about monkey morality can't justify anything. That's just not substantive. Let's finish out this video here.
Science and evolutionist has written a wonderful article called "Is Rape Wrong on Andromeda?" Is rape wrong on Andromeda? And he says and argues in this essay that there's no guarantee that a race of intelligent beings from, say, the galaxy Andromeda might think that rape is not a good thing, and that in that race of beings, rape would be regarded as perfectly morally all right. Well, in my debate that I had with Michael Roos, I quoted his own article, and I said, Michael, what would you say if these beings came to the Earth and they decided to go throughout the Earth raping and killing? And maybe they're more advanced than us, comparable to the way we're advanced to, say, cattle and sheep, and they begin to farm the Earth and use us for food. What would we say as to why this would be wrong, that this is wrong for us? Well, the aliens, as Bob said, would say, well, that's just a product of your evolutionary conditioning. There's no reason we should think that it's wrong to eat you or to rape throughout the Earth. And so I think this extraterrestrial illustration is a very powerful illustration that in the absence of God, human morality isn't objective.
It's the might make right thing is very bizarre, and like as you've kind of said before, that like this isn't inconsistent with any of the like it'd be possible for Michael Roos, if emotivism's true, it would be possible for Michael Roos to still dislike the raping aliens as a human being, because he wouldn't just transform into one of the aliens or a duck or something like, and then have the mind of a duck that thinks rape's okay, by like because the aliens do it. So, like, this is just a bad way of framing the kind of intuition pump here, I think.
Yeah, the aliens example is a bit strange to me. I mean, I'd want to ask, has God given the same commandments to the aliens that he's given to us? Because if he's given different commandments, then it might be right for them to do these things. So I think that's an open question under...
Well, that's why I say the ducks, right? Because they do rape each other. And, like the duck penis is kind of like there's like a whole evolutionary battle between male and female ducks, where the female ducks have like labyrinths of like trapdoors and things and dead ends.
Yeah, I've heard of things like that. I didn't know ducks had that. Parenthetically, well, maybe it's not parenthetic. I don't think it's correct to say that animals rape each other, because if we understand rape as sex without consent, then I don't think animals can consent, and it just kind of doesn't apply. But anyway, but I think that actually helps us to understand Craig's aliens example, because if it was morally, if aliens had an analog of sex, but for them it wasn't wrong to engage in rape without consent, then it would depend on the facts of the matter from my point of view. Maybe the reason it's not wrong is because it wouldn't, the way their biology works, it doesn't actually harm their interests in any way, in which case I would say, well, for them it is, but it would be different if they then came and did that to humans, because that would harm human interests. So the way I explicate morality is in terms of basically acting in accordance with or in contradiction with the idealized interests of sentient beings, essentially. And so there's nothing specific to humans about that. Obviously, it's human-centric, hopefully not 8 hours, but there's nothing, so morality is human-centric because we're moral agents and animals aren't, and I've said that there are many other things that are different about us compared to animals, but this can easily be extended to other intelligent beings, to sentient robots as well, if those are possible, if we build those one day. Anything that's capable of having interests, I formulate in terms of interest or preferences. You could formulate in terms of pain and pleasure if you prefer. You could just have the principle that pain is intrinsically bad, pleasure is intrinsically good, and then that applies across species. Maybe what is painful or pleasurable for a species obviously would be different. And so things that the aliens think are morally wrong could be morally right for us, or vice versa. But that's actually not disagreeing about the fundamental principles of morality under a pleasure or pleasure or pain principle, or under a preference satisfaction, or there's other variants as well. I don't want to say that those are the only two. But again, Craig is just not considering the idea that anyone could have like a well-formulated position about this. He's not actually refuting any positions. So that's why his argument is so weak. He just asserts this can't work. What reasons do we have for thinking that it can't work? You have to show that the accounts that are given are fallacious or don't stack up, but he just doesn't do that.
It has no more claim to be objective than some extraterrestrial alien morality. Well, that completes my defense of premise 1, which brings us then to our second premise, that objective moral values and duties do exist. Now, I initially thought that this would be the really controversial premise in the argument. But as I say, what I found in my debates with
the reason why, Jill, is it's because I like it. No, like, what kind of questions are this? Like, are these? Natural law is the reason why God says don't do it. Okay, so does natural law dictate what God?
Yeah, that's
can and can't
inconsistent
tell
with
us
what
to do?
Craig says. God's not bound by anything outside of him, according to Craig. Now, that doesn't mean that the respondent here can't think that, of course. But again, we're responding to what Craig has said. I said this at the outset. We can't possibly respond to any possible formulation of theistic morality. We're responding to Craig's argument because they're highly influential. And according to his view, Craig's view, natural law doesn't bind God. That's the idea of theological voluntarism that Craig's advocating for, that it's sort of voluntary in the sense that God has the freedom to command different things. And we've given, I think, reasons as to why that's not a very plausible account of ethics. So to say, well, there's another argument that could be made about how natural law would work. Well, yeah, that's good. Maybe we'll talk about that another time. But it's a sort of shifting the goalpost thing. Instead of actually engaging with the argument that Craig's giving, there's now, let's make a different argument about theistic ethics, or let's get the atheists to justify their ethics. These are distractions. Let's focus on what Craig is saying.
And the question to ask is, after how many arguments failing for theism would you then concede maybe theism isn't true? Is there any amount? And if the answer is no, there's no amount of arguments failing for theism, I'll continue to come up with ad hoc explanations. Then why bother engaging in the discourse? Like it's not a rational or reasonable position.
Well, again, Craig is in that position. He said that before. And I mean, I don't engage in this for Craig's benefit or with the idea that I'm going to dissuade him. I want to help people think more critically and rationally and thoughtfully about these things, because I think it's very important. And Craig's quite influential. A lot of people think that he's very logical and reasonable. And to be fair, sometimes he is. I don't think he is about the moral argument. But because of that, I want to help people see a different perspective about these things and think about them more carefully. So that's why I'm engaging in this.
Yeah, and I'm just doing it because I want to sin.
Atheist philosophers is that almost nobody disputes this second premise. In fact, surveys actually show that university faculty, university professors, are less relativistic than students. They're more apt to believe in objective moral values and duties than the students do. And that of the faculty, branch that believes most in objective moral values and duties are the philosophers. So the philosophers, whose job it is to reflect about ethics and so forth, are the ones most apt to believe in objective moral values and duties, more so than the rest of the faculty.
And to not believe in God.
And to not believe in God. Let's just not mention that.
And the faculty believe in them more so than do the students. So it's really quite a wrong impression to think that it's in the university faculties that all of this relativism is being propagated. It's more common among the students. So when we meet next time, what we'll do is look at what justification exists for premise 2. Why is it that even most non-Christian, recognize this premise? Virtually everyone, if you push them far enough, will affirm the existence of some objective moral values and duties. You see, philosophers who reflect upon our moral experience find no more reason to deny that experience than our experience of the physical world. We trust our physical senses to tell us that there is a world of physical objects out there, unless we have some good reason to think that our senses are misfiring. There are such things as mirages. The stick placed in the jar of water looks bent, but we know that it's not. So sometimes our physical perceptions are mistaken. But nobody thinks that that would justify a sort of overwhelming skepticism that says there is no physical world out there. You're just a body lying in the matrix experiencing.
Well, this isn't true, is it? I mean, idealists exist.
Well, yeah, and there are some full-on skeptics or people who will argue for it. But also, I just want to pick up everything that Craig's saying and will continue to say in this segment, and then use that, like insert this whenever he asks, why think that under atheism humans have any moral value at all? Just everything that Craig's saying. Again, I don't actually think this is the best justification that could be given, but it's certainly it's decent and it's consistent with what Craig is saying. It's just totally inconsistent with what he just said. These are all the reasons that atheists have for thinking that humans have moral value, because none of the things he's saying depend on belief in God. So why is the atheist supposed to accept your first premise when everything you're saying in defense of the second premise?
Sorry.
I'm just not even going to respond to that. I don't remember saying that, interestingly, but I guess I forgot. But everything that he's saying now undermines everything that he just said as to why atheists should accept the first premise.
A sort of virtual reality. In the absence of some overwhelming defeater, we're perfectly rational to trust our sensory experience that there is a world of physical objects around us. Now, similarly, in exactly the same way, in the absence of some sort of a reason to distrust my moral experience, I'm rational to believe that there are objective moral values and duties, things that are objectively good and evil or right and wrong. And I think that most all of us would agree that we do experience objective moral values and duties. They impose themselves upon us. I remember I was speaking several years ago at a Canadian university, and as I walked through the hall, I saw a poster on the wall posted by the Sexual Assault and Information Center, and it read, "Sexual assault. No one has the right to abuse a child, a woman, or man." Now think about that. I think the most...
So I stormed right up to the office and I told them, I said, "What's your foundation?"
Under atheism, I just don't see any reason why we don't have the right to just sex. But isn't that what he should have said? Instead of now he's using that as an argument for why we should believe that. It's like he's answering all these questions that he just posed before. These are all the reasons why we would think that it's morally wrong to do these things. And because none of these appeal to belief in God. So the atheist should be quite able to just appeal to these as why we think that morality exists.
But I just love the idea, though, of, because Craig likes to make these arguments about the absurdity of life without God and all that. But it's like, well, the absurdity of this worldview is that you can't even walk down a hallway anywhere without, they're just trying to, they're telling the kids, don't commit sexual assault, and he takes fault with it. 'Cause it's like, where's Jesus in this? Where's God?
Note also that you don't have to be a moral realist to make moral statements. So that depends on how you interpret them. They could be a motivist. It could be, they could even be an error theorist, and they just think that it's their own personal view. Again, you can't read moral epistemology. Sorry, you can't read the meta-ethics of, you can't read true meta-ethics just off how people use language.
Maybe a Christian made the poster. Does it say Atheist United on there?
That's true, but I mean, you still don't know what their meta-ethics is.
Yeah.
Of us would recognize that that's true. But a naturalist, an atheist, can't make any sense out of a person's right not to be sexually abused. In nature, whatever is right. And yet most of us recognize the truth of that sign, that sexual...
Hang on. Wait.
Is that how we use the term?
Right.
That's how we use the term, right? Just whatever happens in nature means right.
Yeah, well, first of all, no one says that. But also, Craig just said that that's wrong. He remember in the previous, or was it part 2 or 3? I forget. He just said, no one's going to read morality off nature because, lots of bad things happen. He said that, right? It wasn't just, I'm not just inventing things. So now why is he saying that whatever happens is right? That is inconsistent with what he just said, and literally no one says that.
Use like rape, pedophilia, torture, incest are really morally wrong. And by the same token,
I just want to make a public announcement as someone who doesn't believe in the Christian God that I also do think all those things are wrong. Just so no one gets there. And I
can't see any reason you would have for saying that. That's very, very puzzling to me.
We recognize that things like love, self-sacrifice, generosity are really good. And people who fail
only because God says so.
Between these are just
they're not good in themselves. It's just because God says that they're good.
Yeah. Aren't we lucky that God said so? Imagine if he'd forgotten or something, to
not straw man, Craig would say that they're good because they're part of God's nature, but they're good for us because he commanded us to have them. So it amounts to the same thing.
A physical blind person doesn't have an accurate perception of the world of physical objects around him, but that doesn't cause us to doubt our physical perceptions of reality. In the same way, the person who can't see the difference between nurturing and loving a child and torturing and abusing that child is just morally handicapped. He's morally blind, and there's no reason to let his moral inhibition cause us to doubt what we do clearly perceive. So any argument for moral skepticism would have to be based, I think, upon premises which are less obvious than premise 2 of the moral argument, that there are moral values and duties that are objective. Any argument for moral skepticism...
And here Craig refutes his own argument.
That's obviously
because his first premise is an argument for moral skepticism, conditional on atheism. It's a subset of what he just said. It's a subset of arguments for moral skepticism. It's just as conditional on God's non-existence. But he says that, well, that's always going to be less plausible than moral truths. And I certainly think that it's less plausible given the justification that he gave for it, which is effectively none. So again, I think this is self-refuting here. Why should anyone accept your arguments for premise 1 if they need such strong defeaters, as you say, to be convinced of that objective morality doesn't exist? because you don't provide any such strong defeaters. Craig says very little about his argument's extremely weak. So we should just ignore your arguments for premise 1 and continue to affirm premise 2.
Values and duties that objectively exist. And I found, frankly, that when you talk with most people, although they may at first give a kind of lip service to relativism, very rapidly, 95% or more of people can be very quickly convinced that there are objective moral values and duties. Just give them a few illustrations to make the point. For example, ask what they think of the ancient Hindu practice called sati, which was put to a halt by the British Raj when they colonized India. In sati, they would take the widow of a man who had died and they would throw her alive onto his funeral pyre, and she would be burned alive along with her husband. Ask if they think that that is really a moral thing to do to a woman. Or take the ancient Chinese...
Well, I don't know. Did God command it?
Yeah.
You tell me, Craig. I need some clarification here, because otherwise I don't have the ability to determine that.
Well, what I thought was a brilliant thought experiment by a cosmic skeptic when he debated a Christian at some point was he was saying, if God commanded you right now to, and you know it's God, to go and shoot up a primary school, would you do it? Would it be the morally right thing to do? And I think that this is a brilliant question, just because for all the sort of sophistry and mental gymnastics, like this just pits straight up this particular conception of morality against your intuitions about what really is right. And if you're going to accept that, I mean, if you're going to outsmart your opponent by accepting their reductio, then you're just going to come across as an absent, like someone who should be locked up and like a lunatic.
Yeah.
Of binding the feet of little girls so tightly as to resemble lotus blossoms that they would be permanently crippled for life. Is that really a moral thing to do to a little girl? Or you can make the point, I think, really effectively by using examples of abuse by Christians. The Crusades, for example, or the Spanish Inquisition. Do they think that is morally indifferent? Ask them what they think about Catholic priests who abuse little boys, and then the church tries to cover it up by just shifting that priest to another diocese without actually disciplining him. Don't they think that that would be wrong to do that? And I can almost guarantee you that if you're dealing with someone who's really honest...
And let's go a step further, like Yahweh destroying the world for the new creation, and, like Yahweh flooding the earth, and
Yahweh commanding people to commit genocide against Canaanites and then take the women as sexual slaves. Yeah. Is that actually even better? Just describe that situation without reference to Yahweh and then say, is it now morally right that Yahweh commanded it? Did that make a difference to your judgment? And I reckon 95% of people would say no.
Yeah.
Now that doesn't prove, of course, that they're wrong, but I mean, I'm just doing the same thing Craig is doing by appealing to people's intuitions.
I mean, for all we know, like Catholicism may be true, and perhaps the Pope had some kind of revelation from Yahweh to do some of the Crusades, and actually, you have that. It might appear morally wrong, but you actually have it was the good kind of morally wrong action when God commands it.
Honest and sincere, they will very quickly come to agree that there are objective moral values and duties. Now, of course, occasionally you'll find some hardliners who will just bite the bullet and say there are no objective moral values and duties. But I think that this position is seen by most people to be so extreme that they become very quickly repulsed by it. For example, several years ago, I attended a session of the Society of Biblical Literature on biblical authority and homosexuality. Biblical authority and homosexuality. And all of the panelists on this panel endorsed the
were sexually repressed. No, I can't do that one. But I remember this is just an anecdote from my time in Christianity. Like I came to accept certain positions against LGBT people that were just like basically really wrong and horrific. And I hate that Christianity does this to people. Like it makes you like consider conversion therapy as like a legitimate like psychological practice, and it makes you like think that something so innocuous is actually like a moral battle with Satan for the culture of the time. Like whether you're going to accept gay people in society or not is so evil. But yeah, this isn't anything to do particularly with what Craig's saying here about. But
yeah, in fact, I want to skip this next bit because I just don't think it's very interesting to 1050 when it goes back to talking about sati. Because it's just an anecdote about a conference he went to, and I'm not even sure I understand the point of it.
Between sati, where an entire population practices it, and the Catholic priest who abuses a child, where his behavior in our society would be aberrant. In sati, apparently that wasn't aberrant. So my point is...
This is a good question.
We're making on that society.
See, I would argue that it's not relative. The fact that a whole culture can participate in misbehavior is no reason at all to think that what they're doing is morally indifferent and is good. And surely we have examples of that.
But how can we tell the difference? How can we tell we're in the right one and they're in the wrong one?
In, for example, Nazi Germany, National Socialism had an ethic in which it was not immoral to kill Jews, homosexuals, Jehovah's Witnesses, gypsies, and other undesirables, and they sent 11 million people to the gas chambers and the ovens. Or take Afrikaner or South Africa, where people were delegitimized simply on the basis of their skin color. I think we should have no reason to say that entire societies and cultures do not sometimes participate in immoral behavior. So the number of people doing it doesn't affect the objective rightness or wrongness, I would say. Tom?
If I'm hearing you right.
So this effectively, what Craig just said there is effectively why I'm not a cultural relativist, because it seems difficult to be able to critique entire cultures or practices that are widespread in a culture. And the questioner was quite right in identifying that you can actually, a lot of moral behavior is possible to rationally critique from a cultural relativist point of view when it's aberrant or considered wrong within that culture. But yeah, something like sati or foot binding, for example, probably wouldn't count as that because they were generally accepted in those cultures, as I understand. I'm sure there were people who criticized them, but I mean, yeah, for this reason, that's one of the reasons I'm not a cultural relativist. But I'm not as sort of dismissive of it as some people are, because if you say morality is relative to a culture, then that's not the same as being an error theorist, that there's no such thing as moral facts. It's just that they're relative to a culture. And there's certainly something to the idea that morality, that certain aspects of morality can be contingent on cultural practices. Things that would be rude, for example, in one culture wouldn't necessarily be rude in another. And if you think it's wrong to be rude to people, then that's going to be culturally relative, for example. And I think Craig would probably be okay with that. It's just in terms of exactly how you make the distinction between an appropriate degree of or an acceptable degree of relativity and then the moral objectivity.
Our argument is that objective moral values do exist. I guess it's probably a lot harder when you get down and try to decide which are objective and which are not, right?
Yes,
and for example, for example, would you say that homosexual activity is objectively morally wrong? And on what basis would you say that?
What Tom is asking about now is what is the content of our moral duties, for example. And I've not taken a position on that. That's quite open.
I think his question was more, how can we tell, given all the caveats and so forth about, so we can have morally abhorrent things from the Bible or context dependent or whatever. So how can we tell which ones actually are objectively binding, general rather than particular statements, or
for debate, this is a discussion of what is called moral ontology. That is to say, what are the foundations of duty, the foundations of ethics? You're asking a question about applied ethics or practical ethics. What is this really wrong? And that isn't germane to the argument.
No, I hate it when apologists do this, because they go, no, you're asking a question about epistemology and not a question. And now that's not what Craig's done explicitly here. He said you're asking about applied ethics rather, but it does frustrate me. But I know Craig's completely missed the fact that it's an epistemic point, but the epistemic question is really important. If there's no way for you to know something, then you can't like talk about, if you put a sheet of paper in front of my eyes and ask me to describe what's behind it, there's no point in me talking about the ontological basis of all these noumenal things that I can't get at.
Yeah, so epistemology and ontology are going to be related to each other. If your ontology doesn't seem to allow for us to know something, then I think that's probably a problem for the ontology. Now, the ironic thing, and I talk about this in my book, is that almost all of the defense that Craig has for premise one is asking why think under atheism that humans have moral value or that we have obligations, which is entirely an epistemic question. It's not a question. He doesn't actually give reasons as to why they can't exist. He just says why think that they do.
Yeah, we can't think of them.
But that's entirely an epistemic point. We might not even have any reason for thinking them, but that's not a reason for asserting that they don't exist.
Yeah,
which is what notice that his premise doesn't say we can't be justified in believing that it says that they don't exist. So this is why I emphasize it's very important to respond specifically to Craig's argument. You can't just take the argument and then hand wave it and start asking, well, how do you justify it? Because the argument is what's supposed to be doing the work here. Craig's actually set a very high bar for himself in requiring that he demonstrate that there can't be or aren't any non-theistic groundings for morality. Not just that we're not justified in believing them, but that there aren't any. And that's a huge burden of proof. And Craig's taken that upon himself. I haven't demanded that. He's the one asserting this argument. And so that's why I'm calling him to account for that. Can you demonstrate this to us, Craig? And I don't think he even comes close to doing that. And now he makes this distinction between epistemology and ontology when it's convenient, but he didn't seem to worry about that before.
Right.
And interesting, but it's not germane to either premise one or premise two. Now, to answer your question directly, Tom, I do think that homosexual activity is morally wrong, and I would say that on the basis of God's revelation in Scripture. I have good reason to believe that Scripture is a revelation from God, that God's commands to us, as I've argued, supplied our moral duties, and that he has prohibited this activity, and therefore it's wrong. Yes, because moral values and duties are rooted in the divine commands, or rather, duties are rooted in the divine commands. Values are rooted in God's nature.
It's just something to comment on this point when Christians say that it's biblical. I always find, like, for the idea of the Trinity, and also some of the language in Revelation about the church being God's bride and stuff like that. Like I find like there's some really like homoerotic language if you take into account the genders of the people involved. But it like the way that the passages that Christians would use to describe the relationship between the members of the Trinity, and also the way that they describe the relationship between the new heaven, the new earth, God, and the people in it. Like it sounds quite kind of sexual in nature, and that really throws into question what people sort of think of what Christians, how Christians reconcile that with their like 21st century conception of sexual ethics based around like the American ideal of the nuclear family and heterosexual relations and so forth. But
sure. So if God were to command us, Tom, not to eat beans, the way, say, the ancient Pythagoreans believed that you shouldn't eat beans, I would say it would be immoral to eat beans. God has the right to prohibit that. And in fact, he did prohibit certain things in the Old Testament arbitrarily that shouldn't be eaten, or certain types of clothes or tissue should not be put together, like linen and wool and so forth. And those then become, I think, moral duties for us to obey. And they are objective because they're rooted in God's commands and in his very nature. Well, what objection might be raised then to trusting our moral...
Why is it, though, that God's nature can now tolerate shellfish, but it once couldn't tolerate shellfish?
Yeah, did he not just contradict himself here? He actually said that God prohibited arbitrary things like shellfish, but then he said that these are objective because they're rooted in God's good nature.
Yeah.
Well, presumably those things aren't if they're just arbitrary.
Yeah.
Well, what's good about prohibiting shellfish, and especially if then now it's allowed? I mean, I don't understand how you can reconcile that.
Maybe what he'd do, and I just think it's completely ad hoc, but he would say, well, these ceremonial laws had to be in place for the progressive revelation, which ultimately led to Jesus coming about, which is the greatest good which happens, and God had to do that because of the outflowing of his nature, and so the ceremonial laws had to be in place for the progressive revelation, like do all that kind of thing. But it's still,
I guess,
I'm not saying it works, or
but the problem with that is that it's not arbitrary. Then there's a justification for it. But Craig just said it was arbitrary.
He did say, that's true. Well, maybe psychologizing, but maybe at some level he understands that it's arbitrary. But at the other level, like if you as an atheist were to ask him that, he'd have to come up with the explanation. So like rather than, he's got two choices: abandon the belief and adjust, or explain it away. And I think he'd go with the explain it away one. Like, I don't think he'd go, there's
experience. Well, you remember I talked about the sociobiological account of the origin of moral beliefs, that many people think that our moral beliefs are spin-offs of biological and social evolution and conditioning. And some might say that this sociobiological account of the origins of morality undermines our moral experience. Well, now, is that true? Does the sociobiological account of the origins of morality undermine or give us reason to distrust our moral experience? Well, think with me about that. On the one hand, the sociobiological account, if true, does nothing to undermine the truth of our moral beliefs. It doesn't do anything to undermine the truth of our moral beliefs. To think that it undermines the truth of our moral beliefs is to commit what's called the genetic fallacy, a very apropos word in this case. The genetic fallacy attempts to invalidate a person's point of view by showing how he came to hold it. For example, well, the only reason you believe in democracy is because you were raised in the West. If you'd been raised somewhere else, you would not maybe believe in democracy. Or the only reason that you believe in the Big Bang Theory is because you were raised in modern times of astronomy and culture. And so this would be an attempt to invalidate a person's belief by showing how that belief originated. And that's simply fallacious, because how a person came to arrive at a belief is independent of the truth of the belief. You may have acquired your moral beliefs by reading a comic book or through divining tea leaves.
It kind of, it is relevant to the question of knowledge though, right? So, if you were to say, like if you think of like Gettier counterexamples, for example, and you were to say, well, your belief that Smith would get the job or Jones would get the job, forget whichever one it was formed, like the causal content theory of knowledge or whatever it is, like the belief has to be formed, or the belief formation has to be caused by the thing that's going to be true, rather than by like some combination of other of luck or double luck, or like a fake barn or whatever. Then it is pertinent to the question of knowledge. And if we're talking about like moral knowledge here, then it kind of is pertinent. But I get what Craig is saying about the genetic fallacy as well.
Yeah, I essentially agree. But yeah, depending on your epistemology, it can be relevant as to where the belief came from.
It's in the bottom of the teacup or something. And that doesn't do anything to say that your moral beliefs are therefore untrue. If God exists, then he is the foundation of moral values and duties, regardless of how we come to apprehend them or come to learn about them. So at best, the sociobiological account would prove that our perception of the moral realm is the product of a gradual and fallible evolution. But it wouldn't show that objective moral values and duties don't exist, just that we come to perceive it in this gradual and fallible way. But you see, if moral values and duties objectively exist and are grounded in God, then our gradual, fallible apprehension of the moral realm does nothing more to undermine the objectivity of that realm than our gradual, fallible apprehension of the physical world undermines the objectivity of the physical realm around us. In both cases, there's an objective reality of which we have a gradual, fallible apprehension. So I think it's clear that the sociobiological account does nothing to undermine the truth of the second premise that objective moral values and duties exist. But
I mean, I'm all on board with everything that he was just saying there. I almost somehow forgot that he was what he was talking about, because like, we have, this is exactly what the naturalist would say, right? We have a gradual, fallible, but improving understanding of the natural world. We have a gradual, fallible understanding of the moral world as well. Yeah, there's a symmetry between those cases. There are objective facts. We might not believe them, or we might take a while for us to understand them. Yeah, all sounds good to me. And then, this is supposed to be an argument against the naturalism. I don't see any problem there.
So what I find interesting though is if he's saying, so his understanding, his belief that objective moral values are grounded in God's nature is a fallible understanding, and I would say that then as it being a fallible understanding must entail that he could be wrong, right? And if he could be wrong, then what would change his mind on this? Like what?
Well, Craig said that nothing would change his mind.
Yeah. So perhaps this is a little contradictory in what he's. I mean, like I agree with the content of what he's saying, but I'm not sure it's actually an accurate description of what he believes or thinks about the world.
Well, there's the issue we raised before about how you can ever know that commandments come from God, because you might establish that there's an all-powerful being, but how could you know that it's God? To be God, it has to be all good. How do you know that? Well, you need to compare it to something that you know to be or think to be good, which maybe is our moral, internal moral, compass or conscience. And if that's doing a fair amount of work in helping us to determine, who or what is God, then I think that should also lead us to reject quite a few things that Christians, or at least many Christians, believe.
Well, there's always my favorite term in religious epistemology, which is self-authenticating.
Oh dear. Yeah, we'll have to talk about that sometime. That's what Craig believes about his religious experience, that it's self-authenticating.
And I just don't get what happens? Do you become a panentheistic God for a split second and just have access to all truths? And
well, they don't have to articulate that. They just have to say it's self-authenticating, and that when you experience it, you'll know that it is. Yeah, that's all there is to it.
The sociobiological account undermines not the truth of our moral beliefs, but it undermines our justification for those beliefs. If you acquired your moral beliefs through reading tea leaves or a comic book, they might turn out to be true accidentally, but you wouldn't have any good reason for your moral beliefs. They would just happen to be true, but you wouldn't be able to have any justification for thinking they're true. You wouldn't know them to be true. And similarly, the objection might be here that if our moral beliefs are the product of biological and social evolution, then we can't have any confidence in their truth, because evolution aims not at truth, but at survival value. Beliefs are selected by evolution for how well they help the species to survive, not for whether or not they're true. So,
but could they be true independently? Is it possible for them to be true for other reasons? Like does it guarantee that they are false, that they are not selected for,
It could be that our moral values, or our moral beliefs have been selected by evolution value not because of their truth. And therefore, we can't really trust our moral experience and affirm that premise 2 is true. It could be true, but we wouldn't have any justification for believing it to be true. Now, I think there are two problems with this objection to our knowledge of premise 2. First of all, the objection assumes that atheism is true. It's question-begging. It assumes that atheism is true. You see, if there is no God, then our moral beliefs are just the product of socio-biological evolution. I argued the same thing in my defense of premise 1, right? That if there is no God, then moral values and duties are just the products of the socio-biological process. But, you see, that's no reason to think that the socio-biological account is, in fact, true. If God exists, then it's very likely that he would want us to have true moral beliefs. And therefore, he would either guide the evolutionary process so as to produce those beliefs, or else he would instill them in us in a kind of instinctual way, in the way that Romans 2:15 says he has done, where he has placed the moral law upon the heart of every person. So only if atheism is true do we have reason to distrust our moral experience. And to assume that atheism is true would be begging the question. Only if atheism is true do we have reason to distrust our moral experience. So the objection just assumes the truth of atheism and is question-begging. Second response to this objection is that it is self-defeating. It is self-defeating. It refutes itself. You see, on atheism, all of our beliefs, not just our moral beliefs, all of our beliefs are selected for their survival value, not for their truth. Evolution doesn't aim at truth. It just aims at survivability. And so what the evolutionary account would lead to is not just skepticism about our moral beliefs, it would lead to total skepticism about all of our beliefs. We can't be... Except
where we could actually test them against reality. If we had, some kind of method for doing that, that might help out with those.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how, because I'm not a fan of these sort of evolutionary arguments because I think that they generally try to show too much. I'm not actually sure if Craig is saying that this is an argument against believing things under naturalism, or he's just saying that if you tried to apply it, then it would be inconsistent. And so I'm inclined to interpret him in the latter way, just given that he's phrasing this as a response, in which case I'm just more generally happy to say, okay, so don't make these sorts of arguments. Because some people do attempt to use evolution as a defeater for our moral experience. And I think that that's the context here. And I agree, I don't think that's a good argument. So I think in this case, I'm going to generally agree with Craig. Although I do want to add one thing. He's talked about sociobiological evolution quite a lot. I think that it's way overblown how much of morality comes from evolution. I think a lot of it is cultural, which doesn't have any direct relevance to like biological evolution. Right. I mean, I think we can clearly see this because what we currently regard as moral and immoral is not entirely different, but still very substantively different in many ways from what people believed. Well, I was going to say 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, but even 50 years ago, you're right. And I would regard that as moral improvement for the most part. I know not everyone would agree with that, but we could have that discussion. But the point is that I think there's a lot of social forces operating here. And I think that evolution, focusing so much on evolution, I think kind of underappreciates the importance of these social factors. But I don't think it's that relevant. I just thought that it was important to mention. Because remember how many people have raised evolution in these questions so far, but it's much rarer to hear people talk about. I don't think anyone's raised the issue of like social moral change through sociological forces.
Confident that anything we believe is true because it is the product of faculties that are just geared toward survival and not toward truth. But then you see, that is self-defeating because then your belief in the theory of evolution and of naturalism is itself the product of these cognitive faculties that are not aimed at truth, but at mere survival. And so you couldn't have any confidence in the objection. So you see, the objection undermines itself. It's like sawing the limb off on which you sit or pulling the rug out from under your own feet. It attacks the reliability of our rational faculties and thereby undermines itself, since that objection is itself a product of our rational faculties. So the objection itself would be the product of just biological and social conditioning, and we'd have no justification for thinking that it's true. So it seems to me that the objection based on the sociobiological account to our justification for premise 2 is question-begging because it assumes atheism is true. And secondly, it's self-defeating because if it were correct, you would have no good reason to believe the objection itself. And so I think from the warrant that our moral experience provides for premise 2, we do have good grounds for believing that objective moral values and duties do exist. Any question about that sociobiological objection to premise 2 and our reasons for believing as we do? All right, well, from the two premises then, that if God does not exist, objective moral values and duties do not exist, but premise 2, objective moral values and duties do exist, it follows logically and inescapably that God exists. So the moral argument supplements.
Inescapably.
Well, we tried to escape it for 6 hours so far, but
Yeah, so I want to stop at 26. He gives the next couple of minutes is a summary, and then there's nothing very interesting after that. So, sorry, not skip to 26. I mean, we'll stop it at 26.
Okay. I don't know do you remember where it just was?
About 23.
Okay.
So let's hear him out for summarizing, and then we can give our summaries.
Biological objection to premise 2 and our reasons for believing as we do. All right, well, from the two premises then, that if God does not exist, objective moral values and duties do not exist, but premise 2, objective moral values and duties do exist, it follows logically and inescapably that God exists. So the moral argument supplements the two cosmological arguments and the teleological argument that we've already looked at by showing us that this creator and designer of the universe is also the locus of absolute moral goodness and the source of all moral value in life. It gives us a personal, necessarily existing being who is not only perfectly good, but whose very nature is the good, is the standard of goodness, and whose commands constitute our moral duties. So this powerfully supplements the arguments we've already looked at by filling out the moral nature of God and also re-emphasizing that he must be a necessarily existing being to ground necessary values, and is also personal because value is lodged in persons. So this, I think, is an extremely powerful argument for God's existence. And in fact, I would say that in my experience, this argument...
Sorry, we just pause there before he finishes out. I didn't even notice this the first time. Did you see the two things he just sort of slipped in there?
No,
I mentioned that.
I've got to notice there was a flock of birds flying past the window, and I kind of zoned out. On
you've got a window in front of you.
Yeah.
I've got a blank wall in front of me, so no windows behind me, as you might see. What was I? So he said that God. Oh wow, we get the. Yeah. It's funny when you see the other side of something you've only ever seen once. It feels sort of wrong somehow. Anyway, I've lost track of what I was saying.
Yeah, sorry. What Craig just said.
He said that God must be personal because persons are the locus of moral values. I don't recall him defending that at all. He's just sort of slipped that in right at the end because he wants to argue that God. He also said that God is must be necessary or something to that effect because to ground necessary moral truths. But what he hasn't defended the thesis that moral truths are necessary. They again, necessary and objective are two very different things. Things can be contingent but objective, and I guess things probably couldn't be necessary and subjective. I'd have to think about that one, but they can certainly be objective and contingent. Yeah. So I don't see how that's relevant, and he hasn't defended that. So we just tried to slip these two properties in here. And also, I would argue that Craig hasn't really made any effort to connect the being that he's talking about as the ground for moral value to the creator of the universe. I don't see any reason for thinking that those are the same being necessarily. Or the being that resurrected Jesus, which would be relevant to his resurrection argument. Maybe he'd say, well, Occam's razor or something along those lines. But Occam's razor says we shouldn't multiply entities beyond necessity, but we've actually come up with three different things to explain three different causes. There's nothing about Occam's razor that says you just sort of arbitrarily merge things together because they explain totally different things. Like what reason to think that these all relate to each other? This is relevant not so much to the argument Craig was making, but to his connection that this is God. Because you might say, yes, there needs to be a transcendent ground of moral values, but why is it God? Why is it, or maybe you'd say by definition, why is it the creator of the universe? Why is it the being that resurrected Jesus? Why is it the fine tuner of the universe? These are distinct properties that have been identified or characteristics, I guess. And Craig's saying that they're all united. But my concern is what reasons do we have for thinking that they refer to the same thing at all?
Yeah.
And he just slips that in a few seconds. And again, because he doesn't want the viewer to think about this as far as I can tell. It's going to be very natural to the Christian to just assume that they're all referring to God. And they won't even think to ask, well, how do I know that actually the ground of morality is the same being that created the universe?
Yeah. No, it's a good point.
Well, because value is lodged in persons. So this, I think, is an extremely powerful argument for God's existence. And in fact, I would say that in my experience, this argument, the moral argument, is the most compelling argument for the existence of God in the thinking of most people. Now, I say this with reluctance.
That's why he presents this argument.
Cosmological argument. I really like the cosmological argument. But you see, the cosmological argument doesn't really connect with people in the way that...
I thought he was going to say it doesn't really connect with God.
Well, in the way that he says it doesn't. In my book, I talk about an extended Kalam cosmological argument, which actually connects with God. But again, he kind of likes to throw that in. He spends ages talking about necessary, cause of the universe and why it has a beginning and effects requiring causes and stuff like that. but then he sort of sprinkles in at the last minute or in the last few paragraphs or whatever why it has to be a person, and then how it links to God. And he sort of did that here as well. It's like almost all of the work is just going to show an abstract property. Like there must be some non-physical thing that created the universe. That's basically what the Kalam establishes. Or in this case, there must be some transcendent foundation of morality. If Craig's argument worked here, really that's, well, actually the way he's formulated it, the first premise appeals to God, but really all of his underlying arguments are just arguments that there must be some transcendent ground of morality. They don't actually refer to God specifically. And so it's just sort of in this last little bit that he says, oh yeah, and this thing is God. But that's actually, I think, where most of the interesting work happens. Why is this thing God?
Yeah, I think it'd be really interesting to to dig into the use of language in these kind of cosmological arguments and really dig down to what's going on, because I suspect it's something like there must be some non-universe thing that causes the universe is like all your sort of maybe entailed to, and it almost becomes incoherent because you're inside the universe and you are the universe yourself and you've got no reason to think there's anything outside or beyond. But yeah, there's, I don't know, this is all something for another day, like what's going on with what is cause and effect. We'd have to get into that to trace all these cause and effects back through time, and so
we'll talk about the Kalam cosmological argument on another episode, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing, and this is why it's good that you know a lot of physics as well, is like just how counterintuitive or different from perhaps the way that our mind wants to represent reality, the actual state of affairs is. So like the idea that just in an untrained sense, I'd be able to just from my chair think about just kind of look at the sky and think about stuff and figure out the origins of it by just I push this thing, there's cause, no, so I can just think about it. And now
I am not persuaded by those sorts of arguments for this sort of reason.
The moral argument does. You can,
especially when you start thinking about space-time and 4D vectors, and then is it intuitive then, how you're gonna think about matrices and what they do and represent models of cosmology and stuff? Are these intuitive things? No. Anyway, sorry. 7 hours in and six and a bit hours in, and
by the way, we have actually surpassed the length of the previous. I didn't think we would. I thought this would be a short one, but that's how it goes. This was Kabir was saying that each succeeding one has to be longer than that. Oh dear.
Brush off these philosophical arguments for the finitude of the past or the scientific evidence for the beginning of the universe. But you can't so easily brush off the moral argument. Every day you get up, you answer by how you behave, how you treat other people, whether or not you believe there are objective moral values and duties. And so the moral argument is inescapable. It hits us at the very core of our beings because every day we answer the question of whether we believe there are objective moral values and duties. It's simply unavoidable. So to recur to that question that we asked at the very beginning of this examination of the moral argument, can we be good without God? The answer is no, we cannot truly be good without God, because only if God exists is there objective moral value and duty in life. We cannot truly be good without God. But if we can in some measure be good, then it follows logically that God exists. Any comment or final discussion on the moral argument? Okay, Steve.
Let's stop it there. Nothing else that they say is, I think, very interesting. So concluding thoughts. Again, we've been responding to Craig's moral argument primarily as presented in these series of videos. I've drawn a little bit from things that he says elsewhere, but mostly we're focused on this. Most of his time has been spent defending his first premise, which is that if God does not exist, then objective moral values don't exist. And I think there's a huge problem with Craig's argument is that, as I've said, he sets up an extremely high burden for himself in that first premise of showing that there can't be any non-theistic grounding for morality, for objective morality. Not that we aren't justified in believing it, but that there isn't one, because that's what the premise says. And so basically he has to go through all proposed alternatives and show that they're false, or that they don't work, or that they're extremely faulty. And the problem is he doesn't go through any of them. He talks a bit about atheistic moral Platonism, which mostly seems to be something that he's made up. Not to say that there aren't people who that would sort of fit, but he doesn't respond to any of them specifically. And he talks a bit about sort of naturalist forms of morality as well, which I interpret as sort of ethical naturalism. But again, he doesn't respond to any specific thinkers here. So he's not even coming close to meeting that burden that he's established for himself of showing that all of these fail. And it's not just sort of non-supernatural ones as well, but any supernatural ones, like I mentioned, like karma or Tao or other things like that, that don't involve a god, he would have to refute those as well. And he doesn't even come close. He doesn't even try. And so I think off the bat, this argument is not going to be he's not going to substantiate premise one. But in addition to that, the actual things that he says are almost entirely question begging. We went through this at great length and counted the number of times he just reasserted his conclusion that there aren't any objective moral values in the absence of God, that humans don't have intrinsic moral value. And he asked, why think that they have moral value? Why think that we're morally obliged to do something? None of these are reasons for thinking that the first premise is true. It's either Craig reasserting that the premise is true or asking why we would think that it is, essentially why we'd think that it's not true, why we would think that there would be moral values. But that is not Craig arguing for anything. That's asking questions, and that's just begging the question. And throughout, and I won't rehash all of these, but throughout he missed opportunities to actually address substantive philosophical questions, like, for example, in virtue of what do we have or could we have moral obligations, by just asserting, oh, they come from God, that's it. And he missed opportunities to talk about the relationship of supervenience and how that fits into, a naturalistic worldview. He misstated what naturalism is, and all of these sorts of other problems and shortcomings that we highlighted. Finally, I think that his own preferred account of morality, his particular version of divine command theory, is extremely lacking. We've talked about how it doesn't really avoid the Euthyphro dilemma, because we can still ask, well, is God's nature good because it has these, it's loving and caring and just and so on, or are those things good because they're part of God's nature? So if in a hypothetical universe God's nature were different, then those things would be good. We also saw that if God commanded us to do things that are morally reprehensible, then those things would become good. Craig actually affirmed that, even while saying that it would be impossible for God to do that. Then he just contradicted himself and said that in fact God can do that because he can make exceptions, and apparently arbitrarily many exceptions. And I also argued that Craig's divine command theory is implausible as in terms of placing the locus in a transcendent entity, rather than where I think it more sensibly occurs in the persons being affected by a wrong, or the people or their experiences, which I think we're naturally drawn to and make more sense in terms of that's actually where the goodness or badness happens. So as in combination of all these things, the failures of Craig's view, the extreme difficulty and what he said himself, the lack of engagement with actual thinkers and other concepts that we've had, plus the inherent contradiction, or tension at least, between the arguments that he gives for his first premise and the arguments that he gives for his second premise, which seem to say that we have reason for thinking that there are objective moral values, even if we're atheists. For all of these reasons, I think that Craig's moral argument, as he articulates it, is completely without substance. It shouldn't be in the slightest bit persuasive. Now, you may be persuaded by other arguments that appeal to God as a foundation for morality. You may believe in objective moral values like I do. You may not. You may be an error theorist or a subjectivist. All of that's really irrelevant in answering the question, has Craig presented a convincing, compelling, persuasive, sound argument? And on the basis of what I've said, and we've said for 6.5 hours, I think that he's so far from doing that his argument is so bad. He shouldn't make this argument. No one should believe in God because of this argument. It's a terrible argument. And I think that he's doing a disservice to help people in terms of making it harder for people to think about this in presenting these confusing concepts, defining things in confusing or straw man ways, not actually addressing important work that's been done. And that's one of the reasons that I'm so interested in critiquing this, because I think that he's making it harder for people to think reasonably about a very important issue, which is the foundation of morality. So that's my little screed. What do you want to say in conclusion, Nathan?
I agree with everything James has said. I think it's just so. I mean, obviously, the first premise, if God does not exist, then objective moral values don't exist, is impossible, because God is a maximally great being, exists in all possible worlds. So the antecedent of the claim is impossible. So the consequent is impossible as well, as Craig would argue. I say that jokingly because I think what it shows is on the one hand, Craig's willing to dismiss certain views for certain reasons, but then he doesn't apply that same skepticism to the kind of claims that he's giving. I do think that if we use logic if we look at like a tautology of that first premise, if God does not exist, then objective moral values don't exist, and we flip it around to if objective moral values exist, then God exists, which we're entitled to do logically, then it sort of intuitively begins to make a bit more sense to the human brain, which I don't think is good at thinking about these kind of material implications very well. And I think that you can just see that that just almost doesn't work. Like it seems entirely possible for objective moral values to exist, and that doesn't entitle you to make any further inference other than the constituent parts of objective moral values, which Craig would claim, includes God and God's nature and so forth. But I don't think we can say that. I think, as we've discussed, the types of things that we're warranted in saying exist would be maybe like propositions, interactions between persons and things, but nowhere in there is there this kind of like abstractor that is in God's nature or God's command. Like that doesn't attach into the situation in any sense, and so it doesn't make sense. On the second premise that objective moral values do exist, I do think that we've shown that plausibly one could accept that on naturalism or on any number of other non-Christian or non-theistic views, but also that one could also reasonably reject that. It's not that it's so apparent and self-evident that is the case, and there's also a lot of difficult language being used around like what do we mean by objective, what do we mean by subjective, right? And it's clear to see in the way that Craig talks about these things that it's not really clear how his view does actually account for objective morality, because it's kind of subjective in a sense. And so yeah, I just think. I think the argument could be framed. It could be framed as like a possibility thing or a probabilistic kind of argument. So maybe here's various ways in which all of these other arguments sort of don't work, and so God's the most probable explanation for morality. But that's much weaker than what Craig's presenting, and also, I'm still not even certain if that's. I mean, I'm saying someone could defend that, but I'm not certain that is even actually true. Like, if I were to be the most kind of skeptical of my own current position, it would be to say that it's at least on equal footing with like a naturalist or a non-theistic Platonist or whatever position. And so, I just think I think. As we talked about and as we reasoned through almost every claim Craig's made sort of painstakingly over 6 hours 28 minutes, it becomes quite apparent that what Craig's doing is just not conducive to truth. It's there's these pre-established conclusions which are being defended regardless of whether it's internally consistent the way that it's being presented and put across. And we should probably reject the claims Craig's making on the basis that they're just being put forward for other motivations than the fact that they're actually true or that they work, which we've also shown they kind of don't work. They contradict each other and stuff like that. I think James had a much better closing kind of statement than me there, but that's all. Yeah,
no, there's different ways to close, and I agree. I think that. Yeah, Craig's doing a disservice to some of these issues by not engaging with them in a sort of, I think, an intellectually honest way. Yeah, and so before we finish, I'll just sort of spruik a few things. I mentioned if you're interested in these questions, this is a really good book to go to. Ethical Theory. There's a discussion of metaethics. There's a discussion of ethical theories, relationship between God and morality. Lots of different philosophers, and it's quite accessible as well. So I would highly recommend this, and they'll go through many of the sort of substantive questions that Craig kind of ignores, like the nature of moral obligation, the nature of value, why be moral, all those sorts of questions. This book here is excellent for focusing specifically on metaethics. There's a discussion here about, cognitivism and the open question argument against naturalism, which we haven't mentioned, but it's interesting. Non-cognitivist views of metaethics, and then there's subjectivist theories, naturalism, and different versions of naturalism, as well as non-naturalism. So different takes and approaches to ethics. I don't think it says anything about God, which itself I think is interesting. You can have a lot of substantive discussion without appealing to that. And finally, self-serving, but in this book, which is my book, Unreasonable Faith, I critique Craig's various arguments, including I have a chapter on the moral argument where I say many of the things that I've said now, but I go into further detail and respond to some of the things that Craig's written elsewhere about this topic, and show why I don't think it's a very good argument at all. So if you're interested, those are some good places to go, as well as the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. You can search for things like moral naturalism or moral non-naturalism, theological voluntarism, meta-ethics, these sorts of terms, to learn more about this. And, because I really want to encourage people to think about this themselves, think rigorously, look at the issues, look up things like human theory of motivation or moral rationalism and things like that, and think about these views for yourself and see how well they all fit together.
So as for then the next episode of the Bad Apologetics series in 2 weeks, have you got any ideas? I guess on the table at some point is looking at some more classic arguments for the soul. We talked about a couple of potential things, like some more crazy kind of conspiracy theory type things. Have you got any thoughts of Kalam as well at some point?
Well, I'll need a break from Craig. We'll do Kalam at some point, but I don't want two Craig weeks in a row. That's a bit much. That was I'd like to focus on things that are getting kind of attention particularly in the YouTube space, because that's kind of the idea of bad apologetics, I guess. Looking at
we've got demons quite a lot
arguments.
recently. There's always
thing I
don't. Let me think what else has been. If I quickly hop over to.
Always happy to take suggestions, although I don't think we got any on the previous video. Maybe no one watches till the end, so they don't know that we asked for them.
Oh, they're still watching. That's the problem. Let's see. Yep. I
wonder what he thought of our 6-hour response to his.
I guess there's voting and politics, but the election will be over by then.
No, I don't want to talk about politics.
Beauty, objective beauty.
What is that in brackets? Savage what?
Savage response from Bishop. It wasn't that savage, and even Christians were saying it didn't make any sense in the comments.
That Bishop guy I find extremely annoying to listen to. He just comes across as really arrogant.
I mean, I guess if we were looking at the Kalam, we could look at this particular debate between rationality rules of YouTube. I guess we could do that.
That'd be interesting. I mean, it's good to do Kalam I see there's quite a few Craig ones here. It's good to do Kalam from the horse's mouth, but it's also good to see what other people are saying about it.
Yeah, and of the Craig ones, what I said something about Craig. The one with Josh Swamidas, right? When was that? Was that like questions on the Kalam? Was it this? No. This was quite interesting as well. I don't know if you watched this, the debate between Alex Malpass and Craig on.
Who is Alex Malpass? I'm not familiar with him.
He's an atheist professor of philosophy. I think he works with Wes Morrison actually.
Oh, cool! Yeah, I quote him quite a lot in my book.
And they just published a paper earlier this year on infinity and. So one of the philosophical premises, as you'll know for the Kalam, is the impossibility of an actual infinite. Yeah. And so that they basically make this argument that from within theism, you can ask the theist the question, how many days will you be praising God for in heaven? And
I mentioned this as well.
And they are arguing against these symmetry breakers and stuff like that. So I guess that debate's on that, and we could take a look at it.
Yeah, so maybe some videos from here relating to the Kalam. I think we'll probably have to do multiple on the Kalam because there's so many different aspects to it. I've seen some of IPs on biblical contradictions. I think they're something.
And we could we could do near-death experiences as well. Shroud of Turin.
Oh yeah, that's what. Does he have one on? Does he have? Does IP have Shroud of Turin videos?
Let me. No, he doesn't. But I'm pretty sure that what's he called? Gary Habermas. Yeah.
Oh yes, Habermas. He is big into NDEs, which I find odd. He seems to be a bit of a a lot of the other apologists don't seem so keen on them, but he keeps talking about them.
So he definitely talks about the Shroud of Turin within one of these videos as well. So I guess we could talk about NDEs and if the Shroud of Turin comes up within these. Yeah, I don't know. You guys who are in the or watching to the end or in the chat or whatever, if you put comments of what you want to see in maybe links in the comment section, and then I guess if people upvote them or whatever, we can figure out what people want to.
Yeah, but I think something about Kalam and or something, well, not and, but or something relating to NDEs might be a good topic.
Well, I guess we could do NDEs in 2 weeks or something, and then do the Kalam 2 weeks after.
Yeah. Well, again, there's plenty of bad apologetics, so it's a matter of ordering it.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you everyone for watching. Especially if you've stayed for the whole 6 hours 36 minutes live. That gets you 100 Nathan Nichols. I guess
I've heard about the exchange rates between these different currencies. I was thinking of introducing Fodor francs, but I think the market's already saturated.
Well, I was thinking if I make an actual blockchain though, even if it's really bad, then maybe I can like make a little bit of money up front just off of the hype. But
well, yeah. Again, I want to thank everyone for listening to our 6.5 hours of babble. Hopefully, you found it somewhat interesting and helped you to think more thoughtfully and critically about these issues, which is my main goal here. And yeah, thanks again, everyone. And I guess we'll talk to you next time.
Yeah, thank you. 6.5 hours of babble. Be sure to subscribe as well. Yeah, if you're new to the channel and you enjoyed it, be sure to subscribe for more. And yeah, just thanks for watching. Bye.